Loneliness is the coat you wear, a deep shade of blue is always there. The sun ain't gonna shine anymore, the moon ain't gonna rise in the sky, the tears are always clouding your eyes when you're without love, baby. Emptiness is the place you're in, with nothing to lose, but no more to win. The sun ain't gonna shine anymore, the moon ain't gonna rise in the sky, the tears are always clouding your eyes when you're without love, lonely without you, babe.
I've seen a back and forth turn pretty nasty, I'm gonna say.
You look like you've been crying.
You keep spinning things. You're the ones that are sitting around and trying to get a reaction out of me. And then when I stopped giving you reactions, you fabricated falsified stories, falsified emails, acted on my behalf, pretended to be me because they.
Well, the problem
because
is,
you've got
the
all
problem
your
is, it's
control.
more than about you and me, Liam, because you're striking a Lossy, you've struck Nasser, you've
And
struck
I will
Smiller.
strike anyone who continues
There-
to steal my content. All you do is sit around and play.
All fun. Do you wanna have fun? I said, but one. You should start running far, a little tyrant. In the things you will find, and you love to watch him tell lies. All fun. So we'll be very mad and eat that. He will go as a heart. I said, oh man. Just don't wait for his life when you know you're watching him cry. If you try to screaming with a DMCA, they start your tunnel with a DMCA. Don't try to monetize, he will take copyright, and he'll do it for the bike. He start to screaming with a DMCA, they start your tunnel with a DMCA. He will fill a report, I can bring the support, I can come with the swap like
Already reported me to Nintendo because they don't understand the difference between my property and fucking Golden Sun. They're that retarded. Oh, you didn't know I knew about that, John?
What?
Oh, look at that in your face. Oh, whoa, Liam might know more than I'm the
Liam, I've never reported your campaign to
John,
anybody.
You're fucked, mate. You are fucked. I am going to bury you. I'm going to bury you and all of these parasites that have been trying to destroy my life for years and have been actively preying on the customer and creating outrage and manipulating.
Liam, this is psycho.
You
Stop it.
are a parasite.
His friends are screaming with an EMCA. They got the tunnel with an EMCA. Don't try to monetize, he will break copyright, and he'll do the for the spike. His friends are screaming with an EMCA. They got the tunnel with an EMCA. He will fill a report, and he'll bring you to court, and you hope to swap by gold.
Fight me, John.
Fight you?
Set up in a ring, no gloves, and I'll take down the strike. There you go. And I will clear my name there, and that'll be the end of it.
Clear your name of what? You're the only one making accusations.
Yeah, right. But you guys need to go the fuck away and let me work. And John, you've got to fight me, or
I'm not gonna fight you, dude.
I know you're not, because you're a pussy and you're a coward. I want the blood on my fucking hands of this fat loser. Thanks for your time.
Oh man, that was something good. Oh, I like that. All right. Thank you, Liam, by the way. Again.
right. Fight for your life. When it comes crashing down and it hurts inside, you gotta take a stand. It don't have to hide. If you hurt my friends, then you hurt my pride. I gotta be a man, I can't let it slide. I am a real American, fight for the rights of every man. I am a real American, fight for what's right, fight for your life. I feel strong about right and wrong, and I don't take trouble for very long. I got something deep inside of me. Courage is the thing that keeps us free. I am a real American, fight for the rights of every man. I am a real American, fight for what's right, fight for your life. I am a real American, fight for the rights of every man. I am a real American, fight for what's right, fight for your life. Can't let it slide. I am a real American, fight for the rights of every man. I am a real American, fight for what's right, fight for your life. I am a real American, fight for the rights of every man. I am a real American, fight for what's right.
Right now, we need Donald Trump.
I am a real American, fight for the rights of every man. I am a real American, fight for what's right, fight for your life.
Well, hello everyone. How are you? My name is Ethan Van Sciver. I'm a 29-year veteran of the comic book industry, world's most charming, disarming, elegant, eloquent, please is close to me, and yet humble man. Great big Sopranos fan and trusted member of the media. It's really nice to be with you guys this evening, because this evening we are going to close out Inglorious Rex 2 by my friend Shane Davis. Shane Davis, a heck of a guy. I really like Shane. He always makes me laugh. And I think he's a terrific comic book artist. He and his wife, Yanzi, have been a benefit. They've been a boon to COMICSGATE since they've been here. They've been producing amazing work that's made a lot of people happy. And therefore, on this, the 60th day of their campaign, Inglorious Rex 2, I am here, and you are here too. You're right where you should be. We're going to let him go in style. We're going to go all the way. Well, I'm going to go as late as I hope I can make it to 3 a.m. That's a long time. That's 8 hours or so. I'm going to do my best for my friend Shane Davis, and I hope you guys will too. Hello to all of you in the chat. Ghost Rider says this intro was longer than Echo Based Networks. Oh, I just wait until there's roughly 400 people here usually, and then I go. Usually that takes about 8 to 10 minutes to get going. That way I don't say anything that is amazing that people need to hear, like this. Like, what if you missed me saying this preamble about Shane Davis? Then you guys would feel sad. Let me get the camera just right there. Got to show a little bit of the comic rack. There we go. Hello, everyone. Hi. All right, let me see. Yes, he's a beautiful man. Beautiful man. I was on Twitter today, and a fellow named Ty, who I think is War Campaign, but he's kind of a nice guy. I like Ty. He was talking about how there's this interview, and I heard about this interview. I think I might have seen a bit of it between Perch and between Sean Gordon Murphy. And I love by the way, I laughed so hard making this thumbnail. I don't know why. I love the thumbnail for this video. It's great. But in this video, Perch is talking to Sean Gordon Murphy, and Sean says all kinds of things that I think are sort of aimed at COMICSGATE. And one of the things that he suggests is that woke is on its way out in 2023. And I think he says woke is on its way out in a hopeful kind of way. I don't think that's necessarily true. If he did say it that way, I gotta watch the video. We're gonna EFAP it. We're gonna see exactly what he does say. But it's also, I think, kind of aimed at people like Eric July and other guys who he thinks make money based on fighting the culture war. I would assume that's me too. I hope so. I hope people see me as a culture warrior. I don't know. Travis Parrick says, COMICSGATE, I got money. Thanks, Travis. Travis, hopefully you will funnel some of that money over to the Davis family, Shane Davis and Yanzi May Lin. We're going to have a big night tonight. Let me check in on you guys here. Just poking fun. Love Echo Base. Yeah, I love Echo Base too. Those guys are great. Tom Tuttle's here. Hello, Tom. Hail to the great Shane Davis. Purchased. Well, I mean, listen, Purchase one of these guys who manages to walk the line, and Sean's another one, and this is why he's so interesting to me. Sean Gordon Murphy relents every single time. When SJW comes after him, he figures out a way to sort of make it right and function with these people. I don't know how he does it. He's in like somehow Sean Gordon Murphy is in like a cage with gorillas, and most people get ripped limb from limb, but he manages to. I mean, what do you do? Like, what kind of submissive poses do you take to, to appease male gorillas? I don't want to think too deeply about it, but you got to do something to survive that situation, and he does. I mean, he's very anti SJW. One of the things that strikes me about him, one of the things that struck me about him most recently was he contributed a cover to Doug TenNaples' Earthworm Jim, or was it Bigfoot Bill? It was one of the two. He contributed a cover, and then he received feedback, like pushback from SJWs. Oh, Doug TenNaples is, all of the things that Doug TenNaples actually is, but Doug doesn't care. Doug is those things, and he doesn't, doesn't give a damn. And Sean retracted his cover. He's like, I'm going to pull my cover back. And Doug let him pull his cover back. That whole scenario just kills me. I don't understand it. But we're going to, again, we're going to spend most of the day because we got to live stream late into the night here. So I've got this EFAP. I got a couple of your boy Zach. Very interesting. Your boy Zach is going in. Your boy Zach's disgusted by Todd McFarlane. I haven't watched a Zach video in a long time. I just poked my head in to see what he's doing. He hates Todd McFarlane all of a sudden. So I'm interested in that. We're going to watch a couple of his videos, et cetera, et cetera. So let me see. Hey, Ethan, how much snow do you have? 0. We didn't get any snow yet. It's freezing, but we have not received any snow down here in South Jersey. Alfred Ortiz says Warriors like Nerdrotic. Yeah, I think that's exactly right. Culture warriors, guys who are making money from the culture war. And I think I am, but I don't. Mike S. Miller reminded me the other day. He said, "You're not making those short videos anymore. and you need to make those short videos. I think he was telling me that I need to make short videos in order for my channel to grow, so that Aaron Lopresti and others can benefit from my channel. Or so, I don't understand that. I think we're all doing just fine. But on the other hand, what if I'm not making short videos that go in on the SJWs every single day? I'm not really doing that. I'm kind of clowning around. I'm doing my live streams. I'm having a good time talking about COMICSGATE, talking about a little bit about what's going on in the news, complaining about Lee Harvey Oswald. Oh, I want to make a JFK channel so bad, dude. So bad. 5 reasons why Jack Ruby was not part of a conspiracy. 5 reasons that, and it would be so good, dude. It'd be so good. Would anybody, like, people would be like, has he gone off his rocker? Like, what is he doing? I'd have so much energy for that. But anyway, no. Maybe I should do more of a culture war content. Project Done Poorly says, sometimes Shane has a better mustache than Anna when she shaves. Yeah, Shane, I don't know why he flirts with a mustache. He draws it in, he just won't grow it. That confuses me about Shane. Thomas Fitzpatrick says, hey, Ethan, I don't think I gave my address when I pay for my sketch card. Should I email my address? Yes. Send it over, Thomas. Ethan12032. And tell me what you want on your sketch card, because you're one of the guys here who is going to get a Cyberfrog one otherwise. Urashima Ataru says, he has become part of the gorilla's harem. That's an interesting analogy. Yeah. Henry Thrun says, sharing some financial blessing with you, Ethan. Thank you, Henry. I appreciate that. We got a long night ahead of us. It's going to be great. Mummy news. Yeah, there's a little bit of mummy news too. Tutankhamun's face got. How's my gain? Does it sound weird in your ears? Tutankhamun's face got reconstructed for the first time in history. We know what Tutankhamun looks like. It's interesting. We'll go through that. EVS, did you see Perch's video today about creators working for free? I just saw of it. I have not. I don't watch any of these guys' videos, but we'll watch them tonight. Pete Count says, good evening. Let's get this marathon started. Thank you, Pete, for $2. Let me get caught up here with you fellas. Get caught up with the chat. Thank you. Headrock says, I'm stoned. Let's do this. Is this a night where we drink? I'm not sure. Angela Schmalke says, you sound good, Ethan. Oh, okay, good. I don't want to bother your ears. I want to sound melodious tonight. We've got a long night ahead of us. Let me bring in a friend of mine. Andy Smith is here. Hello, Andy. How are you?
Cheers. How are you?
Salute. I'm drinking water. I've ballooned up so much this year. 2022 was the year of me becoming a parade float, like really fat. Look at me.
Really? I mean,
Yeah.
if you seriously, you look at a picture of yourself from a year ago, do you see a difference?
Yes, I do. I see a big difference. I
okay. I
do.
mean, I don't, but it's like that thing where you get a puppy, then 3 years later you still envision a puppy, but it's a lot bigger.
But it's a big fat pig of a dog now. So that's today I'm drinking water. I'm flushing out the system.
That is a lot of water too.
Well, this is your daily requirement of water, so I'm doing that, and it should be interesting. Faux PC says big difference. Thank you.
All right, I'm going to go back and look later and just see.
I'll
go through and find something from a year ago and check it out.
Let me see. I like the JFK tweets, but a channel is definitely trouble, says Manic Boy Productions. In what way? Why do you think a channel would be trouble? You think I'd get in trouble like people would say, hey, what do you work for the feds? What do you work for the CIA? What are you, a glowy? Hello, guys. Hello, friends.
Hello, everyone.
Hello. Yeah, this is accurate, by the way. Ethan has put on about 20 pounds. Yeah, that's exactly right. 20 pounds in 2022. Stress. Non-stop stress.
But when you think about it, that's not even 2 pounds a month. So
isn't that too much? I think that's too much.
I don't know. I mean, I've probably done, since last year, I might have done 5. So I don't know.
You'll take it off in the spring, boys.
That's right.
I got to take it off right now. Let me see. Greetings from Mo Bay, Jamaica. COMICSGATE massive. Thank you, Mike Jenkins. Yeah, stressed out. I had to talk to Andrea about this. Like, I'm like, look, like enough. Or I think people are trying to kill me. I really do. I'm starting to think that people are trying to kill me now. I'm waiting for Wreck Planet, and I this was supposed to be finished November 23rd. I gave this update on somebody else's channel, but I get this. They go like the plastic of it's cracking because of the dye. They show me this picture, as you can see. Like, I don't know if you can see, but it's cracking here at the seam. It looks good here. Like, I see this and I go, this looks good. Like, this is just the cover. That looks fine.
Yeah.
But when you put it together, I guess it's how. So they got a new dye, and they told me, they hit me with this yesterday. I got this message from them that said, we're rerunning the covers due to the scoring issue. We don't want to risk the potential of any issues once they're released to consumers. So all of the covers need to have the new scoring method. The plastic materials are about 3 days out, and then another week for printing the 26,000 covers. Once they get completed, books with new scoring, we will QC them again, and then we will send out some of them below are some images with the old score. That's 8 days. I received that 2 days ago. 8 more days. I can't. I'm like dying. I'm dying from this. I think this is literally eating up my life force, waiting for my own book to come in. Agony, Mike.
I know what that's like.
You do?
Oh yeah.
I got to just do more like budget kind of cheap books. I go overboard with with myself, and I ask too much of everything, and then I end up waiting, and the books are late. It does drive me nuts.
Well, if the story is great and the art is great, and I would say that your comics are great in that regard, you don't need.
Mike, Yancey killed me last night. I swear to God, Yancey, Shane Davis's wife. I was on that. No, she said this before, but I was on their show last night, and she goes, basically, she said, it drags in the middle. She says it slows down a lot in the middle. There's action in the front, action in the back, but it gets slow in the middle. And I went, Yancey, like you now is the saving grace of the wait is how good this book is. I'm really excited. And Yancey's like, it ain't that good. Anyway, back in Glorious Rex 2, everyone. I was like, Shane, you got to control your woman. Ethan, what is the story with Uncut Sheets? Says Comic Book 1. They should be coming with the books. I believe I ordered 10 of each, and yeah, they will be for sale, and you will be able to get one. Diego says, use your all caps channel for JFK Soprano videos. Oh, that's a thought. Let me see. Stormtrooper Julian Caesar says, too many people talking about the culture war. Yeah, that's for sure. That is true. Do you think it dragged in the middle, Mike? What do you think of Wreck Planet? That's a weird, is that?
No.
It doesn't, right? I mean.
No, it doesn't, because every panel is fascinating. Every panel is fascinating.
Plus, I mean, I haven't read it, obviously, but I would think, with a story, you don't want it to be this one note all the way across.
No, you got to have dynamics.
It's action. You got to have the ups and downs and stuff to make it entertaining.
Wandering COMICSGATE Kings Marduk Knight says, tip of the hat, tip of the jar. Have a great show, everyone. Chat and host. Get them, Ethan. Hail CG bros and sisters. Let them eat woke. Yeah, so we're going to find out about this. I agree. I read the book again. The book is great. I'm just, that bummed me out. But we're going to go through, this whole idea of the wokeness virus in comics and mainstream comics dying out in 2023. Is this a possibility? Is this something that could be happening, Mike? What do you think?
No, it will never die out because of the prevailing culture. There are too many shallow people who think history began the day they were born, who don't study history, who have no idea what's in the Constitution or the Bill of Rights, who get their news from CNN and watch The View. And this thing is, the wokeness is a manifestation of virtue signaling. And virtue signaling has taken over such huge segments of our culture, particularly the culture. And by that, I mean the arts, movies, music, comics. If you work in Hollywood, it's required, it's mandatory that you virtual signal every day in every way. You can't just drop in every now and then and say, yeah, I support the Quagles. No, you have to post about militantly supporting the Quagles every day, and anybody who doesn't support the Quagles is scum and should be.
What is the Quaggles? Where did that come from? What
I
is
made
that?
it up. I made
Oh,
it
you
up.
did. Okay, it sounds very literary. I like that.
I know. I was like, damn it! Now I feel stupid in
It's a
front of
book
Mike
I didn't
Barron.
read. Yeah. Let me see. Critical Blast says, "Don't let fulfillment be the stumbling block of your campaign." Critical Blast Logistics specializes in domestic and international shipping of all your comics and stretch goals. That's Critical Blast. They will do fulfillment for you. Thank you, Critical Blast. Yeah, I feel like what people don't understand is that woke is not like a substitute for capitalism. Like, it's not like, or no, it is a substitute for capitalism. It isn't a theory towards capitalism. It's not like maybe we'll try this and it'll make money and then we'll succeed. And if we don't, then we'll move on to something else. Woke is a means to power. They don't give a damn if it makes money or not. It doesn't matter. They go, well, we tried it and it didn't work. We tried it and everybody went broke. We tried it and we couldn't afford to pay anyone. They don't give a shit. They don't care. That's the reality of this.
No. And, you know, one of the hallmarks of wokeness is a complete lack of humor.
Oh, yeah.
Well, definitely. There's that. I mean, the left can't meme. But they're not, the fact that, like, it didn't work. By the means that we would think that we would understand what working is. In other words, money, success, growth. The fact that it didn't work isn't going to stop them. It is a means to power. That's all it is. They want to control this. And if it crashes into a mountain, that's okay. That's just, it's going to, we'll just move on to something else. So, I mean, it'll be interesting. I want to hear what Sean says about this. I think Sean Gordon Murphy, all due respect, from just my past, witnessing his actions, listening to his words, I think he is woefully naive about all of this, and also unwilling to actually stand up against it in any meaningful way. So
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Urashima Otaru says woke is just another manifestation of communism, and that is true. And Angry Baneling says, here's a super chat with some shekels. Ethan, what is your New Year's resolution, and why is it all stream more in 2023? Praise the sun. My New Year's resolution is to find a happy balance between all of the things that I need to do. My New Year's resolution is to help more people. It's to grow COMICSGATE. It's to make my customers and fans happy, and it's to do more comics, to draw more pages. It's all of those things, and hopefully manage my health in the process of all of these things. And ladies and gentlemen, a great friend of ours, one of the greatest comic skaters. I really love this guy with all my heart. You let your tiger out. So, the territory, many guess it. You let your tiger out.
What is going on, guys?
Welcome, Shane Davis. Welcome to your show. Welcome to your party.
Believe it or not, I had to restart my router like 5 times. So sorry for the technical issues.
Well, we're glad that you're here. Of course, one of the main things that we're going to be doing tonight is closing out Inglorious Rex 2. And we're already off to a great start because during the day, it's nearly a 184. Our goal tonight is 200,000. That would be fantastic.
Yeah.
But
beautiful.
Listen, we got to ask people to support the book tonight. Back it if you haven't backed it yet. If you've already backed it, back it again. We're going to talk about it, but we're also going to talk about our enemy, who we're up against, what we're fighting, and apparently, Sean Gordon Murphy has ideas about that, so that we'll be listening to him. Are you excited about that, Shane Davis?
I had heard about that. I had heard about that, but I couldn't find a timestamp. Somebody had told me about it. There's other clips of that I've listened to, but I did see it before I came on today. So.
No clips necessary. Oh, you watched the whole thing?
Not the whole thing. I've seen certain clips here and there. So dude, I can't, like Perch. I can barely make it through a 15-minute video, much less like 2 hours. I'll be honest.
I heard like the last half hour of it, I think. So
yeah, I haven't watched any of it. I think well, actually, no. I think I poked my ear in for a second, and I went, "Oh God, this is death," and then I backed out again. So we'll do the whole video. We're gonna do the whole video tonight. We're gonna do a bunch of other stuff. First and foremost, though, again, Inglorious Rex. The link is in the description. I'm gonna pin the link in 1 second, but also we have our good friend Mike Barron. Private American is live right now. Private American, one of the most persecuted comics to close out 2022. Do you feel persecuted, Mike?
Not at all. That Jim Steranko quote gave us quite a boost today.
that was great.
We're happy to be where we are. And I just have to tell the stories that I have to tell. I always say I don't choose my stories choose me. But as always, my number one goal is to entertain. And these people who are railing against the book have never seen the book. They've never heard the book. They have no idea what's in it. They just know they don't like it because it's about the southern border. But when you read it, you're going to be grabbed on the first page and you won't be able to put it down. It's just a really exciting story.
What is it about, like, letting people into our country undocumented, unchecked?
I know. You're either for the rule of law or you're not. It's as simple as that.
I don't understand.
I mean, there is a process to come into this country, and it's not impossible.
And every immigrant who came in legally and lawfully looks on what's going on the southern border with fury.
Well, they have to because of the amount of work it takes to come in that way, legally and lawfully, like you said, and the money and stuff. It's ridiculous. It's the same with paying off the student loans.
Yeah, I mean, that's another outrage. But Americans do not like line cutters. I mean, ever since you were in the second grade, you know what I mean, and you're waiting in line for your lunch, and some asshole kid cuts in front of you. You're like, "Hey, no butting." We used to say butting in New Jersey.
Yeah, no butting in line.
No
Nobody
butting.
likes a line cutter.
Yeah, everybody hates line cutters. It's wrong. There are people who are waiting in line. You wait your turn. And you do what everybody else does. And so there's something very American about the revulsion of breaking into this country without waiting your turn, without following the proper steps. I don't understand. Like, I understand some things about the left. I understand save the whales. I get that stuff. I'm a little animal rights, too. I'm still going to eat them, though. But I don't understand this. I'll never understand this.
It's also weird if you go to any other country. I mean, like I would live in Singapore. I could only live there for 3 months, and I would have to come back. But I mean, that's just that other countries, and you can probably go any country. They won't let you just stay there. Like, you do have to go through a process in other countries. I don't get like why people think America is at a different standard.
Well, it's this is being forced down our throat by a sneering elite that doesn't care about the country. They don't care about ordinary Americans. The government is doing it because Americans won't vote for Democrats, and big business is doing it because they're getting cheap labor. And all down the road, they see this one world government, which is a joke because centralized control just means tyranny from the top. But these guys are pushing it. They never worry about where their next check is coming from. They don't have to drive to the store and choose whether to buy eggs or milk. They're rich. They get money off of us, especially those in government. I mean, this thing with Ukraine is the biggest money laundering scheme in history.
Yeah. What did you see? What's his name? Getting high-fived by Congress the other day. The Ukrainian president. What's his name? Zelensky.
Yeah.
What is going on, dude? What is going on? Why are we worshiping this clown?
He has the power of Sean Penn's Oscar. I mean, nothing can stop him.
Everything is weird right now. I can't even pay attention. I like when I see that, I go, I think I'm on Russia's side. I don't know what it is. Like immediately, when I see Nancy Pelosi, giving huggies to the president of Ukraine, I think I'm on Russia's side. I don't know. I'm not clear about why that is. It's just instinctive. You mean
her and Kamala Harris holding up that Ukraine flag that Zelensky gave that was signed and everything?
everybody with the Ukrainian flags, I think I'm against this. And I don't research it. I have no idea why. It's just instinctive revulsion. I know there's something skeevy about it. I know there's something fucked up about it when I see these people throwing incredible amounts of money at this situation. There's something going on. And too lazy to find out. I'm too busy reading about Jack Ruby.
I've went into it before, but it's basically like where I don't know. It becomes really weird, and you go into these deep theories. But it's like America's basically using Ukraine to fight Russia, like rather than us fight Russia. So they're kind of like a pawn being used by us. It's really strange.
I just want to put in one aside here is that for those who want to back the Private American, you can find it by going to theprivateamerican.com because it's shadow banned, it's hidden. But if you go to theprivateamerican.com, it'll take you right to the campaign.
Yeah. Private American. Well, oh, that's right. I didn't put the link in the. Hold on a second. First of all, let me get Shane's link pinned.
Get Shane's link. Go 200,000.
That's right.
Let's go. Let me get Shane's link.
200.
That is quite a feat. If it can be had, let's try it, guys. Let's see what we can do. What? Okay, so we're all right. I see what we're doing. I see what you titled this stream.
What did I title this stream?
Efapping.
Oh, Efapping. Yeah, we are going to be Efapping a lot of things tonight because there's interesting stuff going on. Deep Red State's mad at me. He says, "Start reading and stop being an idiot." I got so much fun.
What are you supposed to read?
I got so much on my plate. Please stop making me care about what's going on in the world right now. Part of me has just shrugged it off.
You're sorry.
Oh my God. It's just unbelievable. All right, maybe I will. Maybe I'll read and I'll learn about this. COMICSGATE supporting the commies confirmed, says Richie, too. That's tricky. Who are the good guys? Who are the bad guys? Sebastian Anon says, I missed his super chat. I scroll back really quick to see if I can find it real fast. And if I can, good. If I can't, then that's okay. We're moving forward until I can get it at the end. And that is the scenario. All right, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, let's talk about comic book professionals who are not getting paid at all. And they're not getting paid. Look at this. By the way, it's happening everywhere. Like everywhere that.
Hang on. I'm paying them, Ethan. I'm paying them no mind.
Star Wars Rebels star Freddie Prinze Jr. threatened to quit animated series due to the cast low pay. Like Disney isn't paying their voice actors. By the way, do voice actors get paid anything at all? Like, is that like for some reason I feel like that's
not much. But the thing with voice actors, because I've actually been friends with a couple of them, like Billy West and some people. And the trick is like a lot of actors do want to do this because it's like very small work. They just go in, they read their lines. They don't even have to be with the other voice actors.
Nope.
And on top of that, they could be anywhere in any major city, and they just go to a sound studio and record their lines. Like, so it's like this weird job where, like,
I would just phone it in.
Like, you basically do. Like, I remember with Billy West, we were at a con in Australia. And he had to go do, because he's the voice also for the Red M&M. And he was like, yeah, I got 6 o'clock. I got to be here to record my lines for an M&M commercial. It's like, that's a weird job that you can just, you can just be anywhere. A lot of movie actors want to do it just because it's easy phoned in work. Like so it's like, does it pay well? It pays well for just reading some lines. I mean, that's it.
Yeah. I mean, I would assume there's a union scale to it. So, and like Shane said, I'm sure that, if you look at how long it takes you to do it and what you get paid, it's not bad.
Now, big Hollywood stars oftentimes do this. I think Tommy Lee Jones was one of those, or some, I don't know. You hear these Hollywood guys are like, I did it for my kid. My kid likes cartoons, so I did it for my kid. So I think there's a part of that too.
Wasn't there a female voice actor that posted about she did the voice for a video game? And they only paid her like $2,000, and then it turns out the truth was she got paid like $15 or something, and then she got all this backlash on Twitter. Did you guys ever hear that?
Yeah,
I don't remember that, but I've been hearing a lot about people, voice actors, like saying there's no money in this, and I think about I Kick Vic or I Stand with Vic and Kick Vic. that whole thing, and it makes me laugh. I like that all of those people who were enemies of Nick Rekieta were like sub-poverty working slaves. 200 Watt Studio says Prince told people not to watch. Now he complains that Disney not making money to pay him. Lol. Freddie Prinze Jr., another wokester. Sebastian Anand says, so Billy West was the real Slim Shady. All right, so who cares? So these guys are not making any money here. And we got this great article, which I read already, but I might read it again. Corrupt comics journalists finally admit comics industry is in trouble. And why did they admit this? This is a great repost of an article by Ace of Spades.
Sorry, I hit the wrong button.
I was like,
now I want to know which one you're going to hit.
Yeah, what was that?
I hit the mute button, and then that was right next to it. I'm sorry. I was opening an envelope. I kind of caught up with this. This is actually probably good.
What did you catch up with? What do you mean?
This article, just compiling this, because this shit's been going on for 2 weeks. If we can compile this is actually really good.
Yeah, Ace of Spades is a really, really good, mysterious conservative journalist or blogger, I would say. And he watches me and Zach, and he's a cool guy, man. He's a really cool guy. He gives us hell sometimes, mostly Zach. Not me. He loves me, but he gives Zach hell. Let me see. But he wrote this big article here, which is fantastic, talking about why the comic book industry is broke and how come journalists can no longer, deny it. And the thing is, it's not that the truth is this is so fucking corrupt. It's not that the truth is bringing journalists to finally admit the comic book industry is in trouble. It's not because the truth is just obvious. It has nothing to do with that. They're not being paid anymore. They're not being paid to lie anymore. It's because they're not getting paid either. So it's if comic book pros aren't getting paid, well, that's one thing. But finally, Heidi McDonald, Comics Beat, these sites, she even said, we're not getting paid either. So if they're not paying us, we might as well just come out and say it. Yeah, things ain't good. No kidding. Why have they been lying this whole time then?
She was running a GoFundMe, wasn't she, to keep the lights on the beat?
Yeah, and it was for $2,000 or something. It wasn't even very much money that she was looking for. It was crazy. Angry Baneling, thanks for 200 rupees. Legal immigration hasn't been that great for you recently either. Sadly, your culture has changed too much because people treat your country like a second home away from their third world homes. And David L. Joined the channel. Thank you, David L. Why is she lying? What is this? Why? Every time, we come out and say, hey, the evidence looks to me like comics are not doing too well. They come out and say, here's another article with some pie chart that proves that things are great.
A chart that adds in manga and YA novels, a lot of shit that normally we wouldn't ever count, right?
Well, it's not that. That's not the whole thing. The whole thing is that they're not doing sales. Those charts are stacks of. It's we made more money than we did last year. And the reason why is because most Batman books cost between $6 and $8 now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So they went from $3.99 to up to $8 for cover price, and then they go, look, we have a 20 or 15% profit over last year. No shit. You know what I mean? But it's sales are down. You're making the same amount of money or a little bit more, but you're selling fewer books. That's not a good thing. In the meantime, we've got these comic book pros who cannot pay their bills because they're not being paid. And we'll talk more about this, having to resort to prostitution, literally.
Oh, God.
Yeah,
I can't believe she's poor from that. Or she's not poor.
Right.
I can't. Sex work. Penny Parker from The Great Bleeding Fool says, oh my fucking God, this is not Photoshopped or a meme or a troll. This is real. This is DC Comics writer T. Franklin explaining how she's a grandma's sex worker who drains balls. This is where the comic book industry is right now, guys. So we got there's no Oh, it's just oh,
come on.
Happy holidays, ho holidays
Ho.
from your favorite sex worker, grandma turned comic and TV writer, grandma. What is all that noise? Is that Mike or is that Mike?
I'm opening a package.
Oh. Grandmas and grandpas do sex work too. I'm a whole ass grandma and I'm still draining wallets and balls. And balls.
Right. Yeah, you gotta, that means like it's pay to play, guys. You gotta pay for it. Here's the thing. Can you imagine being at a Comic-Con? People are there with their Harley Quinn comics to get signed by T. Franklin. And then all of a sudden the guy in front of you, and she's like, okay, I'll sign your comics. He's like, oh, I thought this was the line to get my DS.
Right. She's got to sign up $10 for her signature and $20 for her handy behind the table. Come on back.
To me, it's weird because they hired her like right off. T. Franklin's just an interesting thing. I was like, Yanzi, let's do a video about this. She's like, no. And I'm like, come on, we get good views on our T. Franklin videos.
T. Franklin.
Do a good, but she's lost contests. Like DC will do the round robin thing where people vote if this book gets to exist or not. She's lost it, went to the internet, cried, gotten a job from Archie, and then get another job from DC at the same time to shut her ass up. She, by far, to me, is like one of the most powerful SJWs in the comic industry right now. Now, she doesn't know how to really, like, now when I say she's powerful, I don't mean she's capitalizing on it. I don't think she really uses it to her full extent. But, like, she used to just come out and say she was a sex worker. And then she kind of dropped that from her Twitter pronouns or whatever. But, like, every time she gets hired for something, she puts a black disabled lesbian in it. Like, basically, like, they pay her to create diversity, but which is self-insert. It's so fucking weird. So by losing a contest, which that contest, no bullshit, it looked like she won it first, and then DC counted the votes, and they were bots. She cheated. Okay, she cheated, won the round robin. Then they were like, no, we have to recalculate. She cries all over the internet, ends up with another Harley Quinn miniseries, which was better than the book she was running for. And then a job at Archie Comics at the same time, which, I mean, that's not a big deal working at Archie, but still, like, I've never seen somebody lose.
It is a big deal. She should not be writing Archie Comics.
No doubt.
I mean,
she should be writing any comics.
Yeah, like, listen, she should not be writing Archie Comics. She's a whore, okay? And she's a blackmail artist. She needs to stop it. The reason why she has a career is because she came in and Mark Waid and J.G. Jones decided that they were going to do a comic book called Strange Fruit. Yep. They were going to tell the story of what would happen if a black man, if Superman, a Superman character, was a black man in 1950s Mississippi, and how he was persecuted and all of this, all the stuff that you would expect, crackers to write about, as they're trying to explain the black experience. And Mark Waid, I guess, took the opportunity to use the N-word a lot in that book, dude. Why would, like, you're writing about 1950s Mississippi. Yeah. Why wouldn't you use the N-word over in it? This is the thing. I always say to my Caucasian friends, how many times do you think you're entitled to use the N-word on any given comic book page? Well, that varies from person to person. John Malin has told me 9. He's actually said minimum.
It depends on the character you're writing.
Maximum
if you're writing,
9 times, right?
If you're writing dialogue from a rapper, you could probably use it 9 times in one word balloon.
That's correct. But you know what? Like, in the mainstream comic book industry, when you are white, you want to write something like this, you are leaving yourself wide open to be basically beaten down by people, by activists, by people like T. Franklin. And that's what she did, man. She just came out and said, this guy came to me, I have him on tape saying the N-word at me. That's how you get a career in comics. It works every single time it's tried. You sit there and you blackmail people into saying like, look, I can prove this guy's a racist. These people are racist. These people are sexist. They're going to give you a job just to shut you up. And that's what's happened to T. Franklin, in my opinion. She's been given job after job because people have seen that she is devastating as an SJW, extremely powerful. 200 Watt Studio says T. Franklin only created a con with her own private VIP room for lap dances.
No, she's hang on. She's in a wheelchair. She can't do lap dances.
Oh God, horrendous, absolutely horrendous. But yeah, that is the truth. I mean, yes. And by the way, don't ever fire T. Franklin. Once T. Franklin's in, and once these people are in, look at what happened to Oni Press when they fired, what bisexual lighting and murder, whatever that person was. Doesn't matter how many paychecks you've cut for this person. When it's time for them to go because your business is going under, they're going to stand on your necks. She went right to the press, bisexual lighting and murder, and hung poor Oni Comics out to dry as racists. It was unreal.
I don't even know what you're talking about.
You don't. Oh my God, dude! I made a whole video about this, Andy. What
was the person's actual name? Do you remember?
Let me see if I can find this situation here. It was amazing, dude.
It's weird though. Like, that's the whole industry as a whole. Like, the industry can't walk back. They can't walk back like gay Superman or anything like that. They're committed. They'll never be able to get rid of that character. And if they have an event and bisexual Superman isn't standing up front in that event, they're always going to be istanphobes. It's like such a weird decision. Like, when you make a business decision, and this is business, you have to go, well, can I get out of this situation? Like, once I do this with this character, when they killed Superman, Death of Superman, Mike Carlin had a plan that he really wasn't dead. DC knew, he'll come back. They wrote it in. Dealing with SJWs and stuff, man, is like you can never not hire them from here on out because you're phobic.
Yeah. Again, in order for woke to go away in 2022, everybody would have to, in unison, stand up and tell these people to go away. And what chance is that? What, you really think that's going to happen? You got the Daily Beast here. Oni Press promised inclusive comics. Then, amid chaos, it shut out marginalized employees. Quote, it was insane. This is my favorite fucking article. Written by, of course, is it Asher Elbine who wrote this? Yes, it is Asher Elbine. This woke cracker. This is one of the guys from the early days of COMICSGATE. He wrote all of the anti-COMICSGATE shit, all these articles. Big friend of Heather Antos. Even before a merger led to the firings of queer women and women of color. Ex-employees describe... Don't fire queer women and women of color, whatever you do. They're so vital to every enterprise. Ex-employees describe a chaotic, at times hostile work environment at Oni Press. Do you believe that for 1 second?
No.
J Bomba Fan says, Bro Dog needs to bring the Mad Dog tonight. 200K. Ladies and gentlemen, Inglorious Rex Volume 2 by Shane Davis circles the bases around 184. 184,000 heading to 185. Cypher's Basement says, organized chaos made my stream with members only. I got him to admit that he thinks of black people when someone says the N-word. Oh, wait a second. What do you mean? Uploading 2 different versions of the stream in January. Oh, good. I can't wait to see it, I guess. I don't know if it's that big of an admission to get someone to say that they think of black people when they hear the N-word. Because I think that's the purpose of that word, is to make you think of black people. But okay, I'm excited about seeing it anyway. On May the 8th, guys, I want you to just get in your feety pajamas and get ready for a horror show of SJWism. On May the 8th, editors and creators in the comic industry awoke to an announcement in the New York Times that Oni Press, publisher of Scott Pilgrim, among other beloved indie books, would be merging with Lion Forge, a publisher largely built by Black creators, and its parent company, Polarity. It was the kind of business maneuvering that rarely makes headlines outside of the comic book industry. But inside the industry, layoffs from the merger kicked up a stir that is yet to die down. Several of those jettisoned in the merger were queer women and women of color. Oh no. Mike, you cannot fire queer women and women of color. That's the worst. They're always the hardest hit in every scenario.
I have none to fire.
Oh, good. Yeah, you don't. How would you fire any of them? We don't employ any of them. I can make that promise right now that I will never fire queer women or women of color from All Caps Comics.
But you would have to hire them first to fire them, even.
Right.
That's correct. Among others, the casualties from Lion Forge included their editor-in-chief, Andrea Colvin, an assistant editor, and Eisner Award-winning cartoonist, Christina Steens Stewart. Those laid off from Oni Press included its one Black editor, Desiree Wilson, while executive editor R. Yarwood resigned a year later. At a time when indie companies like Oni had publicly committed to inclusivity, the fallout from the merger has been particularly ugly. I love this article so much, and has provoked greater scrutiny of the Portland-based company's workplace practices. It's Portland. Are you kidding? Like, it doesn't matter what you do. It doesn't matter. You are fucked when you deal with these people. You are fucked. Interviews with former Oni staff members allege a startlingly unprofessional office environment with an editorial arm that seemed reluctant to support its marginalized employees.
But didn't they merge with a company, Lion Forge, that is primarily Black creators? Didn't they say that at the beginning of the article?
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. I mean, they still got rid of Steens. Not Steens. Yes, Steens Remover. That is the new Lione Comics. They got rid of Steens. They got rid of Desiree Wilson. They got rid of so many marginalized people that they were supposed to be supporting. You were reluctant to support your marginalized employees. What the fuck? CR Whiskey says, fire them all out of a cannon. No, I'm with you. I agree 100%. Fire them all. But this is how it is. Desiree Wilson, this is bisexual lighting and murder. Desiree Wilson came to the comic book industry via an unusual route, starting out in the military before taking jobs that included emergency medical technician and 911 dispatcher. After working as an editorial intern at Dark Horse Comics, she applied for an assistant editor position at Oni Press as a long shot and got hired. Okay. Oni Press was in flux when Wilson came on board, with EIC James Lucas Jones taking over as publisher and Ari Yarwood moving into the executive editor position. Yarwood declined to comment for the record on this piece, citing mental health. I'm sorry, I can't comment on this. My mental health is at stake. Shane, that's never stopped you. Oh, Shane's gone. All right, never mind. Thanks, Shane. Thanks for being there to receive my joke. Wilson took over for editor Charlie Chu, who had been moved into another position in the company. She was offered a starting pay of just $30,000 a year and a slate of 30 comics titles to manage, which included...
So wait, she was an assistant editor and she was starting at 30? Oh, God, not Joe. Oh, no.
30? How do you... Well, I mean, seriously, like $30,000 a year and 30 comics titles? Did Oni publish 30 comics?
Oh, I had no idea.
That's crazy. For reference, Wilson said, an editor position at a publisher like Simon & Schuster has a slate of 8 to 10 titles a year. There were few systems in place of any kind at Oni, Wilson said. The office is chronically understaffed, with heavy turnover and massive workloads falling on the remaining editorial and marketing employees. There was no HR department. Oh, this is a big deal right here. You need an HR department in order to take control of the company. That's what SJWs do. You say, right. I'm marginalized. You're supposed to be supporting me. You're being racist to me. HR.
Diversity, equity, and inclusion.
Right. And it's all, the HR department is filled with SJWs every single time. That's where they go. This is how they hijack a company and steer it towards social justice.
Human resources is usually there to protect the company, so that probably is like one of the more powerful positions an SJW could take, but it's also the one position that would probably kill the company if an SJW gets.
Well, that is what they do. I mean, they want control of the company. They can't get control of the company via a normal means, like being successful, winning the job because of they've done some good stuff.
Individual merit. How dare you? How dare you mention individual merit?
It's never merit. It's always like, I've got, and this is how T. Franklin, gets her positions too. It's like, I've got a grievance. I have been, disrespected as the marginalized person. Like, that is how these people get in. That is how they get control. And Sean Gordon Murphy thinking that this is going to end this year. Urashima Taru says HR was an invention of woke and their tool.
Right.
All right. There was no HR department when she joined and no onboarding in order to get trained, Wilson said. She eventually had to go over to Chu's house 3 times a week and eventually asked Yarwood if she could proceed herself. Morale issues abounded. Recognition for accomplishments, such as an Eisner win for T-Dragon Society. Did you read that, Mike? T-Dragon Society?
No.
It won an Eisner.
Never heard of it.
They must have been within the last 20 years, or particularly the last 10 years. Because, as you know, these awards used to be given out for merit, but now they're given out for other reasons.
T-Dragon Society. Sure, figure out what that is. TDS. Which Yarwood edited, was thin, Wilson said, and the extra work of keeping the office clean fell on female employees. Yes. Well, just say you're non-binary. Didn't that work on them? But we're queer, non-binary. We're not female. Sorry, grab a mop, bitch.
Hey, I gotta bail to go greet the wife. I might be back later. Thanks, guys.
Yes,
later,
bye,
Mike.
Mike. Yeah. Take care. I love the idea that they're mad that they had to clean up the office. Well, make yourself useful. Male executives got themselves pulled off the cleaning rotation. Women, including Ari and Melissa Mazzaros, and I were doing the overwhelming work of keeping the office clean, making sure things were where they needed to be when they needed to be there, or planning of celebrations. By the way, having to behave like women. This is women's work, isn't it? I think so.
Sort of.
Yeah,
no, definitely it is.
The T-Dragon Society is a book that's LGBTQ, and it's about a gay couple.
Yeah,
so it's a T-Bag Society.
Yeah.
Sierra Whiskey says No Cover Comics has no HR department, coming soon to Indiegogo. There's trouble from marginal. Do not fire. You better respect your marginalized employees. Sierra Whiskey. All right, so there needed to be planning of celebrations. I don't think one time we celebrated as a group something that wasn't someone leaving. Well, not everybody wants to squat at Oni Comics for $30,000 a year.
Yeah.
I mean, that's, what do you expect? Like, that is a celebration for them leaving. It was kind of insane to me how chaotic it was, says Rachel Reed, former Oni Press marketing man. Are you guys, hey, Oni Press, are you happy that you hired all these retards? Are you happy that you filled your office with these fucking bitches? And you paid them whatever you could, probably more than they were worth, so that they could trash you like this the minute that you fell on hard times? I'll bet they did the cleaning without prompting, says Rajma Taru. I doubt that, seriously. You had to force them to do it.
Yeah.
It's so chaotic. When she came on board in October 2015, the company didn't even have an official website. There were no systems in place. Nothing was archived. They never had marketing budgets. When I entered, I was thinking it was an entry-level job where I'm going to learn comic book marketing, and I had to start figuring it out on my own. Things went particularly downhill in March of 2018, Wilson said. Her relationship with, listen to this. You're an editor. They hired this crazy person. Bisexual Lighting and Murder. By the way, that should have been your first clue. That's her Twitter handle. Her relationship with one of the creators she managed soured, with the writer shouting at her over the phone and refusing to communicate via email, before finally telling her at a convention that he couldn't tell her apart from the other biracial black person at the office. Now, hold on 1 second here. Let me make one thing clear. Shane, what is an editor's job with regard to talent?
I don't know. To manage them? I don't know. To hire talent, to manage
to S their D. I mean,
seriously.
To S their D. When you are an editor who is working with prize talent at a company like Oni Press, you've got somebody there.
They're lucky to have prize talent. That's the thing.
Yes. Can you imagine you hire this bitch to be an editor and her relationship soured with one of the creators she managed? Get out of here. What do you mean? Like, now I've got to okay, and they're shouting over the phone. Apparently you have no people skills, so now you're fighting with one of our prized creative people. They're creative people. They're the ones who make the comics that we try to sell. You're the one who mops the floor for 30 grand a year.
Yeah.
And then what is it? Why is this person yelling at you, Wilson? Why? Hey, Bisexual Lighting and Murder, why is this prized writer of ours yelling at you and refusing to take your calls? I don't know, but like, they're an asshole anyway, because they said they couldn't tell me apart from another biracial black person in the office.
Is she the yelling is because the writer doesn't want to talk on the phone, or because
we don't know, because this article was written by Asher Elbine, so you have to read between the lines. You have making it look like she's the victim here.
Right. Well, I've been in this situation with an SJW editor, one of my last, and she would want to put things on the phone a lot, and I was like, no, this needs to be an email so I can track it back, so you can't change your mind later on or something like that. So it's in writing. The easier way, a lot of people probably just want to stick to emails, and probably in this situation, she wanted to get on the phone and be like, yeah, but wouldn't it be okay, skis, if we just thought about this? And oh wait, no, that didn't work. How do we fix it? Okay, let's do this. Oh, let's fix it again. And then you're doing something 2 or 3 times, but if it's in an email, you're like, no, you made a decision here, and how many times you have to commit to your words, and that's probably what happened in this situation. The guy's screaming at her on the phone, I want to communicate an email. You're too indecisive. You don't know what you're doing, but you're trying to manage me, and you want to be loosey goosey with SJW speak on making decisions and committing the story or artwork or whatever. I mean, it's one of those situations.
Well, whatever it is, what we know, we have some facts here, so we don't need to read between the lines too much or imagine any scenarios. We know that her relationship with one of the creators she managed soured. That cannot be allowed to happen. That is the opposite of her job. With the writer, that's the creator, shouting at her over the phone and refusing to communicate via email. That is because whatever this person did pissed this creator off so much that they're actually shouting at their employer, the person who cuts their paycheck. Something fucked up happened there. And then she went and she told her employees that, this guy said that he couldn't tell the difference between me and another biracial black person. In other words, this guy came up to her probably and said, hey, Tracy. Oh, I'm sorry. I meant Desiree. And Tracy is another, biracial black person.
Right.
And that's a grievance now. That is something that this person's going to hold over the creative person's head instead of just letting it go. Chris Topher says, are marginalized employees the fat ones that love butter? That's marginalized. Manic Boy Production says mental health, etc. And that's everything. That's what it all comes down to. Exactly right.
here's the thing. I all the time, DC Comics, Comic Cons, whatever, people come up to me and mistake me for Pat Gleason, and Pat Gleason would get mistaken for me. Neither one of us called people racist. All white people don't look the same. Didn't do
you
that.
guys do. And you know what? Like, honestly, most white people do look the same.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, COMICSGATE Kings, like, we really do look close to the same. Like, there are subtle differences between me and Andy Smith. There's some weight, you know, et cetera, et cetera. But, like, you know, I think to black people, we probably look exactly the same. You know, to Asian people, we probably look pretty much the same. And when you get a whole lineup of us, like bald-bearded white guys, what are the differences? They're so small, they're minute. We mostly just look the same. Yeah. Anyway, Wilson said that the company sat on this complaint for over a year. When trying to address the issue with publisher James Jones, she said he avoided taking action, insisting that the creator had just been joking and didn't mean it. What? Just joking? He said I look like another biracial black person in the office. What? That's racist. Fire his ass.
It's a racist AF. That's what the kids say. They say that's AF. Yeah. Racist as fuck.
In the aftermath of these events, Wilson said she felt ostracized from the office. You don't say. She also began getting official feedback questioning her work performance. You don't say. A month before the merge, it must be racism. That's why. Mm-hmm. They went, oh, wait, I didn't notice you were black. Biracial. Time for us to start persecuting
Was
you.
this the first time he ever saw this person in real life, though? Like, it's possible he'd never seen you before. Like, that he's only heard your voice or email. It
wouldn't even matter. Like, it's such a tiny little offense. Like, you'd have to be a piece of shit looking for a reason to be angry for that to be like, and to be like, what? How dare you? Like, nobody needs to be walking around, you know, tiptoeing on eggshells for assistant editors at Oni Press who make $30,000 a year and their job is scrubbing the floor. You don't need to be like walking around. Somebody who actually writes comics makes a little kind of faux pas there, and then the assistant editor goes to the office. Imagine being like the executive, the EIC of Oni Press, and having to put up with that shit. It's like, I'm really aggrieved. This person said I look like a different person of my race. Do something. Do something. This is what happens when you hire these people. I'm telling you. Urashima Taru says all white people look alike. I finally caught you in a racism EVS. My years of undercover work finally paid off. I'm going to the press.
Here's the thing in all of this. I blame Rich Johnson.
Why?
Around 2015, he started doing these ongoing articles about the amount of women in comics. Like, and then he started every month. It started from some photo of Image Expo, and there were all these white male creators on stage with, you know, as a group shot of all the books they just premiered. Like, you know, there was Scott Snyder, all these people, right? And then from there, it seemed like every month, he even did this thing, like, it's this month, here's a pie chart of how many women are being hired at Marvel, how many women are being hired at DC. And I think some smaller companies, and I'm going to name Image and whoever, started trying to cater to that and think like they would get ahead of Marvel and DC. Like, oh, this is the new goalpost. This is what we're going for. Who can hire the most women in comics? I really do, because if you know, everybody wants, when you're making a comic, you want Bleeding Cool or Newsarama or whoever to talk about you, and you go to that extent, right? Like where you're like, well, they'll talk about me, or we want to look better, you know. Like if it's we have more women's. I don't know. That's what I think. I always come back to that. I'm like, Rich had his hand in on this, whether he knew it or not at the time.
Yeah, when they approached you know, Dan DiDio in 2010 and said hire more women, John Smith says, EVS, what point are you trying to make? I think I'm making it fairly well. My point is that the main export of SJWs is static, turmoil, chaos, drama. It isn't whatever you're trying to make. So when you hire somebody like Desiree, What you get is not comics and better relationships with your talent. What you get is needless, stupid, race-based, usual grievance, static garbage that you have to deal with. More stress, more problems, more things that HR, you're going to have an HR situation. And then when that goes wrong, they go to the press. So my point is, don't hire SJWs, John. My point is that hiring SJWs is suicidal for a company. It's awful for a company. And this article, the entirety of it, proves that point fairly easily, fairly well. Wandering COMICSGATE, King Marduk Knight says at San Diego Comic-Con and New York City Comic-Con, people would hand me somebody else's book and I'd sign it and thank them. That's nice. Smoking Wraith says, look at that little face. Hashtag Liquorgate, hashtag Brodogs. Everybody loves Shane Davis.
Some people do.
I think everybody does. Let me see here. J Bama fan says the length average peaked after Jimmy entered the room. I'm not sure what that means either. John Smith says life changes, life evolves, world changes. John, it doesn't have to. People don't have to make stupid mistakes. People don't have to get trapped into hiring employees based on race, gender, and then suffer emotional blackmail that cripples their company. That's not evolution. That's something else. Nobody has to choose that path.
But that same attitude was being tossed around by Heidi McDonald a few months ago when she was supporting that the sales are better than ever. But yeah, manga and Dogman, comics are changing, and now like it's, all these companies are going bankrupt and she can't keep the lights on her own site. It's like you could always just say, hey, I'm not sick. I have cancer. Life changes. It's like that's a horrible excuse and a horrible mantra for situations in life. Is life changes. Yes. Like it doesn't make it any less true.
Are we all going to pretend Shane doesn't look like Joe Exotic?
Yeah.
No, we're going to pretend that he does, because that's exactly what his purpose is to look like Joe Exotic, and he doesn't really look like that.
No, he doesn't have the hair.
Yeah, that's not what he look. I mean, he's dressed like him a little bit. He doesn't really look like him. All right, let me see what the chat is saying here. Smiller only hates Shane at Christmas time, says Sarangus Fungus.
Some people, maybe I should be, maybe that's a compliment. Like, he could be spending time with his loved ones, singing Christmas carols, but he's thinking about me.
Yeah, that is kind of nice.
Yeah.
He's thinking, how can I hurt Shane Davis's feelings?
How can I ruin his Christmas?
How can I ruin Shane's Christmas? That is nice. You're right. To be living in someone's head like that to that degree.
Yeah.
Let me see. Galactic Emperor Schlarm says Shane Davis, SND. SND. Coincidence? What does that mean? Is it SND? Like S in that D, or what is
Yeah, I have a N in my first name and it begins with an S, and then my last name begins with D. Yeah, that's a reach.
It is a little bit of a reach. Hail Cap Happy, I backed the subscription box on day one. Then I backed Rex a second time this afternoon because everything is not enough. Thank you, Tom
Tuttle. Like, hell.
Georgina Floyd joined the channel. Thank you for joining the channel. By the way, if you're joining the channel, make sure that you go to the community tab and sign up. Sunday is the last day to sign up for the holiday card. Go to the community tab. You'll find a link there. We're going to take that link down, I think, on the 1st. So make sure that you get your card. Tara OY says, Hail COMICSGATE. Merry Christmas. Love the stream. Thank you, Terry. Terry OY. Appreciate you, my friend. You're a newbie around here, and you're welcome. All right. Shane, do you understand what I'm saying now?
No.
Okay, so we'll get back to the article until you figure it out. All right, here we go.
I'm going to show you artwork from the Dragon book that they said was such a big deal and it won an Eisner. And then get back to the article. Like
Dragon Society.
I want you to see, and the whole book looks like this.
All right, let me see.
So this was this is what they see as meritocracy. It won an Eisner, and it looks like this. Like, like this to me isn't anything special, and you wouldn't think this would win an Eisner Award. Not trying to talk shit about this art style, but let me talk shit about this art style. Can you believe like this was nominated, but not probably some other book that
people
read and this is what happens with Eisner Award books is nobody probably ever ordered this book. It barely printed. And then they do a small print run, they get nominated, then they win, and then they print it again, but then they put this sticker on it.
Right. So it gives it a little cachet. People see it. They're like, oh my God, we got to buy it. It won an Eisner.
Well, maybe it could.
I've never looked into it, but at what year did the Eisners stop meaning anything?
Around 2010.
Yeah,
11.
10, 15 years ago.
Maybe. I mean, I know it used to be a legitimate award, but then it's shit like this now.
Same year.
Yeah, when I got nominated for an Eisner for Best Penciler Inker, I was up against like Jay Lee. I was up against Dave Finch. Like I was like, oh shit, like yeah, these are real powerhouses that I'm up against. And you know who won?
Who?
The chick who did Why the Last Man.
Really?
Yeah, and I was like, all right, that's nice.
So that's why. Okay, you lost to a woman. I mean,
yeah.
I didn't. All right. Well, all of you did
on a book about men becoming extinct.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right. It's a Vertigo book. We can't give it to somebody that draws superheroes like Jay Lee, Dave Fincher, Ethan. No way.
There was one year. There were some contenders up. It was like Matt Fraction for something, and then for an event at Marvel, but also Jeff Johns. And he was nominated for a lot of things. Like, and Johns was selling like a lot of shit at DC. This was around the Blackest Night era of things, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, he's been dominating sales charts, and he lost like every category. And the talk is like, yeah, he took this position at DC, like a corporate position, right before the awards. So they were like, well, we can't give him an award now because he's a corporate guy.
Okay. Canucks says, Merry Christmas, Ethan, and everyone else. Tomorrow I turn 52, and I will be celebrating locally. Join me at Twin Peaks, Little Rock, Arkansas, 5:30 p.m. Thank you.
All right.
I can't go to Arkansas.
Have you ever been to a Twin? Have you ever been to a Twin Peaks season?
No. What's the Twin Peaks? I thought you were going to show me artwork from that book. You just showed me the cover.
Well, it all looks like that. I mean, the pages.
I saw the cover already, and then you bring it back up, and you say you're going to show me art, and you take it away. Where are the interior pages? Maybe it's different. Maybe it's good.
Oh, it's not. It's all the same. Twin Peaks is kind of like a burger place, but it's
like Hooters.
It's
like a Hooters,
except they have lingerie night.
Yeah, they do different nights, but they usually wear little skirts and then shirts that button-up shirts that tie up underneath the boobs, showing them. It's a fun place. Good food.
Urashima Taru says, Why the Last Man is shit. Hold on a second. Let me see this. I never read it. Oh, my God. Look at that. Just hideous, big, pimply women.
Oh,
yeah, but hairy women with hairy arms.
Is that a woman? That's a woman, right? Or is that a man?
Yeah, that's a woman with hairy arms.
Well, so I think the story is about two female friends that possibly could become more, and then it's like an older gay couple who mentor them.
What is that about older gays mentoring underage youth?
It's called grooming.
Yeah, right? Like, isn't that like skeevy as fuck and probably illegal?
It's grooming, yes. I don't know if it's illegal. Maybe it is if they're underage.
On how far they take it and what age they are.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
I'm gonna.
It just seems like a gateway to that situation to me.
Yeah, it definitely is.
I don't know. Yeah, this is the artwork. This is what they're saying. This person won an Eisner. How could you not recognize this book? It's like, okay.
I'm tired looking at it. Waylon Todd says, "Where's that pervert Russell Hall tonight?" He doesn't really come on, like, he doesn't super chat me. He super chats like the Jag Show. My super chatters are Urashima Otaru and 200 Watt Studio. Here we go. Art is completely forgettable. Story gets retarded. See.
Oh, and Why the Last Man? I never read it.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like it's okay.
They did. So I'm not trying to get into Why the Last Man, but that's ironic because like people championed the book for years, right?
Mhm.
And then he's looking for a TV show. They're always talking about it for years, and it finally gets made. And then they're like, "Well, where's trans people?" And the whole concept is all the men die.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he basically got canceled and eaten alive by SJWs just because it took too long to make the show. It made it the first season and it's like dead. I think they actually had to somehow accommodate that in the story too, which breaks the whole concept of the book.
Bully Badger says, as a gay man, most gay people mind their own business and don't groom kids. Please don't blanket all the gays as SJW predators. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 laughing. He's right about that. He says most gay people mind their own business and don't groom kids. Well, I don't know about that. I would say some don't, and Bully Badger doesn't. Most probably do, and that's fair enough. P. Callan says the Mange Man says being gay now is a shield for pedos.
I'm not trying to go down that road. I don't really think about this shit enough to invest in that. But like if people use that as like a excuse, like I don't know, it seems like it can be very problematic for sexual predators of underage people. Like it just seems like it's like a gateway. Like
J Bomba fan says, "What the fuck, Ethan? I get no super chat love." Yeah, J Bomba fan's another one. P. Callan too. Super chat me like 100,000 $2 super chats per show. Here's another one. EBS, you weigh a lot more than Andy Smith. Thank you to What Studio for realizing that, pointing it out. All right, let's take a look at Shane Davis's campaign as we pass another landmark here. Ready? Here we go. Shane Davis's Inglorious Rex passes 185.
Boom. Wow. Thank you
Nice.
guys. Whoa. On the way to 190. 190.
Yeah.
Another stretch goal. That's what we're looking for.
What is the stretch goal?
Some heroes out there. Get us to 190, guys.
You need stretch goals, Shane. You need to be like, hey, I'm going to give you a lollipop.
Everybody gets a lollipop.
I got free candy, kids. I actually don't know what the 190 is. It's an exclusive Rex trading card. Now that one's undetermined what it will be, but we will unlock another trading card. We did unlock the outside threats, which will be about the they're not aliens. It's like they're basically a life form that comes out from the Earth's crust. So they're like this underground terraforming alien that you saw at the end of the book. But they're not aliens. I don't know what I would call them, like a demon type thing, but part of the Earth.
Wait, that's not. Oh, I thought you were going to show me something you did. And hold on. Steve Roberts says my last super chat to say F you for saying I don't super chat. I'm not saying that you don't super chat. I'm saying Russell Hall super chats the Jack Show nonstop, like 50 times during his show. Yeah, and I've got great super chats. Steve Roberts super chats me $10. He's a wonderful guy. But I've got my Russell Hall, my version of Russell Hall would be J Bomba fan. It would be Pete Callan, would be Urashimo Taru, and it would be 200 Watt Studio. They super chat me all through the show, $2. They basically call me fat. I mean, that's Head Rock's another one. Us $2 super chatters should unionize. Oh boy, I'd be in real trouble then.
Get some rights.
Yeah.
What the super chatters unionize? Like what?
We're going on strike.
Like we're going to go on strike if you don't do this. If you don't chug 2 bottles of wine, we're going on strike.
Henry Bemis says, "I've never super chatted. I just back books." Yes.
There you go.
Yeah, I mean,
Ethan, I will. We'll try.
That,
all right. Okay, get it. Here's more money, Steve Roberts. Thank you, Steve Roberts. Thank you. Appreciate it.
That's a beautiful thing about COMICSGATE, though. You can support us in multiple ways, backing books, super chats,
retweets
over here.
Yeah.
All right. By the way, Jimmy Reyes is being very quiet tonight. He's just sitting there stoically, like, I hope I don't say the wrong thing tonight. Pete Callan says, whoa. My insults are better than just fatty. Yeah, they are. But, and they're devastating. The worst thing is when Pete Callan disagrees with me. I really hate that. P-Count has disagreed with me at least twice this year, and each time I'm like, shit, sets my teeth on edge. I'm like, what's going on here? P-Count's usually right, so I don't like to be disagreed with because it means that I'm probably wrong. Wandering COMICSGATE King Marduk Knight says the thought process is that this is sophisticated and others, hero action horror sci-fi, are juvenile. Hey, I super chat you, E. According to my balance, yes, you do. I'm not saying that you guys are all wonderful. I really appreciate all my super chatters.
But you are saying some are more wonderful than others.
That's all you're saying.
Not really, no.
Yeah.
I'd rather have like three $10 super chats from Steve Roberts than 100 $2 super chats calling me fat and gay from one. I mean, just to be fair. Raging Golden Eagle says, I feel your gravitational pull from here. Thank you, Raging Golden Eagle. Steve Giblin says, I put my $2 in for that union. All right, hold on a second. Jimmy is silent as F, says Lewis Lord. Jimmy, what's going on?
What? Yeah.
I'm afraid of that new gong you got for Christmas. I'm like, uh-oh. I know it's coming for me.
Oh, let's see it.
The gong is right. You see it?
Jimmy, don't be scared. He said it's a gong, not a dong.
Oh, he said it's a gong.
Oh, look at that. Very nice.
Wow.
Now, I have a handle there. I have the mallet. I cannot hit it tonight. Now, that's why I'm not showing it off too much, is because I know you're going to want me to gong it. And I can't gong it because it shakes the whole house. And some people are asleep. But we do have, this is my Christmas gong. All I asked for Christmas was a gong. And by the way, Andrea Red Rider BB gunned it. Because I had to set up the tree. I had to get the presents out. She's like, all your presents are in a box in the garage. And I went, oh. She's like, so will you put them under the tree? I said, I will. And I looked and I was like, there's no gong in here. These are all like clothing boxes, Appreciate it, but no gong. That's okay. I'm not going to make her feel bad. So I opened up all the presents. It was what she said, Hunter, will you go into my office and get your dad's big present? And I was just like Ralphie. I really was. Hunter came out with like a box that was, I said, that's got to be it. That's got to be the gong.
Dude, that is awesome that you actually got it.
I said, and she said, why? Like, she's like, by the way, Ava loves the gong.
Oh, sure.
She loves it. But she's like, why? And I'm like, because I have everything. The hell don't I have? It's like the one thing I don't have is a gong, I guess. I just wanted to ask for something and pretend I really wanted it just to have something for you to get. That's all. That's all it is.
So you literally said, I just made a task.
Yeah.
I gave you a task. You fulfilled it.
No, I really want it. I'm happy with my gong.
I just wanted to test your love and devotion to me if you would get me this one thing. I don't really want that.
I mean, you think about where she had to go to get a gong. I mean, where do you go?
Just
online.
The internet. You just ordered
yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Well, I mean, she said this to me. She goes, I opened it up. She goes, I thought it would be bigger, and I was like, deja vu, right? But yeah,
wedding day all over again.
Worst thing, but no, this is the thing. There's nothing worse than having somebody that you love, and you've got to go get them a gift, and you go, what would you like? And they go, I don't know, nothing. That is the worst. They think they're being nice.
Oh, so you're the hero in this situation.
Correct.
I got you.
Correct. When somebody says, what would you like for Christmas? They're saying, how can I show you that I love you without using my brain too much? Without really, that's the whole thing. So you can go, I don't know, whatever, it's good. You're good at getting gifts. That's making their life hard. When you go, what I would like is a Red Ryder BB gun with a compass and a stock and this thing that tells time, you're giving them a very easy way of saying, I love you. If I get that, you mean if I get you the thing that you're asking for, you'll know that I love you? Yes. I want to go. Love you too. And that's all it is, guys. Just trying to teach you a few things. DJ Fox says, say I'm valued. You are valued. You really, truly are. Thank you.
When you call one of your children favorite, can't do that.
You're in the steadfast. Thanks for a $20 Canadian. I think that's a sticker. One Slick Dude says EVS has opened the super chat can of worms and he can't backpedal fast enough. I know I'm in trouble. F union fees, trebuchet. Barb Rogers is becoming one of my favorite super chatters too, because she is getting really eccentric and funny. J Bomba fan says, "That's it, boys. Super chat strike now." No, don't super chat strike me. Ring the gong, or I'm asking for a refund. Are you being serious right now?
Too late. You paid. Uh-oh.
I'm just lightly, okay? Just lightly. That's it. That's all you're getting. Because if I hit it hard, like I want to, like that. If I do that, I'm going to get in trouble. So there you go. I rang the gong.
There you go.
Yeah. Let me see. Christopher says this $2 super chat is for Shane. He loves all super chatters.
I do equally.
I didn't say anything about not loving super chatters. I can super chat you too, man of size, says Josh.
Yeah. I don't have more favorite super chatters. They all look the same to me.
Yeah.
That gong is standing there unrung. Anxiety.
I can hear it.
Oh, I think I heard that little bit.
When you hit it in different spots, it sounds different. You can become a pretty good gong player over time if you practice. All right, hold on. Let me catch up with everybody. That was shit, people are saying. What do you want me to do? You want me to just, like, whack? I can't right now. Crazy.
Well, not with that attitude. I mean, I mean, I'm surprised, you did what you did.
I am too, because I hear Andrea walking around upstairs. She's going to come down here and yell at me. Bob Gable says, when is the first CG Gong show? That is the ultimate plan. The CG Gong show.
Dude, do you think you can, like, when we do whatever for the Fans Fest or whatever, wherever it is, there's got to be somebody with, like, a giant gong, right? Like, to kick off the show, we just ring this giant
gong. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm sorry. I am not good enough, Uncle E, says Darius S. Thanks for $2. You are good. Steve Gibbons says, confirmed Ethan hates poor people. I love the poor. Here's a $499.99 super chat. Read my super chat, but it was just imaginary. Thank you, Jedi Knight. Appreciate you. All right, let's get on with this show here. We got a lot of silliness going on. Shane Davis's Inglorious Rex 2 is not being backed while we're goofing off. Also, our eBay store live and available for shopping. Go through our eBay store, purchase some things, and we will ship them to you tomorrow. Oh, almost at 5,200 feedbacks. It's nice.
Wow.
Shane Davis's Inglorious Rex comic book has now almost on its way to 186.
What? Hello. We are moving on to 190, guys. I feel it.
J Bomba Fin says we need to unionize the chat.
So what? You guys are gonna pay union dues? Like, who's gonna collect?
Any attempts to unionize will be met with heavy reprisals from me. Okay, I will turn the fire hose on strikers. Wandering COMICSGATE King Marduk Knight says a new meme is born. Welcome. Yes, I love it. All right, so here we go, guys. Making and keeping money in comics with Sean Gordon Murphy. Boy, I'll tell you, that's got to rub some people the wrong way. That's some salt in the wound. What do you mean making and keeping money? They never give it to me. I make it. Like, there are people who are like who've been owed money for like 8 months in comics, working for Valiant and stuff. What do you mean making and keeping it?
Was it what date was this? Before people were bitching they weren't getting paid? Like,
it's 11 days ago.
No, I think this is after, because they bring it up, I think.
Shit.
Well, I'm going to head out, guys. I got to get rolling. But thank you so much for letting me join the stream, guys. I appreciate it.
Hey,
have a good night.
All right.
Good night, Jimmy.
What? All right, here we go. I'm not going to say anything.
Hey, you want to make a bit of money? You should do what I did. Get into farming. See this? I got this selling corn. Comes out of the fucking ground. I couldn't believe it.
That's funny, right? Waylon Todd says, chat is great. I cry while say keep up the good work. I got no life. Thank you, Waylon Todd. I see you in the chat, Waylon. TC says, Ethan only wants super chats from George. No. I want super chats from everybody.
Yeah.
Oh, God. Here we go. Yep. I'm going to try not to kill myself during this, and it's going to be a struggle. So I'll need all of you.
We won't let that happen.
I feel you.
Yeah, okay? All right.
Hey, everybody, this is Perch. I'm back with Sean Murphy. It's been a while, Sean. How are you?
Dude, it's been a while. Yeah, it's good to see you. I heard you had a crazy busy year.
Yeah, it has been. It's been a terrible year. I remember I missed the live streams. I missed the interviews. I missed all that kind of stuff. I'm getting older and tired.
How long has it been since you live streamed? A year?
A year. Yeah, 1 year.
Yeah.
I mean, I wish I could say I missed it, but I missed it with you. That's just you.
Thank you.
No,
yeah, I appreciate
all
that.
the other people who are listening to this now that are offended.
It's nice being the.
All right, I can't keep that promise. I am, honey. Could you bring me some poison? How should I do it? A rope.
The water's out the window. It's going for the alcohol.
Oh God. All right, here we go.
Pretty girl at the bar. Thank you.
So obviously life's going pretty well. You've got this third volume. You're racing to the finish line now.
I am. Yeah, I'm currently halfway through the final issue. I had a lot of delays. Everything hit me at once in this book. Not just COVID delays, but like laptop broke. Threw in 2 extra conventions. I threw in extra meetings to figure out why marketing wasn't doing their job in my book. Stuff like that, like managerial things. And I added up how much of a time suck all that was. So I've never been late in my entire career, except for once when I got married and Hurricane Sandy hit.
I really wish I didn't have to look at his picture, like these 2 pictures of him.
That's not helping. He's like, I was late that one time I got married, that stupid wife.
But I got married and it really put me back on my deadlines. Like, sorry. I missed a few deadlines from getting married. For the love of God, this is boring, says J Bomba fan.
Yeah.
Yeah. Here we go.
At the same time.
Yeah.
So I don't
how you and Shane talk offline, says Bob Gable.
No.
Not really, right?
Maybe 2 times we've talked offline. Most all our transactions are on live streams.
That is true. But yeah, we've had a few conversations.
Yeah.
Offline. And it's not like this.
Yeah, usually we're talking about Jimmy Reyes.
We're usually making fun of Jimmy Reyes.
Yeah.
And let's see. H is for Heretic says, Perch and Murphy, please speed up the video.
You might have to do that, actually.
Yeah, you can take it to 125.
All right, here we go.
I do. Hang on. I do want to tell people what his problem was, why he had a marketing issue. Is he was selling out of his Batman book, but DC wouldn't advertise it, and they wouldn't reprint it. Like, they wouldn't do a second printing, and he's going on to like issue 3, and for some reason, nobody at fucking DC thought, hey, let's make a second printing of volume of issue 1 or issue 2, and like, which was like, why wouldn't DC Comics care about making more money? Like, there was something stupid going on there, just as a publisher. Not defending him, but I thought that was weird too. I was like, here's a book that is selling out, but you guys don't want to initiate like a second printing. Like, it didn't make any sense. But anyways, go ahead.
Eddie Winkler says, speaking of suicide, Sean looks like he's waiting for Dr. Kevorkian in that picture. Oh, the black and white one.
Well, his arm's out for like the needle, you see.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
That's what it does look like. You're right.
Yep.
Like being late, and this year I'm late, and I'm like, oh, this is like a month and a half that's accumulated with all the extra shit I had to do. Some of it my fault, most of it not.
Blame your wife.
No, I'm glad. I mean, in hindsight, does anybody care if one of the a series they loved 10 years ago was late at all, or does it eventually just get forgotten?
Wow, he assumes people are going to
not in a month and a half for sure. I think there's still some people who are a little pissy about Civil War and some of those books that became months and months late, but not.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah.
My editor asked her. I was like, because we have a spinoff book for White Knight that hasn't been announced yet. It's also delayed, and it's delayed in issue 2. And I finally turned the screws to her, and I was like, "What is going on? Is it I understand I'm late, but like, are all your other books late? And I understand you have 17 different books or whatever, but this is just crazy. And she said, well, because conventions are back, I think a lot of creators are struggling with getting their normal schedule back, where they can plan out shows and then plan out their schedules.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if I believe that. I don't really like.
You
Oh wait, I stopped it. Okay,
yeah,
hold
you
on.
took it
Okay,
down.
Sorry.
Yeah.
You know what? It doesn't matter.
It doesn't.
It doesn't matter.
He's making excuses for not blaming his wife for being late.
Hold on a second here. God, it's just like, yeah, well, I'm late. Hold on. It really is painful. Let's get back to it.
Wait 2 years for Stranger Things to return, or whatever it happens to be. So it's like, not when it comes out.
Yeah, that's fair.
I hate it. I hate everything. I hate every piece of it. But okay, that's why.
I had an interesting theory that I want to throw at you before we start here.
Yeah.
The short version is, I feel like the healthy industry that creators want, they actually don't want it. They actually prefer the poverty-stricken industry we have. Because if you really made this industry more professional and brought in more money, a lot of the creators and employees would be gone because they wouldn't cut it.
True.
To expand, I feel like if this was healthy, let's just say I dumped $20 billion into comics. If you are an employee of DC or Marvel or any of these smaller companies, if you can't perform, you're gone. I think there would be more money in comics journalism if you handled it right. I think that the fact that Bleeding Cool is our biggest one is a shame. And I don't think Bleeding Cool.
I think you were going to go with, but yeah.
I mean, I think Bleeding Cool would still be there, but they would be like number 10 because we would have like much better news sites. I think all in all. So more money, if we had a system to help with insurance, benefits, retirement, if we took care of this the way
second. He brought up an interesting concept that I'm not sure he's wrong on. I don't agree with him a lot, but he's like saying the people in comics today want it to stay where it is. They don't want it to be selling more, making more money, because then
they brought it low. Yeah, that's an interesting thought. I think that's got to be true. You want it to be where it is. You definitely don't want the competition. Because if the comic book industry was actually competitive and merit-based, these people would not be in control. But really, it's never, none of this is about money. It's all about power and control. So obviously that's true,
That's, I don't know. It's just weird. I've never heard anybody actually put that out there like that, Like, I mean, I'm sure that's not going to win him friends.
No.
But anyways,
the industry's run by losers who want to keep losing. Right. True.
Yeah.
If you told most creators, do you want an industry that's run professionally like that, and you're going to get paid more and this and that? They would say, yeah, but then they go, well, what's the catch? Well, here's the catch. If you can't perform, you're gone. If you flunk out of Marvel and end up at 2 other companies and keep falling down the ladder, there is no ladder. You're gone. If you're not an innovator, you're gone. If you're not good at writing, you're gone. If you're like Marvel's a writer now because there isn't much competition because Marvel won't pay real rates for writing. If we suddenly start paying real rates for writing, you're going to have a lot of great people come in who are going to take your job.
Right.
So if you push that to people, I don't think they actually want that. Oh, and the other thing is, an industry that's well run would probably inspire people not to be on social media saying a bunch of shit.
Oh, for sure.
So part of the deal of fixing this would be everyone's got to get off of Twitter, or at least a little bit. Everyone's got to change their Twitter. If you actually propose that to most people who are complaining about money, I think they would still go, no, actually, I don't want that. I prefer the poverty-laden industry we have instead of going up against those rules, because those rules would destroy people.
What do you think of that?
Is he flaming out? Like, what the fuck is he getting ready to do here?
Is he burning it down?
Yeah,
Rini, come join us. It doesn't matter if it's boring. We're closing out Shane Davis's Inglorious Rex.
Yeah, Rini, come
Volume
on.
2. We need you here. We need you with us. And John Malin, too. And how dare you not come in here? Thank you. I know that you were without running water for like a week, but come join us anyway. Did you know that, Shane?
Yeah.
Malin was?
Somebody said, I think she DM'd me. She's like, the flies won't leave her alone.
Ew.
You're 100% right. I mean, you know what I do for a living, kind of outside of all this, and it is run. I mean, there is a social media policy. You can't be on it. They do send things out like, hey, if you talk about this in this moment, a publicly traded company, if you talk about certain things during certain windows, you're not only fired, you're potentially sued, and you have civil and criminal liability.
Right.
That all is real. The more money is definitely needed for comics. But like you said, the more money comes with, you got to show up to work on time.
Yeah.
You have to be there. sorry if you're doing 17, books or whatever it happens to be.
It's called jumping ship or trying at least.
All going to run on time if they don't, work extra hours. And if you don't like working the extra hours, there's 50 people waiting to take your job.
Yeah.
And that's the consequence of a well-run industry. So I think if you suddenly put that out, people would start getting back to but comics shouldn't be a business. It should be art. It should be creative expression. And creative expression doesn't need rules. And you water in a whole other area.
Stormtrooper Julian Caesar says, bring Rini and John. Bring them to me now.
Right. It would be nice if people that I've been around their closeouts were around here. That would be nice.
They don't want to.
Yeah, it seems like they just are saying something about me. Here's the issue with that, what he just said. Like, they're talking about comics being treated like artwork. If you're a fine artist, you go make a painting, you put it on the wall, your feelings are in it. If somebody buys it, if you want to sell it, that's fine. You go make a comic book with a cover price on it, that's commercial art. That's not your feelings, that's not your personal whatever. You can put some of that in there, but that's a product with a price tag on it that is built to sell. That's the difference between being a commercial artist and a fine artist or an artist. And it seems like most people in comics today don't understand that.
No, they Matt Barr, hello.
Hey,
what's going on? Was there at the beginning of Rex. I'm here at the end. How you doing, guys?
Hey now.
Good.
That's all we're saying. All right. Let's see. Bully Badger says, I wish Jabba were here to say shut up.
Yeah.
Shut up to Shane. Send Smiller the link, Ethan, says Sarangus Fungus. Anytime he wants to come in here, he's invited. He knows that. Happy to have Smiller in here. It'd be hilarious. All right, here we go. Let's get back to this video. Shane is like agreeing with this guy. He's liking.
I'm not agreeing with him, but that is a valuable point that gets glossed over today. Is like comics are technically a commercial art. It's meant to sell product.
Right.
Mm-hmm. And that's just it. I would work with people before, and they were totally more on the fine artist side of thinking along the lines of like, oh, I'm just not feeling it today. I'm just not in the mood. I don't have the energy to do it. And it's like, yeah, but dude, you have to get the job done. This is commercial art. This isn't you doing a painting going, oh, I'm not feeling it. That's great when you're working for yourself in a gallery and all that. But in commercial art, get it done. It's a commercial business.
Graham Nolan's here for $10. He says, props to my brother Shane on his amazing campaign. Between digging out of this blizzard and family obligations, my apologies, but I can't make tonight's show. Thanks, everyone, for your support, LCG.
Hello.
Graham Nolan.
We all
he needs that flamethrower. That flamethrower, he'd be out in a second.
Yeah. Travis Parrick says, it's Miller time.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't done a lot of comic book industry stuff, but I've been a commercial artist in a bunch of other industries, and there's no moods. What is the saying? Moods are a thing for love making and cattle.
Yeah,
you're here to like work. You're here to like produce the best you can and not be like emotionally attached to it. Where like an art director is like, yeah, I don't really like that cape. Can you like redraw that? Or I don't really like that thing you just did. Like you might have spent like 3 or 4 hours working on it, but you have to be passionate enough to like give it 100%, but also disconnected enough to just say, okay, you don't like that. Let's move on to the next thing.
Let's do it again.
Yeah.
But instead, SJWs are like, you don't like that. You're a phobe.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. They're very brittle.
The reason I wanted to do this podcast was because people ask me financial advice a lot, and I thought it'd be convenient just to get it all down in one place. Every time I tackle a new topic with you, like one was social media once, I kind of feel like I've scratched that itch and I don't need to talk about it ever again. I can just refer people to that podcast. So,
and then people listen to it, and then they never have any problems again. It solves all the.
Well, the problem is talking about money with creators. Most of them don't listen. Like they'll ask me, "Hey, man, how do I get more money? How do I have my own series like White Knight? What are the steps I should take in order to start doing this?" If I said, all right, here are 10 things, I'm going to start going down the list, and they're going to start going, nah, I don't want to do that. That sounds hard. I don't know. What's the next one? They're just going to like hand wave most of the things I'm going to suggest. They'll agree to do 2 of them, and in the end, they won't do 1 of them. Yeah. And it's sort of, I'm tired of wasting my breath talking about money to people that have just signed on to poverty, and they don't look at it that way, but that's how I look at it.
That's exactly it. Hey, so I'm anxious to talk about this. This will be a good topic.
Yeah.
I've got a question for you.
Hang on. I'm going to tell people how he got Batman White Knight.
Okay.
Preach.
All right. He was supposed to do he did a Batman short story with Snyder, and they had talked that they were gonna do a Batman project, eventually the two of them, right? Because they had done this book called The Wake, which was kind of like a Creature from the Black Lagoon type horror type story, whatever, right? It actually looks cool. I actually like that book. I like the monsters in it a lot. But anyways, he went and did an Image book, and something with Mark Miller called Time Bandits, which automatically was optioned by Netflix or whatever. And DC's like, whoa, well, what's it take to get you to come back? And there was can't remember that Batman editor they got rid of, Dorthan, or I can't remember the dude's name, but he had said, he went up to Sean and he's like, I'm not doing my job if I don't say to you, what does it take to get you back at DC? And obviously he said to write and draw Batman myself, not doing it with Scott Snyder. Now, so he's he basically made some business decisions, found himself in a position where he didn't necessarily need DC Comics, and then leveraged that as a way to write his own project, and that's how he got Batman White Knight. Now, I don't even know if that project's actually that great, because Sean's not new. Sean's been around in the industry a long ass time. That project did really well at the time Tom King was fucking up Batman. You get where I'm going here? It basically looked really good, and it sold really well in comparison to Tom King's getting cucked Batman at the altar shit.
Well, there was actual action going on in the Murphy stuff,
Yeah, no, there was action.
His story was kind of all over the place, but he was jumping around and shit was happening. I mean, it looks cool.
And I'm not trying to take a shit on Sean here, but let me pull down my pants and take a shit on Sean.
Oh my god!
Do you need some wet wipes?
No, it was simply right time, right place, right stuff. If Tom King wasn't fucking up Batman, I don't think his book would have even gotten noticed. I've had to be honest, it had just been another Batman miniseries drawn by this guy over here. That's my opinion,
All right, here we go.
So, all right, there's a video I put out recently. I think it just dropped today, but I've been getting a ton of mail on it. And the mail is all that people don't like it. So the premise of the mail is creators do not fundamentally at a core level really understand why fans are upset.
Yeah.
No, people don't like that. They're just, if the fans are listening to that, they won't accept it. No, the creators know they're doing this on purpose.
Well, the reason that's insulting, I bet, is these people, you have so much angry energy built up towards, I don't know, Tom King.
Yeah.
The fact that he doesn't even get it means he's not really listening. It means he's you feel like you're ignored, and it makes you even more angry. It's you feel like you're fighting with really good points about why the industry is suffering. And not only does Tom King not listen, he doesn't even make an attempt to hear you. Or someone like Mark Brooks, they just go on and kick the hornet's nest online because it's fun.
Right.
I think the people that are mad at that podcast, it's not that they don't agree with you. It's just that it pisses them off even more if they're not being heard.
Don't blame the messenger, folks. It is. I guess my point in all that is, if you find yourself so angry at this stuff, understanding your anger is going to somebody who does not even recognize.
That makes it worse. Yeah. Your thing is hey man, relax, because they don't really understand what you're saying in the first place. I'm like, Perch, they're not going to relax. They're going to get even more upset.
The solution is you drink more. That's the solution.
Anyway. When I was listening, I thought, do I understand why they're upset? And I feel like I absolutely do, because I really want to know when people are pissed. And I think that's generally why I get along with most people politically. I have friends who vote for Trump. I have friends who vote for Hillary. Even though I'm a liberal, I'm the kind of liberal that people like. I'm old school, like you are.
Yeah.
I was curious why they were all pissed off. So I did spend the last few years, when Trump got elected, I started listening to what did I miss here? Because all I did was listen to Charlie Rose, who hadn't been canceled at that point, and a bunch of other, liberal tunnel vision podcasts, really trying to understand the phenomenon of Trump. And I totally didn't fucking get it. So when he got elected, I felt very annoyed. Why did I waste my time listening to all this shit? So I made the effort to try to dive into what the other team was thinking. So when this happened, that's kind of when COMICSGATE started up. So I was sort of primed to be like, all right, let's see what these guys are upset about. Let's see what Zach is saying. Let's see what Ethan's saying. Maybe there's some good points. Maybe there's something to learn. And I have no problem wading into those waters if I can learn something. But most people don't. And they just haven't gotten on to that next step. And I feel like for me, listening to them.
I got name dropped. Did you hear that?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. You, Zach. Yeah. He's saying he's wading in deep waters with the sharks.
Yeah, it's real scary. What are we saying?
He's the canary in the coal mine for the comic industry.
He's like, even though I'm liberal, I'm a classic liberal. Yeah, me too.
Yeah, but no, this is classic.
And that makes me
Sean.
Hitler.
No, this is classic Sean. He's trying to straddle the fence. He's like, I'm in with the liberals. I'm in with this, and it's like, no, you're not, Sean. You got love bombed by mags. You also got. You said people shouldn't be rioting, and then you started bending the knee to Black Lives Matter and donating your artwork. Like, you know, I ain't talking shit. Be nice if he was around, but. You know, he's like a kite in the wind. He's like, I get along with everybody. I listen to this, I listen to that. And in a weird capitalist way, he wants to sell books to everybody. And I kind of respect that. But I just don't think the climate allows you to do that today.
Well, in order to sell books to everyone, just keep your mouth shut.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? Like, he's not keeping his mouth shut. People know that he is, not swimming with the school of fish. People don't know what other people's politics are. Like, there are other conservatives that people in the chat don't even realize. They're big stars and people don't know. And they just keep their mouths shut and there is no issue at all. But Sean doesn't keep his mouth shut. Sean actually does get involved in like the most conservative. Like, I'm doing a cover for Doug TenNapel. Oh, you mean Doug TenNapel, the one who just basically, in the middle of trans rights fiesta, just basically pissed all over trans people? Yeah. Okay. Well, you're actually saying something there when you do that. You're actually letting these people know, that you are not on their side, and that's good. But it's like, I'm just trying to listen. No, you're making a point.
But what he did after was bad. See, he did something arguably maybe good by saying, I don't give a fuck, I'm going to do a cover for this guy. Maybe they're friends, maybe whatever. But then he actively did something bad by pulling the cover back.
That's right. He surrendered to them over and over again.
Yeah, and that's what he did with when he said, don't riot. And then people stepped up and he's like, oh, no, I'll retract that. Let me donate artwork to the movement that's busting windows out of comic shops. That's the thing, is he doesn't really ever hold a stance on anything. Like, he'll probably retract everything he just said there. Give it a week.
Well, if they give him trouble for it. Chris Topher says, you are supposed to warm up the gong by very softly and rapidly hitting it. This gets it all to vibrate. After warmed, the main strike should be off center. Thank you, Christopher. I'm going to learn a little bit of
I've seen that. That's where the dude takes two of those little things, and then there's the big boom. I know what he's talking about. I've seen that.
Jackoff Pastorius says, bring Sean over, Ethan. He's ready. No, he's not. Static Coder says, damn, Matt is dropping gems. Also, great job, Shane, on Inglorious Rex Volume 2. Thank you for the stream, Uncle E. Static, what's going on, brother? All right, hold on a second. Let's get back to this fascinating conversation.
Taught me about, like, if you're going to do a book about cops, like I'm doing right now, don't get political with it. You can still make your subtle political points, but you have to represent both sides of cops. So Beyond the White Knight is like a book about overpowered police, and there's two different kinds of cops. There's good cops and bad cops. Sure. Now I got people try to cancel me after George Floyd for saying good cops are good, bad cops are bad, which is totally sane to 99% of people. And what I have in my book is the same thing. Good cops good, bad cops bad. And no one's really trying to come after me because there's a way to handle that message that isn't going to trigger everybody.
Right.
Because people are looking for it right now, and I don't blame them for being jaded and angry. I don't agree with a lot of what both sides say, but I know enough about their message to be able to like walk over the laser beams at least. And the idea that somebody like Mark Brooks was your example. I don't know what he actually believes, but just to take your example, the idea that he doesn't know that at all is just stunning to me. Like, why wouldn't you want to learn what these ragey people attacking you? Like, read their commandments. Like, listen to what they're saying. Like, just give it an hour. Like, all you really need is to hear one of them rant for an hour, and you basically have it all. The fact that they don't get it is annoying.
It's hard. I mean, it requires some self-reflection, and it also requires this weird ability we seem to have lost of just because you listen to someone doesn't mean you have to agree with them, or doesn't mean that just listening to them does not make you a bad person.
Right.
And that's somehow that became a very strange line people cross. You know, if I listen to it, I'm infected somehow.
That's right. Just because I listen to Perch doesn't make me a boring person. You know what I mean?
No,
the problem with Mark Brooks is he can't self-reflect. He can't look inward because there's nothing wrong with Mark Brooks and Mark Brooks's mind. He's right about everything. And why should he look at a different viewpoint? Because he already knows that's wrong because it opposes his viewpoint.
No, he's skating around a bigger thing though. Like they both did, and I'm gonna elaborate. Like during the New 52, and I think this is when you had left DC or after the New 52. Ethan, is like when when you left DC, I'd be at a con and people would be talking about what they do or don't like with the New 52, and then like I would be like, oh, do you guys ever follow like Ethan? Like he's doing Cyberfrog now, and like, oh, that's COMICSGATE. These are just people at a con. I'm like, so what do you think of COMICSGATE? And they'd be like, they're supposedly racist. I'm like, well, what do you mean they're racist? And they would be like, well, they have this one white supremacist book. And I'm like, which book? And they're like, I don't know. But, and then they get really weird that you're questioning them on it. And there is this smoke cloud, just like, you're not allowed to investigate that or you're as bad as COMICSGATE. You can't listen to this guy or you're as bad as COMICSGATE. Like, and I'll give Sean props here. He's like, no, I'll listen to Ethan or Zach or whatever. I want to know what's going on or what they see that's going on. But see, to a lot of SJWs, that's a big sin. He's COMICSGATE, and they'll probably eventually call him that just for listen. If he goes, yeah, I'll listen to Ethan. Oh, you're COMICSGATE.
Right. Well, I think they already decided that about him, but it didn't work. So
it's a strange, very strange, but
yeah.
Okay, so this kind of leads though into a little bit what we want to talk about. So people making money in comics, how do you prevent yourself from falling into that poverty gap?
Yeah,
imparting the wisdom. So
yep. Let's talk about. We're going to give basic tips, sort of explain why it ends up happening. There's something called the religion of poverty that I like to call it. We'll get more into that later. And then I'd also like to talk about when you make it. Now, what do you do? So you're making 80 a year. How do you keep making 80 a year? How do you come up with a long term
80 a year
plan, not step in it, try to have longevity to your career, which most people never get to that point anyway, but it's kind of fun to like game out what happens if you actually are successful. And I hope the retention rate of this podcast is big. I know that talking about money
is he saying that 80 a year is like good in comics? I guess he is.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
For a lot of people, I mean, like that might be considered the top. I mean, to be honest, I don't like Sean, I'm not going to talk about page rates, but like that's probably a lot to a lot of people in comics. Like
that's
80
not
a year.
Anywhere near what he makes. You know what I mean? Like I'm surprised.
No. I heard what he made before he went on the Black Knight when he was working at Vertigo and stuff. And I mean, you have to understand a lot of Sean's career wasn't working on this Batman project. A lot of his career was like doing like Vertigo projects, and Vertigo projects a lot of times have like some sort of creator owned rights tied to them. So they historically pay less. Like if an artist works on a Vertigo book, you have a Vertigo rate, not your normal DC rate. Mm-hmm. So like I'm saying his Batman rate is based off of that. Like, I mean, he stepped up from Vertigo money. Like, I don't know. He might be making 80 a year per page. I mean,
per page.
No. I mean,
$80,000 per page.
No, I mean for whatever the project is, writing and drawing and inking. I mean, I don't know. Like, I mean, he's the one saying it. I mean, I kind of want to believe it.
Yeah. Okay.
Which is highway robbery, dude. They got McFarlane toys and Walmart of his shit and everything. Like, yep. I mean,
he's making $500,000 a year. All right.
Dunking on chuds or any of the culture war stuff. But I hope the people that do listen to this take some notes or walk away with a little bit of an understanding, because
I hope so.
I'm just tired of seeing people poor. And they're not really, they'll complain about it, but they're not taking the necessary steps to get out of it. They don't know how to level up. Is the phrase that you and I keep coming back to.
Mm-hmm. Every 15 minutes, all insult a creator in a very subtle way. So you have to listen closely and stick on it.
Okay. We'll do. So the one thing that I'd start off with is I think art school sets people up to fail. I think they don't give you any classes in business skills. Even when I was at SCAD in Georgia, the teacher was reading from Accounting for Dummies.
Inconspicuous Minutes is Mealy Mount shift from your boys Axe Idols. Go figure. I'm enjoying it. Like Sean Gordon Murphy is saying some good stuff here for the most part.
Literally, the yellow book that she had in her hand. She had never actually worked in the field. She was a grad student that just got hired, so she didn't really know what she was talking about. And as far as I know, it's not that much better now. And like I said, even with some of like the educational seminars that friends of ours run, it's nice getting tips on drawing and writing, but how about keeping track of your taxes and finances? Like just 10 minutes talking about that stuff, and no one ever does. I think art school also sells you false dreams. And the cost of art school now is like $80 a year, which is more than what Harvard would charge you. And when you graduate Harvard, the average salary of a Harvard grad is like $200 to $400 a year. The average grad of an art school that costs more than that is like $330 a year. And mostly you're going home, living in mom's basement to get that. So they really have a way of setting up people to fail, whether they realize it or not. Like the experience of being an artiste is at its peak for most people when they're in art school. After that, I feel like 80 to 90% of them wash out one way or another. And really, they're a bunch of students who are paying for the education of the 5% who actually know what to do with it and how to employ it.
I totally agree. I've known a lot of people who've gone through the colleges, both the kind of the machine colleges, like the art institutes, places like that, and then the more individual kind of colleges that they're more specialized. But almost all of them, there's no basic kind of college skills there, and certainly business. But in many cases, there's not.
I didn't go to art school, guys. I never learned. Shane, you did, right?
I did, but I almost didn't finish. So like not for nothing. Like I was kind of almost a dropout. And then afterwards I worked with Joe for a few years on the PS magazine, and I probably learned more from that than the school itself.
Nice.
So Inglorious Rex, guys, 186,000, no, 187. Hit refresh on that bad boy.
All right, I will. Matt Bard, did you go to art school?
Yeah, I went to School of Visual Arts in Manhattan. My major was comic book illustration.
Oh, that's cool. Everybody went to
I had
art.
like Joe Orlando, Klaus Jansen, Gene Colan. I had a whole bunch of awesome instructors.
Member chat from Billy Baxco. Let me see. He says, I love COMICSGATE. Team Splato, baby. All right, hold on a second. Splato Delgado.
Splato.
Oh, good. Yeah, I wonder who. It is.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello, everybody. Merry back from Christmas time.
Merry.
Right back to work again. Right back to work with Shane Davis and Inglorious Rex, too. We're here to promote Inglorious Rex tonight. Inglorious Rex closes out tonight at 3 a.m. We got 1,400 and something people watching. That's great. Can I convince you guys, in the midst of all of this, to throw $25 at Shane Davis's Inglorious Rex? Get the Dale Keown cover. Get Shane's cover. Get Kenneth Roquefort's cover. Get Irene's cover.
Yeah. Irene Strakowski. Look at that.
Any of them. Get all of them. Why not get all of them? But support this campaign tonight, and let's close this out big. 3 a.m. is when it closes down, so you got a little bit of time. But let's get this campaign moving. And right, Irene. I mean, that's what we do around here.
Yes, it is. Back this book now.
That's so common.
There you go.
Now, let's listen to Sean Gordon Murphy. Now, Irene, did you ever meet Sean Gordon Murphy?
I think I did. So I also went to SCAD, and he did a talk at my school. So yes, I did meet him because he did an art demo and stuff. This was before his DC days. I think he was still. He's working on Joe the Barbarian at the time, and I always liked his work. So it was cool.
All right, here we go. I like his work too.
Mm-hmm. Math. Or just some basic, like, here's how to read a contract, or here's and it does set them up to fail. I completely agree. It's a huge bill. By the way, I think the rate you're getting out there is like 30K. It's kind of your average go home salary, and you're saddled with debt. And in many cases, that
we're echoing. Who's echoing?
Is it me?
Is it me? Am I the one that's echoing?
Sometimes if you share screen, it echoes. Maybe it was me.
Might be me, Irene. I wouldn't blame you. All right, let me see.
See me.
All right, here we go.
30K is, you're lucky to get it. A lot of these jobs are like 2-year gigs.
And if it's even in the arts, then you're ahead of the game. Most people who make 30K are working at Best Buy or Home Depot or whatever, trying to get by. Like, very few people get out of art school and actually have a job in art. And Kinko's doesn't count. Is Kinko's even around anymore, by the way?
It's FedEx now.
Okay, sorry, I didn't.
but no, you're right. There's so many people that I know went out of art school, went to FedEx. That was a job, or they did a job as a administrative assistant in a corporation somewhere, or not in arts at all.
Right, barista. A lot of them went home to live in the basement somewhere.
I think you had a weird combo of people who would go to those schools, and I had several friends go, and you had people who were rich, families were rich. So the college was really dad's money, mom's money. I mean, it was not their money, so they didn't really care about the outcome, and that worked out as well as you think.
Right.
And then the other group is maybe that's their passion, but the art school drills in on the passion and doesn't drill in here's how you do the boring parts to make sure you actually get your passion.
Yeah. My wife made her money doing wedding photography for a while. She had a major in photography. And I think the school, our alma mater, was having some kind of event, and they didn't invite her because they didn't think wedding photography was actually photography. But I know she did a lot more shooting weddings than Marquise did shooting photos that go up to Starbucks. And that's the disconnect right there. Is I feel like you should teach them. Listen, sometimes you have to shoot weddings. That's what you do to pay the bills until you can do the fine art stuff. This is just a sacrifice that you make, and there shouldn't be any shame in it.
It's hard, dude.
Like shaming kids not to be mechanics and electricians, and telling them they all need to go to art school to get a degree in lesbian dance theory. This is what's gotten us into the problem.
Nobody teaches that at fucking art school.
No, they don't teach shit.
They do the art of scissoring.
Yeah.
If that's what they taught, then art school would have been a lot more fun. I mean, of the controversial opinion that we should bring apprenticeships back, and art school shouldn't even be a thing.
I'm not opposed to apprenticeships, but I mean, like when you leave art school, like you're entering a field where there's already other people who are out there. Like to assume that you're just going to instantly fucking get that $80K a year job it's not realistic. You have to finish school, then you have to start at the bottom and slowly
you have to work
build
your
up
way
your
up.
rep. Yeah, you have to do a barista job. Like I was waiting tables, and then I was a fucking chef at Russian Tea Room. I sold weed. I was like delivering weed to pay for my tuition for a little while.
Blasphemy.
You know what I mean? It was just like I did whatever I could, but it's like I didn't expect to just be like, "Hey, Marvel, come pick me up." You know, it's just not realistic. But you have to work your way up. Every industry is like that.
I somewhat do disagree with that, because I think if you go to college for something and you have formal training, then you should not come out and be making $80K a year, but at least be guaranteed to make like 40, 30, especially with how much money you're paying for art school. And the fact
but what if
that,
you suck? What if you're not a good artist?
Well, exactly. Well, then you shouldn't graduate. And when I was at SCAD, they were graduating people who absolutely suck. So the standard needs to be raised higher. But the bigger picture is art school doesn't even need to be a thing. Because if you had apprenticeships and that was the main course of training, or schools like the Joe Kubert School, for example, not formal colleges, because nobody cares about your diploma in the arts field. They care about your portfolio. Then we would have more competency. And also you wouldn't have all these people wasting their parents' money and sucking their way through art school and then coming on and being baristas. I think barista jobs are for when you're in school, not afterwards.
Even at the Kubert School, and I went there, but even when I went there, it was still all right. You had to interview with Joe Kubert. He looked at your portfolio. You got in, and you're like, oh my God, I made it in. And then you're there and you're looking around at other people that got in. You're like, what? How'd this person get in? Now you never know.
That's week one at almost every art school where you're
right. But after 3 years, after 3 years, you'd have somebody that was like that in first year, and 3 years later, man, they blossomed because they worked their ass off and they were great. Whereas sometimes after 3 years, you'd have that person that barely moved in the 3 years in their skill level, where kind of like you said, Rini, at that point, after maybe a year and a half, the faculty should have just sat him down and been like, "No, this just isn't going. You should really rethink this." Yeah, but it's a money thing too, so they're just like, "Nah, his check cashes. Just keep it going."
Exactly, that happened all the time at SCAD. Kids with rich parents would just continually take the same year over and over, and it was sad. Yeah. So when it's about profit, and profit is great, but they're also not trading it for merit, and that doesn't work. And they were graduating people who just weren't ready to be in the field. And on top of that, I heard earlier that Sean was mentioning they don't even train people properly to be professional. That's the other problem. Because when I graduated, like, I got work right away, and it wasn't good paying work, but I got work in animation right away. So there is demand, and if you don't suck, you'll get work. But so many people I graduated with weren't ready, and none of us have been taught anything about business. Half of them didn't know how to do invoices, didn't know how to do taxes, and that's the failure of the school. Like, I had to learn that on my own because I actually gave a shit.
All right. Urashima Taru says all the government subsidies drive up the cost. And by the way, Ideator joined the channel, so welcome, sir. Here we go.
Hello.
They're pissed.
Well, yeah, and it's I mean, I remember there was an interview we did a while ago with Jim's Up, and he was talking about being in comics. And one of the pieces of advice he gave, which I think flew under the radar for a lot of people, was kind of dead accurate. Is no matter what else you do with kind of writing skills, art schools, etc. I'm paraphrasing. Be a project manager. Basically, be the person who delivers stuff on time, gets the mails going. If your editor's busy, moves things from here to there. Be helpful because that's pragmatic. Right. Will grow your career. Yeah. You would never get anything like that in art college.
Yeah. Yeah, it's sad. And the thing too, I mean, we know a lot about brain science that we didn't used to know. We know that the brain doesn't finish forming until your mid to late 20s. Keeping that in mind, you think about the average kid that graduates from art school who's had 4 years of saving poverty, unless mom and dad are paying the bills. Now you've got from your 22 till you're 30, struggling to find work. You're probably still poor. So the last stage of your brain development, you're actually getting more and more used to a life of poverty. Right. This is why I start calling it a religion of poverty. You instead of having money, you trick yourself into thinking that you have street cred or that you're keeping it real. You romanticize the fact that you're not getting paid, and you think that you're punk rock or something like that. And your friends are doing it too, so they're reinforcing you. Right. And it's not just a bad habit; it's a way of thinking. That's why I upgrade this to like an actual religion. And even when you're faced with a job that will start paying, you don't even know how to handle that because you've been thinking about money one way and you just resign to the fact that you're poor. And even when someone tells you an idea of how to get wealthy, you just have this distaste in your mouth, like, oh, why would I want to get wealthy? Like, you're that far into the hole of this religion, and I think most creative people just don't know how to get out.
I absolutely agree. No, it reinforces, as I said, the peer, the friend model, because people naturally, they don't want to they don't want to feel bad about what they're doing with their life. Nobody wants to walk around just feeling miserable and like they made bad choices. So you will self-select into things that make you feel better. Yeah. And this religion of poverty, I think that's a good way to put it. It is that idea of, I don't have the money, so I'm going to figure out a way I feel good.
Right.
With my choices. Yeah. But the reality, they are still bad choices. You could feel good about your choices to keep yourself from cutting off your wrist in a bathtub, but you still have to recognize at some level you made the wrong choices.
Yeah, and you can hold on to your punk rock morals, and at some point you're going to be 60 and you're going to have a medical problem. You're not going to have any money. So as much as you kept it real in your 20s, 30s, and 40s, it sure would be nice to have an extra $20K for that X-ray, wouldn't it? Yeah. And you want to talk about what's really going to happiness. I don't think living the artistic punk rock, keeping it real lifestyle is really making you happy. I hate to sound like a Republican, but I think money does add
making money is sounding like a Republican.
I hate to sound like a conservative.
Oh my word!
Yeah, God forbid you own a home.
You have to remember when he went into crowdfunding plot holes, people were like, Sean, making money, that's a bad look.
Oh my God.
You shouldn't be crowdfunding now when pensions are down.
He was like, you know what? He said, I'm going to probably make something like 5, 6, 7, maybe $1 million on my crowdfund. And people said to him, Sean, that's a bad look. And so, you know what? At the end of the day, Sean looked good, didn't he?
No, he looked stupid. He made $200,000 or something.
Oh yeah, stupid good, whatever.
John says, and I don't know if this is true. He said Donald DeLay put that in his head. John said Donald DeLay is the one that put that in Sean's head, and Sean's like, yeah, I can make $1 million. What if plot holes makes $1 million, guys? What am I gonna do then with all the money? I'm gonna have to hire somebody to count it for me. And that all is Donald DeLay's fault, according to John Mayer.
I do wonder why Sean's crowdfunding didn't do that well. I mean, he's famous, but not that famous, right? And he didn't really promote. He doesn't come on here and talk about stuff and promote himself.
Yeah, it sounds like Irene's got a crush on Sean Gordon Murphy. Anybody
Why
else
does
picking
it-
up on that?
She saw that picture at the beginning of the stream and was like, "Oh, meow."
Yeah.
Why does that sound like him?
car.
It's like, well, why doesn't he
He can
come on
fix my
here
car.
where I
He
am?
could change my
does.
tire.
Yeah.
I'm wondering why he didn't
spark
make. You know what?
plugs.
There's no point in arguing with you. Never mind.
I'm just the reason he didn't come on here is because he was surrounded by friends that were. He was being love bombed. He was all these things. But
Oh well, of course he wouldn't come on here
No,
because
they gave him-
COMICSGATE is evil. I'm talking about just YouTube and
no,
promoting
they
himself.
gave him shit. They gave him shit for going to Indiegogo. It wasn't even just come on here. Like they were
Right?
like,
Yeah, that his friends, his fake friends, would flip out. You know?
He wouldn't come on here again, even though he admits to watching the show. Of course, people watch the show.
Hey.
Eddie Winkler says it was your boy Zach who was hyping up Sean Gordon Murphy. He watches the show. But yeah, again, you got to be careful because you're in the industry and you send the wrong signals to people, and then you have to backpedal, respond, apologize, and it's dangerous. By the way, man, Drew with Comics Elite, love these guys. I've been watching your channel a lot more, Drew. You guys with your reviews. Sean had a lot of refunds. For what? What reason did he have refunds?
It was the Black Lives Matter comment when he made a thing about like people please quit looting. That's basically what he said about looters, and then they turned it into your anti-BLM.
Oh,
No, I'm serious. I'm serious.
I
This
missed
dude,
all that.
he had one accident after another all through his crowdfund. It was almost like his peers were just attacking him, like on purpose during his crowdfunder. Like people that were supposed to be like. The other thing is, I think he hired what was that chick's name that used to write for Comic Alliance Comics or whatever, the blonde chick.
No idea.
He got accused of love bombing somebody.
Yeah,
too?
that was Mags. That was Mags.
That was Mags. That was like, he's love bombing me.
I think everybody was kind of okay. You're full of shit, though, with that situation.
I wasn't
with
sure if that
Mags.
was during the same
So,
time as his
that
plot
was-
holes.
I don't think so, but also even that was too much.
No, but there was also a writer, a female writer he hired that.
Yeah, Blake, what's her name?
Yeah, and they gave him shit for that, for hiring her. Like, it was a lot of shit, dude.
Yo.
Blake Northcott. Yeah.
Blake Northcott. Yeah, Blake.
Shane, you like our thumbnail?
No.
You don't like our
I do. It looks a lot better.
Joker. And then we've got Sean Gordon Murphy being love bombed by Mags Visaggio. I think it's
Oh
good.
man.
You don't have to like it. I do. It makes me laugh. All right. So this is it's perfect for the show. All right, here we go. We've still got 1,400 people watching tonight. That's great, man. The show is, despite what Smiller says, it's growing by leaps and bounds. Private American by Mike Barron, persecuted for his beliefs. It is sad. Shane Davis's Inglorious Rex, persecuted for his for your belief, Shane.
Yeah, I believe in ravioli, guys. Nobody agrees.
I'll persecute you for that too.
What the fuck?
It's so disgusting, dude. Lee says Perch and Murphy are unable to speak honestly because they're cowards. They help make their industry irrelevant. Richard Cahill says punk rock is definitely a reference to Mags. Keeping it real. All right.
Punk rock. I don't know if being a starving artist is punk rock. I think that's just being a loser.
Yeah.
Being punk rock is forging out on your own and not giving a shit about what people say and not cowering.
That sounds like a single
Sean
lady
is doing
looking.
now.
That sounded like a single lady looking for a guy with some money.
It's not, but I think you're talking about yourself, Shane. Are you?
I'm
do you
joking,
need
I'm
somebody
joking.
to rescue you from your?
It's a lot of
Where are you rescuing me from?
I don't know.
Picking on Rini tonight. I don't understand. Rini,
Sexual
thanks for being
tension.
in here and putting up
I
with us.
appreciate you.
Yeah, no problem.
All right.
Really adamant about keeping it real. Tell me that they couldn't use another 20 grand a year just to cover some medical curveball or take an extra vacation or have a little bit of saving money to help them buy a house. Of course, absolutely, of course they would. But that's just not something that creative people think about because it's like against the religion or something.
Mm-hmm. I think there's a lot of pressure around if they don't want to necessarily admit that they're good with money. I've met several creative people who actually have saved up and they've got some cash in the bank, and I mean not millions of dollars, they've got something, and they are thoroughly embarrassed of it, and they do not want to admit that they feel like, and they almost describe it as, I didn't deserve this money. It was a cheat. The problem is, if you go into a lot of industries, you talk to wealthy people, they'll tell you one of the most important things is to recognize that you made the money you made and that you were responsible for that.
Right.
Because that's how you're going to get the next bit. And if you brush it off as, I didn't really deserve that, that wasn't mine, it was luck, it was like Vegas kind of money, it wasn't actually something I made. They won't, they'll never acknowledge.
Vegas kind of money is the absolute best. I love it.
Even if you won in Vegas, good, it's yours. These people think like this because they don't have responsibilities. They don't have anybody depending on them. They don't have mouths to feed. That's why.
Yeah, I'm not sure who he's
you have people to take care of. You don't care where the money comes from.
Yeah, when you have a couple little kids, you'll do that fucking stupid little logo. You'll do that T-shirt design because that means covering your family. That means covering.
Gladiator says love bombing sounds like extortion for weaklings. It's not extortion. Love bombing is it's the first step to manipulation. Oh, Matt Barr, I love your work. You're so awesome, dude. Matt, oh my gosh, dude, the fact that you're here right now is so awesome, Matt Barr. You are so great. Your fucking art is amazing. You're fucking rule. You're so much better than Shane Davis. It's awesome to have you here, Matt. Oh my God, you're incredible, dude. Would you like a soda? Can I get you anything out of the fridge? You are the man, dude. You are the man, Matt Barr. Hell yeah. And Matt is like,
At first, now it's starting to sound weird, but yeah, go ahead.
Right, and then Matt's like, I like it here. I'm getting love bombed. I really feel like this is great. I feel like I belong. It's the first step to entering a cult. Like, it's what they do to you. They love bomb you and they make you feel like warm and happy and like you're in the right place. And then they start to cut.
I prefer to get picked on. And shamed.
We don't love bomb here. Yeah, we every now and then I have to remind you guys that I do love you, but for the most part, I'm kicking you in the balls over and over and over again. And I think that's better for you.
Yeah.
And I take a few kicks. I take a few shoes to the sack myself. It's no fun. Punk rock's a reference to Mags. A lot of Mags.
Is it a reference to Mags?
After seeing Mags on that one show where she was like, yeah, like I there's something wrong with Mags.
Her fucking 5 o'clock shadow and her fucking hairy forearms and shit,
so
dude.
Gross.
Yeah. I was like, who is that dude? What's that guy been up to? Oh, it's a fucking chick. Oh, my bad.
This is what love bombing looks like.
Oh God! Look at that big arm.
Yeah, love bombing is more like Scott Snyder did some love bombing to Mags. It's like I don't know. This is submissive posturing. This is like, again, in the animal kingdom, Sean Gordon Murphy is kind of bending over and accepting the phallus of the king gorilla.
Is he taking it? Do you think they fucked?
No.
Sorry.
Let me slide these out of the way so you can get in there.
What do you? It's. I don't think they did, but it's like, what do you need? What do you need? How am I okay here? How do I avoid you ripping me limb from limb? And that's what you do in the gorilla kingdom. You're basically, you have to sort of let the king gorilla sodomize you.
I have a different take on this photo. I have a different take on this photo.
What?
Let me word it right.
I wouldn't let Mags touch my body like that, body to body. Fuck.
Damn.
This is like
eyebrows.
Hang on. This is like a person at the zoo taking a picture with an almost extinct panda, just so you can put on social media to look like you give a fuck about pandas going extinct.
She is shaped like a panda.
I think Sean really is just too nice. And then she turned around and accused him of using her or love bombing her and not because her whole thing was, oh, he's so nice to me, but he didn't give me enough industry jobs, even though he was nice to me. And
is that why she was poopy pants?
Yes, yes, because basically she didn't get what she wanted out of their friendship, quote unquote. So I actually do think Sean is just too nice. And
I don't think so. I don't think so. He tweeted this out. My new best friend, Mags Fasaggio. He tweeted this picture out like as a signal to the industry.
Okay,
and that's what
probably
people
also
do.
a little terrified, but he
And
should
that's
stop
what
being
people
terrified.
do with. That's what people do with the panda at the San Diego Zoo. They're like, look, I took a picture with the panda. Like, I care about pandas, everybody.
Yeah.
You know, like I'm saying it. To me, it's the same thing. And, you know, the panda's like, I wonder if he really loved me. You know, like, no.
Nilborg Lort, which is Troll Goblin backwards, from October 13, 2019, EVS live stream predictions. Ooh. Sean Gordon Murphy's plot holes. I said it was going to make between 250 and 300,000. Cecil said 100,000. John Malin said 300 to 350. Zach said 500 to 750. Huerta said 500,000. Donald DeLay predicted $1 million.
That's what John was saying. John said that when that stream where he was like, it was a live stream, and he was like, maybe I'll make $1 million. John says Donald DeLay put that in his head. I don't remember this though.
But did Sean say that he thought it would make $1 million?
Yes.
Oh, well, oops.
It was really bad, dude.
And he smiled about it. Like, you'd have to just watch. He's like, what if I make $1 million, guys? What am I gonna do then? I don't know. Count my money. Count that money.
Like a DeLorean. Get like a
That's right.
solid gold DeLorean.
Fix up my
If only.
Yeah. I get
I
an
don't
El
know.
Camino. That'd be sweet.
Crowdfunding doesn't work like that. You can't just put something up and expect people to come.
Yeah, you can.
You can?
Yeah.
No, you can't.
So we shouldn't start promoting her books. I mean, I'm going to by Fiendish, everybody.
No, but he really should have just said, I don't know what I'm going to make. And whatever he would have made, it look like a success. Like, because it was a success. It was like a 250 or something like that for his first crowdfunder. I mean, that's a hell of a success. But everything he raised looked like a failure compared to him saying, maybe I'll make $1 million. It's like, you know, like if he just said, I have no idea what I'll make, he was always going to come out a winner, you know?
Yeah. You don't want to say, you don't want to announce what you're hoping to make, and it's dangerous unless you're pretty sure. Oh, here's a joke. See, this is the thing. This is how it goes, man. When you're Sean Gordon Murphy and you're a fence sitter, the SJWs are watching you, and they react like this. This is, so big name comic creator is launching his Indiegogo campaign to attract the COMICSGATE masses this week, huh? It amazes me that people still don't know who this guy is. It's the same guy flirting with comics hate every time. He's been telling you who he is if you just keep your eyes peeled. Well, someone's actual response to this. Bitch, I'm still waiting for these good comics they can supposedly make. Oh, what's this right here? He went there to be successful. He went there to get away from the weirdo low-selling SJWs who think they can tell everyone around them what to do. EVS opened the door. Now watch the people who can actually make good comics walk through it. That ain't you, Joe, by the way. Say what you want, but it ain't you. Land Pitts. I mean, it's been cemented for a while, but boy, oh God, yeah, it's been obvious to me and for ages. I mean, hell, using that crowdfunding site alone is a major red flag. Curious as to what has finally sealed it. For others this time, though, curious what it will take for some big creators to realize that these COMICSGATE, in other words, understand the pressure that they put on, on you to sort of walk the line.
The weird thing about Sean, I do remember this, is he was just up for selling the book to everyone. Like, he didn't want to exclude people from buying his product, and some people took an issue with that. Like,
yeah, he really is super lefty. He just doesn't. He just didn't have a problem putting his book on Indiegogo, and they were calling him COMICSGATE for it.
Well, he tried to justify that as saying Indiegogo had a better business model, meaning in demand and other things were just better than Kickstarter at the time. So
at the time, yeah. I mean, it made sense. I think he was, being honest about that, but they don't care.
Right.
So look at who do you think is really the toxic ones now?
I was thinking, why did he just keep going back to the Batman stuff and not doing more crowdfunded stuff? Like, because his first campaign was a success, obviously maybe he could grow or build a bigger library or whatever, or do more books. And then I was thinking about it and I'm like, probably all this shit he had to go through, it's just like easier just to work at Marvel or DC and make $80K a year.
I think he got scared.
Bob Gable says, do some artists think they will be discovered after they die and think they are Picasso? I do.
What's the point? You're dead.
I hope not.
Right.
Yeah.
Why? Who wants that?
Picasso was famous when he was alive.
Right before.
Also, I want to be famous now.
Yeah.
Back my book. Thanks.
Yeah.
Wow.
Either way.
No, for real. What doing it while I'm dead?
Yeah. What good is fame going to do you when you're dead? Think about that. You
Bob
won't even know you're
says,
famous.
to be clear, didn't you know the male mags EVS? No.
I did.
You ever met?
Really?
Yeah, I did at a con. Yeah.
I mean, once you see the male version, like you're like, knock it off, dude. Once you see that, like that made Zach really angry one day when he actually saw the picture of like male mags. He was just like, "Fuck is this?" But
wasn't Mel Mags not getting work?
Right.
Is that what happened? I'm going to shift and get more work.
I'm not saying that's what happened, but that was
speculative.
Of it.
Still has a girlfriend, so you're like, you're a trans lesbian.
Right.
No, I think Mags got married.
Yeah. Oh, okay, married now.
I think maybe.
I was raised by the wolves, ate till they fool. Run through the night, playing with your life. Going against the pack, that's risking your life. Better play it right, yeah, you better play it right. I got loyalty and blood.
Hello, whoa.
Hello.
Oh, hi.
Hi, John.
It's nice to have John Malin here with us.
It is beautiful to have John in here.
Hi.
Glad to be here.
Yeah.
Let's get to work, guys. Travis Perrick says, bring the pain, Shane. Show no quarter to the vile enemy. Just back the Dale Keown shirt. Toner Watch Studio. Who's grabbing whose weem? There are 2 arms missing. Who's grabbing whose weem? Russell Hall. Oh, in the picture. Oh, yeah, photograph. Russell Hall says, so-called creative people are embarrassed of having money because they've been drinking the left-handed Kool-Aid. They need to keep up the pretense. Oh, that's Russell Hall. Russell Hall super chatted me.
Oh, that's who you were talking about.
Yeah.
Wow.
I know he bothers, like he's all over super chatting the Jack Show. There's like Russell Hall for $2, but he never super chats me. He just did. EVS, you don't have my consent to show me mags. Too bad. I'm right here with mags. E. Callan says, Sean Gordon Murphy backed the wrong horses all. Oopsie daisy.
Wait, I was trying to explain this, John. Now you're in here. So you're saying Donald put the number of 1 million in Sean Gordon Murphy's head?
Yeah. I mean, I don't know if others did as well, but definitely Donald. Yeah, I remember him saying that. He's going to make $1 million, and he's out there talking to Sean Gordon Murphy. He's telling him he's going to make $1 million. And then I believe Sean Gordon Murphy said on some stream that he expected to make, like, I think minimum $500,000, $500,000, something like that. And my point at that time was like, no, you shouldn't tell people to do that, because then if they make less than $1 million or less than $500,000, even though it's an incredible win, they're going to feel like fucking losers. And I think that's what happened with Sean Gordon Murphy.
Absolutely true.
Wow, Donald. Way to knock him down the flight of stairs.
Yurashi Mataru says Sean Gordon Murphy bent the knee to SJWs on every occasion. And that was frustrating too. Like the whole thing, I get disappointed with people and I just write them off. It's my weakness. It's my flaw. I had to talk to Andrew about that today. I'm like, yeah, I got to get over that in 2022. I got to become better.
I kind of understood everything except when the looting thing. He was like, guys, he put out a tweet, quit looting. And then they attacked him because they were like, that's racist. This is a Black Lives Matter thing. And then he's like, okay, let me auction off my Batman pages and fund looters.
Oh.
Yeah, this is ridiculous. And the whole thing, again, like doing a cover for Doug TenNapel shows some balls. Okay.
Nobody took it back.
That's what I'm saying. And then when they criticize him for it, he goes, okay, you can't publish the cover. Can you please not publish the cover? That's just cowardice.
That is so weak.
I think he wants to have courage, but I think what he's dealing with now, because if you read his indie books like Punk Rock Jesus and Off Road and that stuff, he wants to have that spirit, but I don't think he has that anymore. He's not young. He has a lot at risk. He has like a wife and things to pay for, and I think what he's dealing with now is more toxic than like the whole like he used to be really punk rock against religion. All this is more toxic than what he used to deal with, and he's just not ready for it. But yeah, I agree. He's being a coward. So
then don't flirt with us. Go be an SJW. Go over there and just get in line and go take pictures with Mags Visaggio and do all of that, because taking a picture with Mags Visaggio is one of the least humiliating things Sean Gordon Murphy's done since he's come on my radar. I gotta say that retracting the Doug TenNapel cover it made my balls shrivel. That was the worst thing I've ever seen. And it could have happened here. Like, if Jay Lee had asked, please don't publish my cover for Rack Planet, I'd say, no, I'm publishing it. You're not taking it back because I paid for it. It's a business deal. It's over. Okay, whatever it is, don't do it again if you don't want to. Sean Gordon Murphy should have just said, sorry, he already paid me to do it. He's going to publish it. Big deal. Moving on. And that would have been it. But for him to just, now they have infinite power over you. When you're willing to just go, okay, please don't publish the cover, you have given them ultimate power over you. It is absolutely.
Did Sean Gordon Murphy do something again? Is he back in the news?
Yeah, he's being interviewed by Perch. He's saying some good things, but it's also some really disturbing. Eric Medved says, I got plot holes. It was solid. It was worth the buy. Right.
He admitted to listening to Ethan's channel and Zach and just trying to understand everybody. John, that was said at the beginning of this.
If you're listening now, Sean, stop retreating. Stop it. Be a man. Stop retreating to these people. You got to figure out what you value more, okay? And it doesn't mean you have to be a conservative or a liberal. These people are communists. These people are social justice bullies. They're bullying you, and they're making you make choices. They're forcing your hand and forcing you to make choices. Decide who you are, stand by it, accept the consequences. And we're talking about making money and keeping money in the long run. You're going to do both of those a lot better if you just, since you are a political person, stop pretending you aren't. You are. You have to decide where you fall and stop confusing the fuck out of everyone, dude. It's really weird. Taking that Doug TenNapel cover back was one of the worst things he did.
Was it up for sale, or because I remember seeing it colored? Like, was it actually up for sale and then he had to pull it down, or was it just like
it was on the campaign? It was featured on the campaign, and Doug TenNapel had to tear it down. And then what happened was even worse. Like, it's like normally. So apparently, and check my memory. I could be wrong about this, but I think I'm right. Jim Lee,
Sean blamed DC. Yeah,
Sean went to Doug TenNapel and said, Jim Lee called me and said that I have to, what are you doing hanging out with this? And so Doug TenNapel blasted Jim Lee. What are you doing? Is it true that Jim Lee went and basically threatened Sean Gordon Murphy so now Sean Gordon Murphy gets in more trouble with DC Comics, and also Jim Lee has to come out and deny it. Jim Lee lied and said, I didn't do that. He actually publicly denied.
He said, I don't know what you're talking about, Doug.
What a fucking disaster that was.
I remember that.
Everyone so much. I hate everyone involved with that whole debacle. It's like Sean Gordon Murphy for being a coward, Doug TenNapel for like blasting his friend, and then Jim Lee for like being a fucking like political bully who sits there and says you're not allowed to do this work for someone here, and then lying about it, lying about having that conversation.
Hang on, I'm gonna be
Everyone is a fucking
I want to be
asshole.
devil's advocate here for a second.
Okay,
First,
good luck.
we don't know if Jim did do that. Like, I'm gonna take Jim's side. Maybe Jim didn't call Sean.
Yeah, I mean, that was my
Maybe
question.
Sean
How do we
just
know if
used
Jim
that.
did that or not?
Yeah, maybe Sean just used that as an excuse because he didn't like people attacking him.
Well, that's doubly cowardly.
That's what I was thinking too.
And that makes
that's
Sean Gordon
worse,
Murphy look even
obviously,
worse.
but
It lets Jim Lee off the hook. I got to assume that is what happened there. But if Sean Gordon Murphy lied about the Jim Lee thing?
No, either way, like
That's an option.
It's not good either way, but it is possible that Jim never had that conversation, and Sean said,
Well, that's
"Oh,
what I'm
my
saying.
boss."
If that's true, that like that conversation never happened, Shane, and Jim didn't do it, then Jim Lee is off the hook, and
Yeah.
Sean Gordon Murphy is twice as bad because he takes on the load of that whole thing, like using Jim Lee as an excuse, blasting Jim Lee to Doug TenNapel. Doug TenNapel goes and blasts Jim Lee, and Jim Lee goes, "What the fuck are you talking about? I never did that." If that's the case, it's even worse. So interesting. Malin is here.
Though.
We don't know, but we do know a couple of things. Malin is here to get Shane to drink Mad Dog 200K. So, Jay Mama fan, thank you.
Yeah. Oh, look at Shane. He's got that bottle.
Ready to go.
Nursing it like a baby.
Yeah, getting warm.
Russell
Oh,
Hall says,
sweet
I'm perfect.
baby.
Forgot all my previous super chats. I'll never forget them again, Russell. Make a mental note. Bob Gable says, what is Donald's actual weight? Go, John Malin, go.
400, I would
400,
say.
I would say. Yeah, he's 4 bills.
Morbidly obese.
Dude, for the Fans Fest, we could do that. You know how like they're like, how many jelly beans are in the jar? We're like, how heavy is Donald DeLay? And then at the end, he gets on the scale.
Guess his weight and age.
Guess
his weight, age,
then,
and gender.
then the springs break out of the scale, and
I know he's 4 bills because I stepped on the scale, and I know what I weigh now. Stint says, Rainey, where is John's belt? I don't know how they do it in Taiwan, but in U.S. we honor our word.
Oh,
I honor my word.
Yeah.
Well,
Forgetting your belt.
asterisk. I don't have it. Did you send it?
I did. Everything is taking super slow because of Christmas.
Right.
You did.
Yeah.
You sent it. You realize I'm leaving the state now for probably 5 to 7 days. So when it arrives on my doorstep,
Oh, god damn it.
yeah.
All right. Well, let's hope it's fine sitting on your doorstep.
Well, let's hope it's here in the next 10 hours.
John, you're gonna have inner city. No, John, you're gonna have inner city Detroit youth riding bicycles down the street wearing Fragtober belts.
Yeah.
No,
Well,
if you send it, you better send me some tracking so I can get someone out here to be on the lookout for it.
Okay.
Steve Roberts says, Uncle E, does the L in Shanathy L. Davis stand for Livingston? Stands for Lawrence.
Shane Lawrence Davis.
Shanathy Lawrence Davis is your full name.
Yeah.
Shanathy. I don't know what Shane is short for. It isn't, is it? It's just Shane.
No, it's short.
For what?
My real name.
What's your real name?
Shaneth?
No, it's not Shaneth.
It is short. It's only like 5 letters. It's pretty short.
Yeah, it's not that
Yeah, no, I mean Shane Davis is just a pen name.
What's it short for? What's Shane short
I'm
for?
not gonna say what it's short for.
He's not going to dox himself.
What's
Shannon.
ET short
Oh,
for?
somebody outed you.
Yeah,
No,
they
it's
did.
Shannon.
Shannon.
Yeah, my real name.
Oh,
Shanaford. I like that.
Yeah, my real name is Shannon.
Shaniqua?
Shannon Davis.
Nene.
Yeah, that's my real name.
Shaniqua.
Shaniqua.
Shaniqua. Morena. Shaniqua.
Eric the Guapo says, Coach, the super chat is for you. You just have to take it from Ethan somehow. Shane, I will send you yours later. Well,
Thanks.
Appreciate it.
Reach up and grab it.
yeah, and Jim Lee didn't steal someone's wife, says Travis Perrick.
Is that true?
That is, I cannot confirm that, but that is what,
Define
it's
steal.
completely-
You know,
hang on.
did he break in? You know, break a window, grab and take her out?
My thing about that is that if this is true, and it is all over the internet that it is true. Okay, so but I don't know for a fact, but if it were true, the rules of power imbalance, like the reason why Harvey Weinstein had to go to jail and it was rape, was because he had so much power, and therefore asking these young ladies to have intercourse with him was unfair. It was unfair, especially when they're already employed by him. It's no longer when somebody's entire job in life is on the line, and you say, "But will you S the D?" The answer is going to be yes. Okay, and that's the problem. That's how it becomes rape. Now,
hey, where are the white women at?
Good question.
Where? Yeah, where are the white women?
That was Jim Lee right there.
I'm looking for two. Yeah.
Anyway, when your employee comes in, your freelancer, and with his family, and then you say, "Nice to meet you. Will your wife S the D?" The answer might be yes, especially since it's your dream job.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's your dream career. The answer might be, yeah. And then that's the whole thing. So it's wrong. P. Count says Shannon. P. Count, no. Mr. Joker 1128 says, I with John Liefeld is better than Lee. Lee never had a jeans ad.
That's true. That is true. Can't deny that.
Hell CG says Eric Winberg. Thank you, my friend. Yeah, you can't do that. You can't just like take your employee and say, "Will your wife S the D?"
Yeah.
I mean,
look, here's all I know about Jim Lee on a personal level is that in the early 90s, he used to wear a Malcolm X hat right until he traded up his Asian wife for a white one.
Oh, is that true?
Yeah. Remember, comic books, great. He used to rock that Malcolm X hat.
Yeah.
He was like, down with Whitey. And then he was
Right.
like, hey, I like this other dude's white.
Yeah, I heard him. He was like,
hey, where are the white women at?
Boy, all right, here we go. Let's get back to making money and keeping money in comics with Sean Gordon Murphy and his host, Comics by Perch.
That they actually work hard to get something. And
Right. Yeah, I agree with you. It took me a while to actually acknowledge that I was a one percenter of comics anyway, or I guess just in life. I won't say what I make, but I did some math recently, and I make 30 to 60 times more than the average artist in comics.
Dude, pause that. He's like, I won't say what I make, but let me
Right.
flex.
I make 30 to 60 times more. Oh, so if you're not an idiot, you could figure it out.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, the average comic book employee makes nothing. So, it's like I make 30 to 60 times more than most people who work for Valiant Comics. Wait, what's the other company that just went out of business?
Aftershock.
I make 1,000 times what an artist at Aftershock makes. That's what kind of star I am. But Ethan, that's zero. I make $1,000, 1,000 times zero. That's what I make.
Yeah, he probably makes around $500,000.
That's more
about
zero,
right.
Ethan. He's got more zeros than the average zero.
Oh. All right.
Yeah, 30 to 60 times more. Now, I had a knockout year with art sales and Batman and all that stuff, so it might not always be this good. I understand that. I'm always ready for the floor to come out from under me. But it took me a while to be able to say that because I felt like my poverty-ridden peers would see me as the enemy or judge me for being capitalist, or even the fact that I own a house or own 3 houses now and I rent them.
That's really wrong. Why are you
my God.
hanging around peers who treat you like the enemy just because you make more
Exactly.
money? Also, your work is just better than them and you've actually built yourself. But why are you cowering to them? Just tell them to fuck off.
You guys are missing a very valuable point. He's like, even if I own one house, he's like, well, I own 3 houses because I rent 2 of them. He's a slumlord.
Oh,
That's right. He doesn't keep
That's
up
where the
those
money
houses.
is.
They're falling apart.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I own. Listen, I own a bunch of low-income tenements, in Camden, New Jersey. And I go down there. That's what I do. That's where all the COMICSGATE money is gone. I buy all this low-income housing. I've got a HUD scam, get some low income individuals, some urban individuals in there, and don't do shit. That's the way it is, and I collect money from the government for it. It's perfect. Thank you. What do you think of that scam, John?
Yeah, I've always been an advocate for being a slumlord.
I'm gonna say a true Sean Gordon Murphy story that you could probably dig up an article on it that has everything to do with this interview. So he's like, "Oh, there's this dream house, and I don't have enough for a down deposit, but me and my wife really want it, Victorian house or something." So he goes out there and he's like, "I'm gonna do 10 commissions." Whatever, $1,200 a piece. He needed some more money for a down payment or whatever, and I think 7 of them got bought up, and whatever people wanted, he did a really nice commission. This is way before he was ever on Batman. The second thing he did is, once he got this house with this extra space and everything, is he's like, okay, I'm gonna have like this thing where you can pay me and come and live in my house, and I'll teach you how to make comics, and then we'll print that comic at the end of it. Like it was like a, and a lot of people
a paid internship, apprenticeship, whatever you want to call it. It was like $5,000 a pop, right?
Right. So then he buys the house. This could be sought out as a good business guy. I'm not crucifying him on it. But it's interesting in this interview that he's talking shit about art schools and stuff when he basically did it to buy a house.
Right.
I'm just saying.
Yeah. No problem with that. I mean, buy some fucking houses, dude.
Yeah. But
Shane Davis is in Glorious Rex Volume 2. The reason for the season, getting very, very close to 190,000, turning the corner.
Yeah.
190. We got 6 hours to go. We got lots of
$188,000. That's a lot of money. I could become a Sean Gordon Murphy and SGM slumlord with this.
Yeah, why wouldn't you do that?
Beyonce's been talking about buying a trailer park. She's like, I'm like, why would we buy a trailer park? She's like, she wants to buy a trailer park and call it Homie's Place. And I'm like, what? She's like, all the homies will live at Homie's Place. She said it'll work. And I'm like, no, it won't. She's like, yeah, I'm hanging at Homie's Place. Like, she thinks it'll just sell itself. And I'm like, I think that's racist.
What? Not racist.
You don't have to go that far. I'm thinking about investing in some fentanyl laced barbiturates and selling them on the street to children.
Oh, well, there you go.
That's where the money is right now. You turn on the TV, what are they talking about? They're talking about fentanyl.
Free advertising.
Yeah, true. Free advertising. All right, here we go. Let's get back to Sean Gordon Murphy, Slumlord. Oh, hold on a second here. We got somebody else in here. Narwhal, welcome.
Hey, good to see you guys.
Well,
I'm
hello.
hopped up on the tiny Tim of COMICSGATE. God bless us, everyone.
Why is Narwhal always sick now?
I don't know. I caught something on the plane back from Mexico.
Wait a
And then
second.
my
You
face
were
got
sick
droopy.
last time I saw you. Did you recover and now you're sick again?
Yeah, I got AIDS too from a Mexican stripper.
Oh,
and my face is.
Oh,
droopy.
that's what we thought.
You mean
At least you're
hooker.
honest.
You're not going to get AIDS from a stripper, but you will from a hooker.
AIDS to electric boogaloo.
You're supposed to watch the donkey show, not actually take part in
No,
the donkey show.
they're all the same in Mexico.
Why are
And the
comic
thing-
skaters falling apart? Fucking Narwhal's dying over here. Reenie hasn't bathed in a week.
Yeah.
I have bathed. What are you talking about?
I don't know. That's not what we've heard.
With wet wipes.
I see her up there scratching herself every couple of minutes.
No, I bathed. I drove 3 counties over to a friend's house just to shower. I'm clean.
Lots of
Reenie,
talcum powder.
do you have water yet or no?
I have no water. It's been off for 3.5 days.
Why?
I hate my government. Because, okay, so Southerners, Atlanta handles the cold like a bunch of fucking idiots, first of all. And
like a bunch of
half
gays. That's why they call it Gaylanta.
And no, they're just Southerners and they're all stupid. So nobody knew that they had to drip their pipes during the polar vortex. So many of the pipes burst in my county that they just shut all the water off. So we haven't had water for 3 days.
That's why? Because idiots didn't drip their pipes? Oh my God.
Right. And I'm like, but I drip my pipes. Why am I being punished for other people being stupid?
You look like you got drippy pipes.
That's true. I'm a
Whoa,
disaster.
Patrick, turn your gain down, my friend. Welcome, Patrick Thomas Parnell.
Sorry.
That's right.
Hang on, Narwhal. When you came on, what were you holding up?
Dayquil and NyQuil. If you mix them together, it's like you don't even know what's going on.
Shit.
You don't stay awake or sleep. You're just there.
Yeah.
That's you'll get, if you drink them both at the same time, narwhal, you'll get better twice as fast.
Oh yeah.
This is not medical advice on this channel, by the way, guys. It really is.
No, you should totally do that. It'll be fun.
All right, listen. We got Pat. Listen, Sean Gordon Murphy is trying to teach us some things. So let's listen, okay? Put on your listening caps. Thank you.
Bad word. And I just feel like the point of this podcast is to say, like, those are not bad words. You should be striving for these things. I don't know what the kryptonite, why money is kryptonite to artists. They won't say it is, but everything they say and do essentially says, yeah, you don't know what to do with money if I gave it to you. You made yourself proud to pat yourself on the back for not having money for whatever weird reason. And all your friends are doing it. And rather than feel good about salary or being able to put some money away to buy a house, you put more credit in likes on social media.
Yeah.
Like, that's insane. You know it's all insane, but none of you really wants to say that quiet part out loud.
Yeah. No, Twitter likes are more important than financial security.
Totally. Yeah.
It is crazy. It is. I think there is a certain element of people who don't have it and have kind of hit this point where they know they're never going to get it.
Right.
They're reinforcing this hard. The rich people, don't be a rich person. You can be humble and still be wealthy. You can be generous. In fact, wealthy people have more of an opportunity to be generous. They have more to give.
Yeah.
And I don't know. There's a lot of little pieces. I'm sure we'll get into.
You can be selfish and not give anybody shit because you earned it. And
No. That's not true. If you make money in comics, and a lot of people come up wanting your money, and if you're just generous and loaning out your money, you'll end up broke.
I know, it's true.
Yeah, that happened. Didn't that happen to Kevin Eastman?
Maybe, I don't know.
Like, there was I think that was part of the thing with him losing a lot of his money, is he was just lending it out to like anybody.
Oh my gosh! So they guilt you.
Says nurse that bottle, Shane. Drink for $200K. Rini has scabies. Says 200 Watt Studios.
Aren't those little bugs that crawl under your skin?
Yeah.
No.
Chiggers.
No.
Russell Hall says, I don't believe that it was cold enough in Atlanta to burst everyone's pipes overnight. It wasn't that cold here in North Carolina. Sounds like an excuse.
It was 10 degrees. It was pretty cold.
Oh,
that's what it was here.
That 10 degrees. Sounds like summertime to me.
Oh, for the south, that's cold.
You can bathe in the snow.
You can be generous if you have money, guys. It reminds me of, again, I don't mean to brag about my generosity,
but
when Donald DeLay, when Donald DeLay came to me and he said, my dog is really sick, I don't have the money to take him to the vet.
Really?
Yes, this was back in 2018. Said, I don't have the money to take my dog to the vet. I'm broke. I don't even have enough money to put him down at the vet. And I heard this was in a back room, and I said, oh, I hear what you're saying. And I knew I had a lot of money because of Cyberfrog Blood Honey.
Wait, was he working with you or something?
No. We were in a back room, like in the COMICSGATE DM thread. And I said to him, I feel your pain. I said, listen, Donald, how much do you need? How much is it going to cost?
You're a better man than me. I just act like I never see those DMs. I just
he's like,
oh, you got lost shovel, dude.
I remember that.
That's because you're not. That's because you're not kind like I am. I said, Donald,
I know.
How much is it going to cost to put your dog down?
$5,000.
I will pay. How much will it cost? To
oh wait, you didn't offer to heal his dog. You just offered to put
send you a
bone. No, yeah, that's expensive. I will.
You got a shovel?
Yeah, I will pay to get. Yeah, maybe we can do it ourselves. Like, why pay?
How much is a hammer at Home Depot?
Oh my God. It was a stretch goal, a Cyberfrog stretch goal. If you reach it, Ethan will kill Donald's dog.
Not kill, put it out of its misery. No,
just send him a buck for a bullet, man.
Not even a gun. Just grab like a nail gun.
Holy crap! This is so cruel.
I told Andrea that I
the nail and reuse it.
Andrea said that's not funny. You don't. All right. Russell Hall says I didn't drip my pipes and they're still flowing. So FK8322 says Rini gonna dry out like Fran the Frog in a matter of days.
Oh.
Matt G
man,
says
too soon.
Polar Vortex sounds like a COMICSGATE Indiegogo campaign. It does.
Yeah.
Donald, how much is it gonna cost for me to help you kill your dog? How much do you need?
How much? Irene, does your standards in men change now that you need running water?
I don't see how that would change my standards in men.
Well, now
It
you'd be
changes
more,
my
now
standard
you'd
in my
be,
local government.
now you'd be more interested in dating a fat dude with money because you know you can pay for water to be shipped to your home.
Yeah, she dates a utility guy now.
Yeah. Now that neighbor dude with that truck and all those jugs of water in the back.
I have jugs of water.
You're gonna go on that dinner date with them now?
You see, like unlike most people, I'm actually prepared for a disaster. I have jugs of water. I just
Irene's
don't
neighbor
have a
came
shower.
over
not made for
and
drinking.
asked if he could mow her lawn for her, and she's like, "Yeah, sure." And then he mowed her lawn, and she's like, "How much do I owe you?" And he's like, "Well, how about just go out and have dinner with me? I'm lonely." And she's like, "No, thanks." Close the door on him.
No
he
thanks,
actually
here's
did
$10.
ask me to mow the lawn. He just did it. And then I
Wow,
was
and you
like,
still turned him down? What a cold
Fuck yeah.
oh my gosh. Okay.
Rini, you don't have to go to dinner with any
Right?
guy.
Fuck that guy. You're not.
Thank
he's not
you.
Look, if some
Fine.
fat chick came out and just started mowing my lawn for I mean, if I was single, you know, but if she started mowing my lawn for me, and then she's like, "Hey, I just mowed your lawn for you," I'd be like, "Damn, you're useful."
Wait,
Will you go
hang
to
on,
dinner with
Rini.
me? I'd be like,
What?
"Yeah, I'll go to dinner with you, but you're buying, right?" And then she'd be like, "Yeah."
Rini,
Oh my gosh.
Irene,
What?
what was wrong with this guy?
Nothing.
He was into her. That was what was wrong with him.
I
He
was just a little
sleazy.
weirded out because he mowed my lawn and then asked me to go to dinner. I was like,
Nice guys finish.
No, Rini,
Now,
you're
how old
right.
was this guy?
I'm very cordial with him. It was weird. I was like, I don't know.
Yeah,
I'm just
it's you know what it is, Rainey. I'll tell you what it is. It's about guys who are sneaky and not upfront with their intentions. And I talk about this with women all the time. You know, it's guys that are just like, I want to be your friend, or I'm going to do this for you. I'm going to do you a favor, blah blah. But they have ulterior motives. And if they would just come out and go, you know what, you're pretty. I would like to take you to dinner. Would you go have dinner with me? He'd probably have a slightly better chance if Rini found him even slightly attractive. He had possibilities. He might go to dinner with Rini. But
Actually,
I mean, it's the creepiness of I mowed your lawn. Now you're obligated to me in some way.
Fuck that guy.
No.
Yeah,
He
that's
mowed
my
the lawn
point.
and then wanted to trim the bush. That's all.
Andy,
that's
what
where-
is going on with
What
Andy
a dirty
recently?
dog.
Jeez Louise.
What are you talking about? You guys are just
dog.
disgusting.
He's letting loose. We've
I
seen
always
it
found
real-
it like more successful just to treat a girl like dirt and then she'll like love you. You know?
Yeah.
Oh
That's
my
right.
gosh.
He should have egged her house.
Yeah, that's
I know. He should have
With
put like
toilet
a
paper and
No, you
egged your
should have
house.
tried billing her.
yeah.
$50,
That
bitch.
really
I
would
don't
not have
have
worked.
$50.
Well,
Yeah.
will you go to dinner?
Well, I guess I'm gonna have to get it some other way.
Wow, that would never have
Mrs.
worked
Gump,
also.
is there a Mr. Gump?
Oh my gosh.
Tom Tuttle says, "Hey, Rini, what's up? I got plenty in my place. Just saying."
And a riding
Rod
lawnmower.
says, probably the first time Rini's had her lawn mowed in a long time.
What?
Oh, damn.
Oh hush.
believe that.
All right. All right, let's listen to Sean Gordon Murphy.
More, but there's very easy ways. You mentioned just a second ago renting houses.
Perch.
Yeah.
So that is one of those systems that builds on itself. I rent out a house.
Yeah.
And the same thing is great. The rental pays for any debt on that
Yeah.
house, and then it builds, and you keep doing it, and then it grows
Right.
and grows and grows, and that's just basic business sense.
Right. It's funny when I took a photo of my. I sold a bunch of art this year to fund my third house, which I'm fixing up and we're going to Airbnb it.
Mhm.
The reason I'm more interested in Airbnb is not to be an evil landlord. It's because one house Airbnb for me is 30 grand a year.
Mhm.
I have two houses now I'm renting out, so that's 60 grand a year. I have to do nothing for that, right? The average money I make on a movie option, once I split it with Rick Remender or Millar, once I pay my lawyer and taxes, I maybe make 20 to 30 on a movie option. That's like barely enough for a bathroom renovation. And
Right.
to chase down movie options, it's hard. It's like being struck by lightning. It's a lot of luck. And even though you sell a movie an option for a year, it takes 3 years. It actually, it's a year build.
Yeah, but each year it doubles and triples. Russell Hall says, I'm sure Rini mows her own lawn. Thank you very much. The way the movie option works is it's like $20,000. And if that were it, and then next year, if we want to keep it, we'll give you 40. If we want to keep it a third year, it's a 3-year option, then we'll give you 60, and that's the way it works. So, or they just say fuck you, and then they don't give you anything. But I mean, it's it's
and
not
eventually the rights revert back, and you sell it again.
Then you sell it again.
Right. So.
Movie option.
Building up to the sale, you've got a year when it's actually optioned, and then sometimes there's a little bit of overflow where they own it but they don't. Whatever. The fact is that even when people brag about a movie option, they're probably bragging about 30 grand they made over 3 years.
Yeah.
Now, as good as it feels to throw your dick out and go, I have a movie option, I'm one of those guys in comics, as unsexy as it is owning property and renting an Airbnb, it's 30 grand every year. That's way less fussy for me, way less liability. And I own equity in it, and it's going to keep paying every year. Like, I think it's actually better to own property. I'd rather own property than have 100 movie options on it.
Bob Gable says, "Guys, you are landlords, not artists."
No, I absolutely.
Slumlord.
I mean, my wife did that before a lot. She had 6 houses. She would buy them. She would fix them up. She would rent. She'd make the money off of it. She'd go to the next one, and she'd just like,
you know what? I have a similar thing that I do, but it's with women, not houses.
Yeah, I was gonna say I like owning property too, but the government made it so I couldn't.
Right. Oh, you mean people? You mean human beings?
Yeah.
Well, John, you can always move to the Middle East. You'll
I'm looking at it. Yeah, I'm looking at it.
He's looking at real estate over there right now.
Saudi Arabia.
We're looking out for
Saudi
you.
Arabia.
Yeah.
John's always been
you'll love
concerned about the teeth.
Yep, I like good teeth. Shows
Dubai-
good health.
Dubai is beautiful.
That's right.
Wow. All right.
like through. Now her passion was absolutely not in fixing up houses or real estate. But it then and I think there's a point you're getting back to is you then have this cushion of money.
Yeah.
You come back and you can do your passion and you can do it more freely and more, whatever you're going to do, knowing that you're secure.
Yeah, exactly. But when I took a photo of this, of my new house and posted it on Instagram, and I could not believe the amount of negativity I got from people. Not necessarily on
Mags.
but on Twitter, people like, oh,
Fuck 'em.
Sean's going to be an evil landlord. You're like, oh, this is part of the problem.
What's
Like, first of all, how do you know I'm
all
not?
the real estate hate? Says Patrick T. Well, Sean's doing this on purpose too. Sean is like rubbing in his success.
Well, I mean,
Sean's
10 minutes ago he said, no, I'm not going to tell you what I make. Blah, blah, blah. 30 to 60 times more. Blah, blah, blah. I own 2 houses that I rent out. I make 30 grand. Blah, blah, blah. I'm not going to tell you what I make.
This is humble bragging, and also it's like, you know what? I'm with you guys, but not really. I'm sort of a conservative, more of a conservative, as it turns out, than a liberal, because I don't agree with you guys. I'm so cool that I can hang out and listen to Ethan Van Sciver. I don't care what you say. And by the way, I have look. Here's a picture of my new house that I just bought. So why don't you suck my dick? And
I'm renovating my bathroom.
He is totally doing that to them on purpose. I don't know who. No, he is. Of course he is. Yeah. I mean, I did it too. When I bought this house, I posted a picture of it and I said, "Hey, thanks, COMICSGATE." And I got so much hatred from people. It was wonderful. It was beautiful. Blast Radius says, when Sean Gordon Murphy was complaining about Floyd riots last year, why did his fellow comics pros say he was against BLM? I thought BLM didn't riot. Wasn't that the whole, the SJW's whole narrative?
Yeah. No, that's
They're mostly peaceful.
They have no logical consistency. So you could they could both riot and be allowed to riot, and also not be rioting at the same time. That's how it works. It's
Travis Parrick says, just moved to Dearborn, John.
Yeah. It's a lot shorter. It's not as far as the Middle East.
Stephen Roberts for $10 says, Irene Elstrakowski, you should be thankful for the lawn mowing guy. Imagine everything Faye puts up with.
What?
Yeah.
I'm not buying this house, fixing it up, and then selling it. I'm not a landlord. But a lot of the angry landlord comments came from third world countries where I guess it's just traditional to just dunk on landlords because they're evil and there's a class divide. So a lot of these comments were written in broken English. I'm like, all right, well, I don't know what it's like to be Mexican and deal with this or Colombian.
Jesus.
I just brush it
These fucking Mexicans.
Yeah, you third world shitholes.
I love
Sean Gordon Murphy. These fucking Mexicans are.
I know.
On
What's
Instagram.
next? They don't send their best and brightest? Good Lord.
I like this guy.
Why does he
guys
talk
don't
like this all the time?
Yeah.
I feel like if an artist buys an investment property, it should be celebrated. And the amount of shit I was getting, I totally did not see coming.
No,
you did.
It's been that way for a long time, though, and it's why you have so many artists who collect cars or have.
Why can't they just be happy for me? That's all. It's the same thing that we do to them. It's like, why can't you just be happy for me? Look at everything. Because they're starving and eating cat food, and Valiant and Aftershock haven't paid them. It's great.
Property or these things, and they keep it an absolute death secret from others.
You know what? Aftershock is kind of like a slum. What would it be called? Like a slum town in a way too. Donnie Cates runs that, from what I understand.
What? That's his company?
Donnie Cates, yeah, he's a part owner of Aftershock Comics, from what I hear.
Are you fucking kidding me?
That's what I hear. Look it up. Do a little research and look up Donnie Cates, part owner of Aftershock. Find out if it's right.
Because they're
and then get back to me. Let me know.
Concerned, like I said, that they're going to be called evil, sinister, capitalist. I mean, capitalist is a newer one, but I mean, just greedy, bad. I mean, it's all the negative things. And I, like you, would much rather see the celebration. We should be applauding when some of these people are able to buy these things. When Donnie Cates did his European vacation, he was posting photos and people were ducking on him for his weird hat. I was happy. I was like, good. This is a guy who needs a vacation. So
He sure does. He needs a vacation. And if he owns Aftershock, some of that money came from the artist who drew that. Will you look that up, Shane? Did you find it?
I actually found it. I'm just trying to research it before I share it because his name's in it, but I'm looking for it in the article.
Okay.
That was my takeaway. Good. I'm glad he's able to afford a European vacation. I wish they all could. That's the state of the industry you want.
Oh, Chris Aaron did an article. Says Madness and Victory. Oh, they're coming for Donnie Cates. They're coming for Donnie Cates.
Here,
What are they doing?
No, I mean, he's part of this company. He was one of the owners. There's like 10 though, but he is one of them. Like when I did this search,
Donnie Cates co-owns Aftershock Comics. Yes, Cates was at one point an owner of What happened? Did he not? Okay, hold on. Popverse has independently confirmed that Donnie Cates once received a 1% ownership stake in Aftershock Comics. It's unclear how this came about, but after confirming the ownership stake, we learned that someone familiar with Cates' work at Aftershock that he at one point signed an exclusive contract with a publisher. This would be prior to him signing with Marvel. In fact, his multi-year exclusive contract. It was Marvel's offer of an exclusive contract which led to Kate and forget it.
Oh, this off. At one time he was, but he's not.
Shit.
Yeah, and that was probably part of his exclusive was we'll give you 1% stake in the company.
All right, forget it. I was excited for 1 second, and I guess it just doesn't matter.
No.
Damn it. Why can't all of my enemies be complete villains all the time? All right, here we go.
Yeah. Yep. But, the people who have success at Marvel, I'm not picking my Donnie on anybody who just is brought in as the A-lister all of a sudden. Marvel or DC will just throw money at you, and you immediately start buying a house or car, and you don't think of the fact that you might be riding high for a while, but eventually Marvel or DC they're going to retire you to the B team. Like your best year might be 2 to 3 years when you're on top, but then they're going to usher you to the side and someone new is going to come in. So you can't count on your best years being every year. Like I am trying to make my best year last as long as I can. I've been doing it for 8 years so far, but well, that's not.
I like it. He's better than I am.
I know, John. I think you and this guy have a lot in common.
Yeah, I need to open up a notebook.
This guy is a humble braggart artist. Like, I mean, really, it is amazing.
Yeah. Well, here's the weird thing, though. Like, I've met Sean a couple of times in my life, and one of them was when he was first getting into comics. He did like a couple of one-shots at DC, and they wouldn't ever hire him back. And Sean, here's the thing about Sean, is he doesn't know he's doing that. Like, he will put people down and just have a normal conversation and be like, I don't know why nobody will hire me anymore. And he'll just make fun of somebody right next to him and look them straight in the face. He has no fucking clue. Like I that's my impression of Sean. He has no clue that he's humble bragging. That's just him talking.
The chat is calling him insufferable. They're calling him pretentious.
Yeah, he's all these things. I mean,
I like him, man. I don't care. I'd rather there be more people that are pretentious and insufferable in comics.
Yeah, this was the
as long as
issue
we're
when
making shit that people are buying.
Yeah, when he did his crowdfunder, it was the same thing. Remember, he was like, I don't know if it's going to make $1 million, but we'll see.
Well, we already talked that. Yeah, that's Donald DeLay's fault.
Yeah,
Donald DeLay did that to him. That's awful.
Yeah, polluted his brain. Oh yeah, everyone's telling me I'm going to make $1 million, $2 million, $3 million.
You mean Doug TenNapel?
No, I mean Donald DeLay. I don't know. Doug TenNapel might have done it too. There could have been any number of people that went in Sean Gordon Murphy's DMs and emails, but yeah, Donald DeLay did.
Damn, really? I didn't know that.
Mm-hmm.
Donald DeLay. Where's Donald DeLay?
Bring him to me.
Probably telling someone they're going to make $1 million on their next project.
What's wrong with that, John? I wish you believed
so when
in
I
me.
see- It's encouragement.
All right, no, I already told you what's wrong with it. It gets false hopes up, and then even when you do tremendously well, you think you're a fucking loser.
Big writers like Donnie or whatever buy a house and car and all that. Like, I'm so happy for them. I think it should be applauded. But I'm like, ooh, I hope they pay that off. I hope they have other equity. I hope they understand that, the next 5 years from now, when they're doing books that don't sell very well, they're still able to afford their mortgage. But I'm not sure they're planning ahead. I think they're mostly in the selfie phase of feeling good, showing it off. It's weird because I think some creators do selfie their success, but I think there's this, you're right, a lot of artists are shy about talking about their success. But in tandem with that, there's this social media culture of celebrating your success, like taking a selfie of yourself. You're like an infinity pool of a place that you rented or whatever. People want to like put their best foot forward and make it seem like they're wealthier than they are. So I feel like it's actually becoming okay to brag about wealth because that's what everyone is doing now. And even though that runs counter to what artists are told, I think this clash is, in the end, I think it's actually more okay to start talking about wealth. Like Greg Capullo, he was having trouble with one of his cars, and he had a Jaguar, and there was a panel gap in one over the wheel. Two panels came together, and it was wider than it should be. And he was going on a rant, 20 minutes about the dealer, and then he'd take his car back, and they know who I am. And he threatened to say, like, you know what, I'm a Batman artist. What if I start posting all over social media that you won't help me out? And I go, Greg, promise me that you will not post like your Jaguar problems of being Greg.
Jaguar jag off. Like, you got to be kidding me. Don't you know I'm a Batman artist?
Yeah, who cares?
Trust me, I sell
Right.
Jaguars.
Most people in the real world would be like, "That's nice. I don't care. Get in line."
Yeah.
Yep.
Hey, Greg, promise me that you're not gonna. Oh my God, insufferable.
It just seems like a way to humble brag that he tweeted at Greg Capullo.
Yeah.
Whoa.
And also Sean
Then he showed me a picture of his garage and all the other cars he have, and I'm like, that's awesome, man. This is like life goals to me because I know how hard that guy works. He doesn't take weekends off. He's insane. And I'm like, dude, Greg, I think everyone knows that you work your ass off. I think it's okay to post these things because you should be proud. Like, is it bragging? Kinda, but for me, I look at stuff like that and I go, that's like a life goal because I know he's not an arrogant guy. I know he's a hard worker, and I think it's okay to celebrate his success.
Well, you just said at the beginning of this stream that like social media was a detriment to working hard. So why would he post his shit to social media? He's not doing it for you. He's not doing it for anyone else, evidently. He's doing it for himself. Now I'm doing it to rub it in everyone's face. That's why John's doing it too. You understand? Like that's a big part of our agenda is to rub it into faces of impoverished, cat-pissed, stinking witches. That's what we want to do.
Hell.
But that's not what Greg Capullo is doing. Not at all. All right.
Yeah, I don't know.
No, it's true. Well, I think there's a difference when you're talking about wealth, and I think art and the creator communities moved a little bit into the second camp where there's the first bit of people who have the financial planner and they're buying stock and they're putting money away and they're thinking about their retirement and all that kind of boring stuff, but it's stuff that's going to make them happy in life.
Right.
And then there's the second group that will post things like, "Hey, look at me! I'm flying first class in a pod on Emirates." And I'm staying in a $5,000 a night place in Milan for the weekend. And look at this. And and this is a person who appeared on the scene maybe 6 months ago. And that second group is what I see a lot in comics. And it's that second group of everything that they're buying and everything that they're posting and bragging about is not an investment. It's just money going down the toilet to some other company.
Yeah.
And those are the people you always know are not going to be rich for long.
Yeah, I agree with you. Do you want to start throwing out like basic tips and stuff for people?
We should go back and forth. Yeah. I mean, I mentioned one a minute ago, and I think it's one I try and tell people all the time is before you go for an agent, go for a financial planner. A financial planner in many cases is cheap to free. Like, a lot of these places, Fidelity, those guys will give you one. If you put in, even if you put in like 10 grand, and I realize that's a high number, you put in 10 grand in investments for retirement or stocks or whatever else, typically they'll give you a financial planner free of charge or $50 a year. It's nothing.
Yeah.
And that's the person who's going to help you with insurance and help you with all these other pieces. And that to me is one of the smartest things people come into and not have a lot of financial knowledge can do.
Right. Yeah. That's good. I agree with that. Co-signed.
All right.
I'd say figure out what you're worth per day. So if you can do a page a day, and you say you're getting 200 a page, that means you're worth 200 a day. If you take a gig for Activision, no matter what they are, forget about the lump sum they're going to pay you. Bill them per day. So if they say, "Oh, we're going to need some changes," say, "Fine, but I make 200 a day." Or you might even want to bluff a bit to work your way up the ladder. So if you taking days off to go to a convention, if you take Thursday and Friday off to go to Chicago, you've lost $400. Think of it that way. So when you are at Chicago, you better make.
I hate how the amounts of money that he's naming are so tiny to him. It's really like, you're a little guy. You're not going to be me. Why don't you use an actual sum of money that you can relate to?
He doesn't want to brag.
But he is bragging, and then he goes back and goes, "Yeah, but you're a little guy. I personally have 3 houses, a lot of fucking art. But anyway, for you, let's just figure out what you're worth every day. I say $200. $200.
It's like waiting tables.
It's probably staggering for. That's not even waiting tables.
Wait, waiting tables? You can make good fucking money waiting tables. What are you talking about?
I was thinking like Waffle House or Denny's.
200 a day. That would be like what, $4,000 a month? That's, I guess, if you're in New York. Nah.
That ain't
DC
good.
Bar making that money though. Yeah, that's not good.
All right, here we go.
Make at least $400 plus your expenses to go to the show. If you take commissions, if you can do 1 commission a day, you better be getting 200 a day. Now, obviously, commissions are going for more, so taking pricey commissions might be a way to make up for the days we are not actually working. And just try to know what you're worth, basically, and fight for what you're worth. And make a schedule of what you want to make that year. So if you're doing a page a day,
Here's a nickel, baby, because it's all that you're worth. Sorry.
you're probably doing 7 issues a year, 8 issues a year is what I would plan. You're probably able to take 10 to 20 commissions. You're probably able to do 4 different conventions. Sorry, did I say conventions twice?
Nope, that's you got
Computer's
it.
hitting me. Okay. So for me, for example, I did a page a day. So every year I'm like, all right, I need 8 issues. I'm doing 4 shows. I'm taking 10 to 20 commissions. I'm probably going to get sick and take time off. I'm probably going to need holiday stuff and, curveball, whatever it is, medical. So I'm basically have a checklist of I need these things each year. I need 8 issues. I need this many commissions. I need this, I need that, blah, blah, blah. A lot of people don't even do that. They don't even know what they're worth, let alone have a schedule to fill each year. And if you're making $200 a day times 52 weeks a year, I don't. How good are you at math right now, Perch?
Well, I've been drinking, so yes, not.
So $200 a day times.
Are we doing this still? I might be done. I can't take anymore.
He's trying to make a point. He's trying to make a point, and I can't get to the. Now you're cutting it off, and I never got to the point.
The point is, you're worth $200. So no matter what you do, figure out a way to get you $200.
There's a funny point later on in this that I wanted John to hear where he talks about the blacks for a second. I wanted to see John's reaction.
Oh, interesting. I don't really want to sit through 2 hours to hear something about the blacks, though. It's
really bad, man. And everybody's like, "This is really good. You need to listen to this." And there's one part in there, I guess, where he talks about how in 2023 woke is going to die, and so therefore, all you grifters who are on YouTube talking about woke in order to sell your comics, get ready, because that's going to go away.
Well, I like that.
It seems like a shot across the bow at Ripple.
That's what he said?
He said something like that, yeah. Plush says, "Hey, Papa Frog, if you're on for a while, love to Streamlab chat." What does that mean, Streamlab chat? I'm not sure what that means.
I like if woke went away, which is I don't see that. Like I think like too many corporations would be afraid to be called ist or phobe to do that or have the balls to do that. But let's just pretend it did go away. What the fuck would that matter to us?
It wouldn't matter to us, really. I mean, it would be good. I'd be happy that it went away, but it won't. And thinking that it will is a profound misunderstanding of what SJWs are. Like, it's just not going to be cool anymore. It's just, that's insane. All right.
Well, and cultural shifts don't normally just stop on a dime. So, I mean, it's going to take a while to weed that back to a healthy level.
Well, and plus this is manufactured. Again, this is all ESG stuff. Like the SJWs is just like the tip of the iceberg. That's just like the front men of the movement. I mean, this is like a global decision that's been made by people that, you know, make trillions of dollars a year. So it's not even about just like if SJWs are going to stop. This is an agenda.
Yeah, it's not going to be over soon. I think a lot of with companies going broke and all this stuff, maybe even if the ESG stuff stops, which is it won't anytime soon. I think it's generational because these people really do believe in what they're saying. So it's going to take years to be completely free.
I mean, like there might be a situation where everyone does kind of wake up, but then I mean, we might be like a situation like they are in China where it's like they're fighting with the government.
Yeah, we were trying to not get there, but if we don't speak up, then that's what's going to happen.
Like personal credit scores and shit like that.
I just
We're already there, though.
I just can't see past the point where like a company like DC is like, yeah, we're not doing woke anymore, and they're like, you're racist if you don't do that. Like I just can't see them I can't see them making the brave stance of like it doesn't sell, that's why we're not doing it. Like we don't have to do it to prove we're not racist.
Well, you would need a strong person in the publishing level and at the EIC level to make that happen.
Yeah, like what's that dude that was in charge of? Was it in charge of Discovery or yeah, you know, he just axed everything and people were like, "You're a racist," and he's like, "Fuck you, I don't care."
Well, he didn't say that, but
no, but I mean, but that was his attitude. His attitude was just like, "This is business."
Yeah, they're mostly leaving him alone. People just need to be like Zaslav, and everything will be fine.
Yeah,
but you're right. I don't think the people in comics, have balls like that.
Definitely not. Let me listen to some of your boy Zach because I want to watch a couple of his videos about how he hates Todd McFarlane. Thank you.
Hi everyone, it's your boy
What is
Zach.
this snapping sound?
What's that?
Someone snapping a ruler? What is going on back there?
I don't know.
What's going on? First kill graphic novel. So just as I always do when I do these video reviews, here's Kindle. I actually paid for this thing. It's basically a miserable experience to read this on a computer. It's terrible. It's like the worst way to read a comic. So I hated this.
Wow.
Greg Capullo on art, and then Todd McFarlane was going to ink it. While I knew Todd McFarlane was going to write it, I have read very little Todd McFarlane. So I just assumed he would bring his A game, and
he did.
He doesn't have an A game when it comes to writing. One of the most gratifying things of reading this awful book is I was confused by the plot, and I felt stupid because I was like, it's a Batman Spawn comic, and you don't understand the plot. So I went to go read other people's reviews, and I actually did understand the plot.
Oh.
I understood it perfectly. It's just stupid. I was blaming myself. I'm a fan of Todd McFarlane's art from 1988 to about 1992, and maybe till the mid 1990s. He's basically really doesn't draw much anymore. He's more of a business guru than an artist. But he's dipped back in. He's done inking. He's done a couple of pieces here and there. But really,
only Zach I acknowledge is the Black Ranger says plush for $2. Is Zach the Black Ranger from Power Rangers? Does anybody know? His name's
Zach's the black dude.
All right.
He hasn't been a full-time artist for 25 years. As far as I can tell, he is digitally inking this, and it's not good. I mean, the cover's okay, but the interiors are adequate. I forgot that Todd McFarlane was inking it, and I was like, oh, who's the workman-like Joe Schmo inker of this?
Wow.
And then I checked the credits, and it's Todd McFarlane. I watched a video from a few days ago where Mark Millar interviewed Greg Capullo, and I kind of knew there was going to be some problems because he was not enthused about it. Greg wasn't. Mark is enthused about everything. You could tell Mark Ovaltine still exists, and he would be excited for some reason. He's a very excitable chap. Greg was saying all the right things, but you could see in his eyes, like, So at one point he said that when he signed on for this, he was given a lot of time. He was basically told he would have a week to do every page. And then it took such a long time to negotiate with the lawyers on both sides that by the end, I think he said he had like 2 months to do this entire book. And it's noticeable, not because the rendering is bad ever, but because it's an entire book of medium shots. Almost everything is a medium shot. Medium shot is, waist up, flat angle, basically the angle you take most photographs at. There are a few dynamic pages like this, but then you get reminded that you're reading the dialogue and the captions in the story. And this story is fucking stupid. Todd McFarlane is annoying. He's annoying and he's arrogant, and he had a heyday. Financially, his whole life has been a heyday, although apparently he declared bankruptcy like 15 years ago. He's recovered from that. But
John, where is he wrong right now?
I don't know if he's wrong. I haven't read it, but he said the story was stupid. I just wish he'd say why it was stupid.
Yeah.
Okay.
What did Todd McFarlane do to Zach?
I don't know.
I kept thinking about, while reading his obnoxious, dreary, repetitive writing, I kept thinking of a small town celebrity. I'm not talking like really small, like 300 people. I'm talking like an Abilene, Texas, Ottumwa, Iowa. One of those cities where you kind of heard of the name. And if you've lived in those cities, you have the local celebrity. And usually it is some combination of they used to work in professional sports, they're on one of the news channels, or they have a car dealership. So I just imagined Todd McFarlane as a guy who used to play pro ball. In real life, I believe he played the farm leagues and then he got injured. And then he went back to his hometown. He started a car dealership. He's in the commercials. And then he married the weather lady. And you see him there at the Piggly Wiggly, and he's so fucking full of himself and condescending, and you just want to get a.
Why is Zach projecting all this stuff onto Todd McFarlane?
I don't know.
Very specific.
Yeah, that's what I said. Did he not sign his comics when he was a kid? Like, what happened?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's more a criticism just Todd McFarlane as a person, I think, than it is anything I'm getting on this book right now.
Well,
whatever, I don't know.
Here's the takeaway from this book, though. It doesn't matter if it's good or not. DC Comics is selling so low, they needed Todd McFarlane. They literally did need Todd McFarlane Spawn standing next to Batman. I mean, that's what it is. Like,
well,
so
they're doing Spawn
if
variant covers. They're doing Spawn variant covers for like every other book as well.
Yeah.
That
mean, you know, and I mean, on top of that, that fucking DC Comics needs Todd McFarlane to put books like in Targets with little action figures. I mean, like they need Todd McFarlane to make their characters relevant. And Todd McFarlane sells more DC comic characters than DC Comics does. Like just in general, just with the toys and the comics that he's putting in with the toys. Like, I mean, like that's this situation. To me, like whether this book is good or not isn't the point. The point is this is how bad DC Comics needs Todd McFarlane.
Those hands on Batman look terrible, though.
Well, that's really on Greg. That's, you know.
Yeah.
And
but like, I guess the only point that I really kind of agree with that I can visually see is like the Todd McFarlane inking. Like, it seems like it's missing a lot of the kind of noodling that he does, all the little. I mean, there's some there, but like, it just seems like I don't know, possibly both of them were just trying to get through this at some point.
Well, I think part of that with the inking is because he's doing it digitally.
Yeah, but he's been doing digital inking for a good long time now. Like I've
he still does the noodling digitally. This looks a little different.
Well, let me see.
Away from him, and that's what his writing is like. Like he does these like I'm a smart guy things. They do this a lot in stories where they have two heroes.
Oh, right there. If you pause it on that Batman head, Ethan, like that was where I was like, old Todd would have went through there and probably. Like those little pullouts on the forehead.
Yeah, they weren't nice.
Yeah, just and look. I mean, look how just wide open it is. Even on the face, like the little noodles around the mouth. Like those are a little bit kind of thicker, chunkier lines that I'm kind of used for Todd. So, but I mean, to be fair, I really stopped getting Spawn and all that stuff when he stopped drawing it. I saw a little bit of the Capullo stuff over the years, but yeah, it looks a little bit kind of it's just done. Because I remember he did some pirate piece or something like that. I think it was like for a video game or something like that. And I was like, man, that is like
Assassin's Creed.
Yeah, and I was like, man, that is like really good Todd right there. But yeah, I'm not seeing that amount of time and love. I think he did a really good job on the Scarecrow there, like in the hat, all the little lines and textures in there. So that's old classic Todd there.
Two heroes meet up with each other. Although, does Spawn even qualify as an anti-hero? You're a government assassin who sold your soul to the devil. So he does this weird ass thing where he's like, oh yeah, Batman and Spawn, they're pretty much the same. They both got in fights when they were younger. Okay. And one was rich and one was poor. Okay.
One was white, the other was black.
Them was the women they lost in their lives. You're not going to mention his father?
Wait, who was the woman he lost?
Can't write where
his mom?
He's actively got
Wanda, I guess.
30 years.
No,
the Batman.
Oh, Martha.
Catwoman.
I don't know. Maybe that's Catwoman. Oh, who knows?
Any crossover like this exists in some sort of Elseworld. There is a visual reference to the previous Spawn Batman books, but they don't really act like they have much history. In fact, it almost seems like it could be just like a retcon, that one visual reference. But like he does stuff that makes no fucking sense. Like he's like, they're so similar. Spawn's wife died the same day that Batman's mother was killed. But they're both presented as if they're like men around 40 years old. And you're like, that doesn't make any sense. It's like, oh, it's because they're in different dimensions and the way the dimensions line up. And you're like, God damn it. Like, no, none of that makes sense. We get this short fight that's kind of okay, except for, again, it just doesn't make much sense. It's Spawn, who has incredible superpowers, against Batman fighting in an alley. And you're like, this is not a contest. Spawn is going to win this one. We meet the main villain, who is a guy. That's it. The guy. Here's the visual reference to the Spawn Batman.
White corporate guy.
Miller and drawn by Todd McFarlane like 25 years ago. But in an earlier panel, Spawn is surprised to find out that Batman is human. It's like, you've met twice before. This dialogue, man. I know they trained you to think from the neck down. That's how you survive. I tried that too for a while. Nearly got me killed a dozen times. Now I use what's above my neck. My brain. This is a Mystery Science Theater 3000.
Funny how he said it.
Type of stuff.
I like that panel though.
Like you can tell in Todd's head, like this is so dramatic. Like you're supposed to go, he uses what's above his neck? His jaw? Believe it or not, the writing gets worse. So at some point, Todd realized that, generic corporate dudes.
Boy, does that look, those bottom panels, they sure do look like they're from Harris Comics Cyberfrog #1.
Whoa, why did you say that? You think Greg Capullo's ripping you off?
Yes. I do.
Oh. It's a high accusation.
Well,
Ethan Van Sciver.
He's got the receipts.
I mean,
he's going to show them.
Yeah, I might as well.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
break them out.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God!
You know, in a comical way. Just saying.
Wow!
Just throws it down.
Fucking dastardly.
How dare they?
The ball is in your court, Capullo.
Yeah. All right. Back to you boys. Back.
Capoletto.
Capullo.
That's probably not how
Caterpillar.
we sell this. Let's get the Joker in here. Okay, so how do we write the Joker into the story? He's just sitting in a room.
Yeah.
He's just
Nailed
sitting
it.
in a room in a chair. And he looks like he briefly did in the Scott Snyder run from 10 years ago. Except for when you reference the Spawn continuity, it's the modern continuity. It's the new continuity from like last year where he's got a team.
Yeah, but there's a reason they did that.
His
Because
mother
Capullo
died.
drew this version. That's the reason they did that, is because they're trying to sell more of the Capullo trades. that they did this in. This Joker.
No.
Same day, even though they should have died decades apart.
It's a fucked up version.
And we're going to mishmash Spawn continuity from now with Batman continuity from 10 years ago.
Who cares?
Then they just let him go. They get some information and they just leave. Now you might say, oh, maybe that was a cell in Arkham. No, it's not. It's not. It's just an empty room somewhere because they're going to go to Arkham later and the Joker is not there. So then we get a kind of cool portfolio piece, but is it really that cool? They're not doing anything. He's like, what's your wife's maiden name? He's like, oh, she never changed it. It's like,
it should be Martha. You should do the Martha thing.
So it's like, oh, it's Blake. He's like, okay, that'll be our
code
word for later in the battle. So this is
Hail Shane, congrats for your...
And the yard in Arkham is it?
All right, now hold on. Let's take a look at Shane real quick here and see where we're at. Shane Davis's Inglorious Rex, same place. We got to get you to back Shane Davis's Inglorious Rex, everyone. We got 5 more hours to go on this campaign.
Yeah, I did drop because people have been complaining they missed it. I had messages from last night's stream. The 24-hour cover is up. All right, it is up.
Where?
The Queen Slot cover is up. There are no
There
excuses.
it is.
Go get it.
Oh,
there you go, guys. Go get it.
Point slot cover is available now for the next 5 hours.
No.
So, get it now. Shanathy L. Davis, Shannon Davis. Good job, my friend.
Thank you. $189.
So supernaturally powered people are not as supernaturally powered here. Talon then starts beating the brakes off of Spawn, who we really haven't seen do anything that special. In fact, if you don't read the Spawn comics, you would probably think he's a fairly low-powered character. It's weird that Todd wrote this and completely diminished his own character. At this point, Todd doesn't know how to end it, so he just throws in a shock kill by Batman. Except, it's not really Batman. It's Spawn appearing as Batman.
Huh?
Then we get to what is probably the worst writing I have ever encountered. Not just in 5 years of reviewing modern comics, but in 40 years of reading them.
You think so?
So Talon says, last chance, Batman. You help open the portal where I slit Simmons's throat, then break his... I swear to God, Batman. I'm going to kill this man twice.
Was that a
You're gonna slit
fake laugh? What was that?
Zach's laugh was...
That was very fake, yeah.
No.
I still don't know what was said because I couldn't understand him.
Well, he says, last chance, Batman. You help open the portal, or I slit Simmons' throat and then break his neck.
Seems overkill, but
overkill. Yeah, I get.
Isn't he already dead?
Yeah,
I think so. Yeah.
Well, Talon doesn't know anything about Spawn. He doesn't know he's
The only thing stupider is if he would have ripped off that old cartoon. I think it was Far Side, where he's like, "Back off, Batman, or I shoot myself and then Spawn." Like, what the fuck? You help open the portals, or I slit Simmons's throat, then break his neck.
Jeez, Iron Lung.
For years,
Come on, Zach.
like Mags and Gabby Rivera. But even though most of their writing is bad, there are moments. There are moments when it works. And I haven't gotten one of those in this entire book. So then Batman says, go ahead, do it. I don't care. He just killed a man. But when you do, I release this button and this entire asylum shuts down. Every cell in here will open. You'll never take over Gotham. You know why? It won't be Superman or Flash who stops you. It'll be them, the villains. Talon is, of course, confused because this makes no sense. He says, what about you? They'll tear you apart. Maybe, but not at first. They may hate me, but there's one thing they hate more. That's anyone who helped make me. You just told everyone that was you.
Wow, this is pretty retarded.
Yeah.
First of all, how do you know this? Second of all, how many people helped make you? Third of all, this is the worst bluff ever. So your bluff is that if he kills Al Simmons, you will release all of the criminals in Arkham Asylum who between all of them, actually between just the heavy hitters, have killed tens of thousands of people. And you're going to release them so they will kill Talon? But you're punishing him for killing... What?
Yeah.
But you were angry when Spawn killed the guy, but he looked like you.
Ethan, you know what this is.
What is it?
And then Talon says,
this is a comic voted by committee.
Then kill
It was a
Simmons.
committee of people
The
that
while you're at-
made on this comic, and that's why it doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
I don't remember the first Batman Spawn making a whole lot of, maybe it made sense, but it was like, it wasn't a story like, oh my God, that story was so fucking good.
I have no idea. Like, I don't remember it. I remember the batarang in his face at the end.
Yeah. And there was like some chick, I think she was like a head of some, I don't know, maybe a Nazi organization. I don't know. There was a robot with a human head in it, I think.
Who knows, dude? It's never been good. Todd McFarlane is not a writer. He just doesn't. So
Yeah, the first one, there was like homeless people, and they were taking the brains from the homeless people and putting them in the robots. So they were like stealing Spawn's buddies from the alley, and somehow
Frank
the
Miller
robots
wrote
got to Gotham.
That was actually written by Frank Miller.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
It was.
The other one had something to do with Krakoa, like
Oh, the DC version.
yeah, the DC one that
The
was
Missing
drawn by
Colony.
Claude Hanson. Yeah.
Yeah, it was horrible too. All right.
Gotta kill me too. So I'll release this button. Oh, it's a dead man switch, I guess. Then who will save your
Guys,
mom?
my drugs are wearing off, so I'm
Don't
going to
worry.
get out of here. But I'll see y'all soon when I'm feeling a little better. Thanks for having me. And
You're well, Narwhal.
congratulations.
Thank
Walking
you.
Dead, man.
Later.
Later, brother.
Peace, brother.
Hers was taken long ago, like Wanda's, like Simmons's. That's why you needed me, isn't it? My soul's still intact. I don't know. You just risked tens of thousands of lives for the world's dumbest bluff. That's what you were so desperate.
Only a dumb bluff.
My
if it does-
humanity. The one weapon all of you lost long ago. I don't know about that one. And then he shouts, this is so stupid. He shouts Spawn's wife's maiden name. And then Spawn knows, oh, it was all just a bluff. He really wasn't the stupidest person ever. So he opens up his cape and he swallows up the talon inside of it. Feels like something you could have done way earlier.
Mm.
And then the story's just over. It's just like one page later, it's over. With a hint of a sequel. Good night, nurse. This was terrible. But you know what isn't terrible? First Kill graphic novel. Link is
Hey.
Whoop whoop.
Nice little
Smooth.
Gotta do it. Well, I'll tell you. Well, I'm glad I didn't read that book. Drew with Comics Elite told me it sucked too. Sir Ubasan says, has anyone seen the Batman cover with Mr. Bloom? Yeah,
I've seen it, yeah.
Yeah.
It's kind of like a weird thing on the whatever Slender Man, right? Is that what we're talking about?
He was like a flower dude.
Yeah, but he's kind of like long and lanky. Like they're trying to rip off the Slender Man, but make him a flower guy, which makes no sense.
Yeah, it sucked. It was stupid.
Russell Hall says, did the Bat Razor break down? Bat Razor.
Oh, because he was stubbly?
Oh, yeah, yeah. That's a bad song when Batman, like, doesn't shave. Like, let me see. I think your boy might be going a little stir crazy, says Russell Hall. Why would he be going stir crazy? What's he doing?
I don't. My whole thing about that is I don't know what people were expecting that book to be.
Shane, you need to start drinking or no 200 cases.
I know. I'm hearing it. I'm hearing it. Who's saying that?
Bottle down.
All right, let's go, Shane. Ooh.
Chug it. Chug, chug, chug. Oh, God, you're going to die.
All right. Attaboy.
Horrendous.
Now it's a party.
Yeah, maybe I'll drink too. 1,454 people in here watching Shane Davis drink like a booze hound.
There
We
you
got
go.
Patrick, Patrick, how's it going, man? How you doing?
I'm not drinking this evening.
You're not drinking tonight?
No.
Oh, Shane's never gonna hit 200K then.
Pussy.
I'm gonna hang out and support Shane.
Patrick, why aren't you drinking? Is it because you fell off your chair the other night?
Mm-hmm.
What happened?
It's not. It might have something to do with that. It didn't help.
Wait. Whoa. Did Whitney put you in the doghouse?
No, I put myself in the doghouse. That's when you know you're a man, Shane. When you're man enough to put yourself in the doghouse.
Yeah. You take responsibility for your own actions.
I walked myself out there and I sat myself in it and just sat there.
Yeah, that's how I know I'm a man. I smack myself with the newspaper in the nose.
You just roll it up and just fucking hit yourself in the head.
I'm such a bad person.
Your boy Zach posted another video still shitting on Todd McFarlane.
Jeez.
He's really angry at Todd McFarlane.
Hang on, before you do that, I found something super cool.
Show us the nipple, Shane.
Look at what I found unpacking. And I thought I lost it for years.
What he found?
It even says it like it's labeled. I was like, but it was folded weird, so I couldn't see the label. Like I waited in line as a kid for like 2 hours. Dork. And somehow, out of all, you know how like, you collect shit as a kid and like it gets like messed up over time. Like, somehow, this is all packaged with all this foam.
Wow, still in the box.
Is nice.
Oh wow!
Look at that, Zach.
That's Todd's toys, right?
Yes.
I'd have to see a COA.
This is why Zach is mad. He don't have one of these.
And that was legendary.
I have the one where the face has the stitching in it.
Yeah,
that's a good one.
Yeah, that
the
was
Batman
weird.
and the Batman Spawn variant.
That was older,
legendary.
or that was newer.
You want to know what was genius about this, Ethan?
Well, it's the same body as that one.
What was genius about this, Ethan, is this was he comes with a plank of wood for a weapon.
And it doesn't look like a plank of wood at all. Like that looks like shit.
That would go like that plank of wood goes for like $20 online right now.
Yeah, for how much?
It goes for more than the toy because everyone would like lost it because they didn't give a shit about it.
Oh, you just buy the whole toy for $20.
Yeah, I know.
Well, here's the thing. Like, what was special about this? Oh, what was really cool about this is it came with a comic. The backboard, if you open it up, the backboard is a comic. The first issue with a new cover.
No, it isn't the first issue. It's a whole other book.
No, it was.
It is not.
Open it up and prove it, Shane.
No, I'm not opening it up.
Shane, I
I
promise
have
you.
it, but I don't feel like digging it out.
Wait, what were they then? Like
Todd McFarlane hired a bunch of losers to. I mean, they're not losers. God bless them. They're great guys. To do fake Spawn comic books to go in there. One of the guys is Flint Henry, who watches the show. Flint Henry, I think he did the Spawn Alleyway comic book. Remember the Spawn Alleyway playset?
Yeah.
That came with a comic book too, and I think Flint Henry drew it. He's a good guy. I like Flint Henry. He used to work for
you
DC
just said he was a loser.
I just mean palookas. I don't mean losers. I just mean, palookas. Yeah, schleps.
Shooting
not
from the
Tom
hip.
McFarlane. Yeah. Russell Hall says, you're a real man when she doesn't even need to grab for the pussy whip and tell you to go to sleep in the doghouse. Russell Hall. Yeah, you're a real man when you're like, I know it's the doghouse again. And she doesn't even have to tell you, So what happened anyway, dude? You guys had a nice drunk stream and got a little out of control?
I don't know, Patrick. Why don't you explain yourself?
Yeah, it was my bad. I didn't eat anything all day, and I kind of went into it. Sometimes I come in a little hot. I think if people that watch the Ballers have noticed this once or twice, and I just drank too much, and then before I knew it, I was like passed out on my desk, and I woke up to the phone buzzing, and I missed like 4 phone calls from Mandy going. Tell me that I have to turn the stream off because it was my stream.
You did a Dale Keown.
That is my nightmare. It's like I know I'm gonna get drunk, I'm gonna pass out and forget to turn the camera off, and then I'm gonna walk Next morning, I'm going to stumble in front of the camera with like in my underpants. That would be the worst thing in the world.
Yeah, well, God bless Mandy, because that was gonna be me. I was just gonna be just sitting here all night.
Unbelievable. Well, that's what.
Well, it's like at Chris's parties. It's like what I was doing is I was celebrating a long tradition of. There's always that one guy at the Christmas party that gets too fucked up.
Yeah, let's blame that guy.
Just a problem with this was I was the host. That was the only problem with this one.
Shane Davis just passed $191,000 now.
Wow! 200 on the way.
Great jump.
Yeah.
Man, look at this.
Baby.
Let's praise Satan.
It was Satan. It was for look at this. You're on your way. You still got a heck of a time left. Get in there, people. Back this thing.
5 hours.
do it.
Green Man. That's dope.
Shane,
What the fuck is going on?
Wow.
I don't even
Well, I think it is time for drinking.
Fucking a tiger doll?
We're gonna get a love bomb.
Oh no! I'm gonna have a seizure. This is gonna give me a seizure.
He's a furry. It's true.
Oh,
Weird,
man.
He's manimal.
Yeah, he looks like that deer dude. That dude that dressed up in the deer suit. Fucking Christ.
No, don't get up. I don't want to see Tiger Dong. Oh my gosh.
Tiger Dong.
Let me see that dong.
Oh, this is
Look! Oh, you can see it. Oh my God. That is really upsetting, dude.
Seizure cat. Sorry. All right, let me change it.
Yeah.
No, this is totally selling books, Shane. Keep on doing
Is
that.
it?
Oh, numbers are going down. What's happening?
No, you were selling books until you did this.
Buy a wooden spoon for that.
Remember when you chugged that whisk or that wine, and then everybody was throwing money in your campaign?
Yeah. Yeah. Remember?
Try that again.
And then
Yeah, we should
remember
drink.
when you ate
Cheers.
Chef Boyardee out of a can and everybody refunded?
Yeah.
Nobody refunded.
Shane, what in the world? What in the world?
All right, let's see if this is better.
Oh, that's kind of cute.
Oh,
Aw, kitty.
Yeah.
Oh, you have like a
Slightly
fake
better.
cat on you. Like a look at you. You're like Honey West all of a sudden.
He's trying to. Let me give him a little drink of my wine here.
There's a reference only Aaron Lepresti got. Let me say that
Look,
again.
look, trying to
You're
drink
like
my
Honey
wine.
West
Look.
all of a sudden.
Are you
drinking my wine
Honey
bottle.
West.
See, he's drinking my wine.
This is the beginning. This is where AI started, you guys.
Yeah.
Right here.
Amazing.
Galactic Emperor Storm says, "You know what? I kind of hate Shane."
See?
That's horrible.
Falling apart, man. You're so close. And then you just
So close, and then I'm like, they pass me the ball, and I just mess up. So like, here you go, champ.
Joseph Fazio wants to know, John, godlike ETA?
April. Same time I'm shipping a Megastorm is the plan. Honey West is a TV series, apparently a detective crime drama from 1965, and it featured a blonde with a baby
Ocelot.
Okay.
Yeah, she walked around. She had a pet ocelot, which is a very dangerous cat, but she was hot. It was Anne Francis.
What was Anne Francis?
Anne Francis with an ocelot. A lot of people decided they wanted to get a pet ocelot to be like Anne Francis and Honey West, and the ocelots ate their children. This was the late 1960s when everybody was on LSD. There's a real problem. You can't get an ocelot anymore, no matter how hard you try, and perhaps that's a good thing.
Yeah.
Well, let me see. 200 Watt Studio says, Honey West, first female PI, one season. She died. I did get her autograph first, though. So don't worry. And don't put 2 and 2 together there. Don't connect any dots.
How much did these autographs go up in value once somebody dies?
Probably $0 and 0 cents. I don't do it for that. I don't.
Yeah.
What was that? What happened there? That was like an armpit. Shane, just. Oh, what is that?
Trying to fit in, guys.
What the?
Just.
I mean, fit in. You're the only person that's doing this.
Yeah,
no, I'm just going through the apps. I'm
you're
sorry.
fitting out.
Shane Davis. Shane Davis's Inglorious Rex closes out tonight as Shane Davis, with 5 hours to go, 4.5 hours to go, races towards 192,000. And let me tell you something. You know, there's one person who.
Why is he racist towards 192,000?
No, racing towards it.
Racing.
One person's not going to be happy about this, and that person is. Hold on a second. I'm going to get it real quick.
Ethan Van Skyver.
Victoria Vickyverse. Vickyverse. Wow. If your last campaign is on the top 20 list and your next campaign doesn't match or surpass it, you're doing something wrong. Vicky has been dogging you guys all day long about this. And no, the increments don't have to be in 100K range. A single dollar will suffice. So according to Vicky, you have to do better every single time. But this is Vicky's best friend that she praises, Tim Lim, who is a woman and a homosexual. I'm sure positive that he's probably a closeted homosexual, in my opinion.
Suspected dog fucker.
Yeah, definite like rabbit molester. I've seen him do that. Like he puts his
gerbler.
34.
What the fuck is
allegedly, perhaps, who knows, in my opinion. 3,459 backers pledged $143,460 to back this project here. Their fifth issue of Common America. Here's issue 6 that just ended in like November. 2,586 backers pledged 124,336. Now wait a second, 2,586 backers. Wait a second, the prior issue was 3,459. What is it? 443,000. What's this? 124,000. My God, it's the end of the world. I guess you know these people really fucked up.
If I'm gonna come anywhere, it's gonna come in America.
She started
America.
Thank you, Matt.
No, she started just saying that CG is just going down in general. Like that was what her point was.
They all get together in little rooms when they talk about that. Like Smiller has the same talking points, and he's put it all on my shoulders. He said, "Aaron Lopresti is in your hand." The Lopresti.
Well, the thing that irritates me about this, you pointed it out, I thought pretty well, Ethan, but they're comparing like the final close the campaign totals with the 60-day totals, and it's absurd. It's not even the same thing.
Can't do that.
And then, of course, most of us are dealing with shadow bans, which is hurting our drive-up traffic. So, and then the economy is different now than it was a year ago. There's so many factors. You can't just make these ridiculous blanket statements like that.
It's
not an apple-to-apple comparison.
Yeah,
of course it isn't. And with regards to the Loprestis, who are my friends now, Mike. Just kidding. With respect to them, Aaron Lopresti and Shelley Lopresti are actually examples of amazing victories with COMICSGATE. If that's how you define victory. Let me see. Mike says, Aaron, look at this. Aaron delivered a phenomenal book faster than most people in CG can dream of. He even sounds like a pussy. He sounds like one of these SJWs now. How did it get like this? He didn't sound like this before, John. He wouldn't like.
Oh my God! And not to mention, he's late on I think 2 projects right now.
I had to point that out to him as well.
I just can't believe he's doing comparisons that aren't equal comparisons.
They're not equal. Look, it's still his sequel is down 30% from its predecessor. Don't even get me started on Graveyard Shift. Y'all can hate me all. Why does he saying y'all, dude? He said y'all. He has become Vicky. Mike and Vicky are the same now. They're the same person. Y'all can hate me all y'all like, but you need to address this issue to grow CG or don't. Whatever. Okay.
He did this on Christmas Day too.
Yeah.
Think better than you on Christmas.
What a jolly
to be a
guy.
bitch on
Couldn't
Twitter.
be like be thankful.
Really
Doesn't he have like 8 or 9 kids?
Oh my God.
No, but
There's
that's
5
the thing.
kids.
It's a
You're making
testament
toys
to how
and
much
shit.
your family likes you, right? Like, is that? Yeah.
Do you think they're just all ignoring him? So he's like, "Oh, go on Twitter. I get some attention."
Probably.
Nobody likes me.
Oh shit! Where's Daddy? He's on Twitter. Oh, okay.
Hurt me.
Here we go. Smiller is lying.
He's
Mike
not
is
hitting
lying
us.
again. Here's the important thing here. Aaron Lopresti. Aaron, we're going to talk about you like you're not in the room.
That's fine.
This is Aaron's first book here. Now, oops, let me retry.
Yeah, Twitter's a little funky tonight.
Yeah, I've noticed that. I'm having a little bit of trouble here. All right, forget it.
Damn you, Musk!
Okay, here we go. That's the second image. This is the first one, right? Or wrong?
I don't think we need to zoom in on it. I think we can see it in the small window well enough. If you need to make a point, I'm saying.
Okay. Let me try one last time, though. No, they're not letting me see that. And this one is fine, but not this one. Okay.
Maybe refresh?
Let's try to refresh it. Look, it kicked me out. Don't miss what's happening. All right, forget it. Look, Aaron Lopresti's first book right here. There it is. Landed at 151. Now, don't get these two numbers confused. I've seen a lot of people get wrecked. A lot of women. Really. One in particular.
And womanly men.
Nerdette's
womanly men.
Nerdette's newsstand got wrecked doing this to me. She goes, look what your number used to be and look at what it is now. People are responding.
Wait, what? What did she say?
This is why you don't give women, your wives, your credit cards, guys. You gotta.
Wait, because they thought the amount raised with the campaign closeout, the 60-day closeout, and the number at the top were different campaigns.
Well, that was a different individual. Like, people have retardations. They're all unique and individual. Like, Nerdette's newsstand.
That's true.
She goes, why don't you go to Rainbow the Brute and look? And I look at Rainbow the Brute, and she goes, this is what your number used to be, this number, and this is what it is now. People.
Oh my god!
Like,
Oh my god! That's just
they
her
not know
unique
Indiegogo?
idiocy.
yeah, I was like, it's the other way around, sweetheart. Like, it's actually gains. But Aaron Lopresti, on his first campaign in 2 months, raised $105,408 in 2 months. And by the way, on his first campaign, with the help of Smiller, he didn't even fund. So, I mean, that's a double whammy. Like, Aaron takes a little bit on the chin there, but Mike gets destroyed by that comment. So sorry, Aaron.
That's all right. Hey, it's real, man. It's what happened.
Just facts.
Yeah,
facts don't care about your feelings, Mike.
That's right.
This is where Aaron landed after a significant period of in demand, which I'm sure he's going to keep doing.
Yep.
And this is where he is now. After 2 months, 60 days. $120,829, 1,764 backers. That is an increase.
15,000 more.
Yeah, 15,300 more backers and $15,000 more dollars in the same 60-day period.
That is a 15% increase.
Mm-hmm.
And look at this, 130. We're on our way. I predict. I'm not going to predict anything. I did predict here, but ignore it. It's probably going to do better than that. So Smiller is lying. And these people are sitting there hovering over our campaigns like vultures, praying for our failure day and night. And we're sorry to have to disappoint you.
They drop down to their knees and they say, please, loud.
And what's funny is if CG went away, they would have nothing to talk about anymore.
Shit, that hurt.
They would be very lonely if we weren't around.
Almost all have to actually focus on making good books. It's not
I've been drinking. Maybe I'm reading this tweet wrong. Can you share my screen?
Okay.
All right. So Vicky goes, that was never my narrative, but I appreciate the opportunity to point out that Lim and whoever this guy is made more money crowdfunding their 2022 campaigns than anyone in COMICSGATE. All right. Well, this one made $143,000, which per single campaign in Glorious Rex stomped the shit out of.
Mm-hmm.
And this one made $124,000, which again I've crushed even harder. So I don't like. So your point is they made more because they produced more books. But
Yeah,
I've actually beat their campaigns that. They're way behind me.
But they're not like one person doing almost everything on the book, right? They hire out people. They're just the writer, or
so I could be tons more profitable. That's true, but still, my campaigns have crushed dollar amount these two campaigns. This is just, but it's like you're arguing with a brick wall. It's like I'm not trying to farm out or draw Inglorious Rex in some type of manga style that can produce twice as much. I'm not trying to do that. That's not what my goal is. That's okay if that's their goal, but don't say that they've made. That's disingenuous to say that they've made more money. You would have to take it one campaign and compare. You can't just say, oh, they did double so they made more money. Well, I could just maybe say fuck YouTube and sit around and draw twice as much, ignore my child, whatever, and put out 2 Inglorious Rex books. No, and put out 2 Inglorious Rex books, and then I would beat both of your campaigns. But if you're really gonna do this, you have to take one campaign and say this campaign beat yours. You can't.
It's like comparing fucking Papa John pizza to like a gourmet pizza that you're sitting down for.
Well, no.
It's not an equivalent.
No. Hang on. She's adding 2 campaigns against my one campaign to say they beat me.
Right.
Like that's how retarded this person is. I swear to God, outside of our circle, I've never given so much to a homeless person.
Blast Radius for $10 says Mike needs to stop. Isn't this the same guy who was late on his last book, Lone Star, and didn't pay his colorist on time? He must be trolling to get attention. So many receipts on him. Lol. That's Blast Radius. Well, I mean,
pizza.
Yeah,
I think that's what it is. I think Vicky and Mike and a lot of the anti-CG people, they're just doing it for attention. What I'm wondering is why do they seem like such iconic simps? Like Iconic can go ahead and do their business how they want, but what is up with like comparing them? Because I don't think anyone in CG is attacking Iconic. It's
do you think they get paid? I mean, do you think?
I was about to say the same thing, Matt. Like they probably get a little bit of kickback.
I wouldn't know who the fuck Iconic is if it wasn't for Comic Book Hut or Vicky. I swear to God. Like, so I do know they're paid. They have to be paid. I think even Comic Book Hut said he was paid, right?
Like that's why I stopped talking to Vicky because it seemed like every situation she would go with Doug Ernest, or she would go with Iconic, like, or she would go against, the CG person. Like, oh, like Doug came out with all that combo cut stuff, and I was like, yo, what the fuck is up with that? Like, him. Oh, well, he's been attacked, and it was like, so he is doing it. And then Irene was having problems with her printer, and instead of being like, yeah, that is kind of fucked, Irene is having problems with her printer, she instantly went like, fuck Irene for fucking blasting the printer. Like, who the fuck? Like, it was just every single situation that came up.
Except I tried everything and nothing worked until I publicly said something.
I can't fucking talk to this lady.
Here's the thing: insane. God be with them. Iconic, make your money. But the minute you say you make your campaigns do better than mine, take one compared to mine, and then say that when you do better. Not when. You're, I mean, like $60,000 behind me or something.
All right, let's take a look.
RT Bear, wow,
yeah,
he shows up. He's showing up now to support Shane.
Big night.
Yes. What did I miss? Oh my gosh, $192,487,000. This looks like success.
People are asking for the art intro and a fish.
Oh, okay. Well, hold on a second. Let me get that for them. These people, they earned it. They deserve it. And everybody's happy to see RT Bear every time he comes in here. That is a really weird image of you with the fish in your mouth. I want to look at it.
People like it when he gets the fish. They get sad when he doesn't.
Vic says Mike is working for a literal billionaire now. So was Kunta Kinte. Good for him.
Whoa, was that a slavery joke?
Wow, think about that. Thank you.
Alan says Smiller says making comics is likely not God's plan for him in the future.
Yeah,
I told him maybe it wasn't God's plan for him in the past. Either.
Oh shit! Did he say that?
I don't know, man, but it sounds like something Mike would say.
Well, I like that Mike gets a little bit of success and it just goes instantly to his head. Now he's all cocky.
No, he doesn't get instant success. He gets to stand in some other man's shadow, and then it goes to the fucking head. Anyways, I'm finishing the first bottle.
Oh, there he goes.
The first bottle.
Fabulous.
What the hell is on your head?
That? Finish it.
I'm finishing it now, John.
He is.
Is that the same head that you can drink out of, Shane?
Let's get a thumbs up. Let's get a thumbs up, Shane.
I think your tiger is coming out.
Hey, here it comes. Look at it.
Oh,
He's
shit.
doing it. Yay! Everyone
Your
go back to
tiger's
voicemails.
showing.
I love
This
the
guy.
tiger hat on your head, dude. That looks great.
Wait, is that real or is that a computer thing?
No, it's real.
He killed an actual tiger for that
I'm
one.
gonna balance it though.
You got your wolf mask. He's got his tiger.
There we go.
Yeah.
You look good,
Very
Shane.
cute.
Just
Nobody
looks,
can say you don't.
look retarded, man.
You look festive.
You know what? 2 heads are better than 1, right, Shane?
Hang on, I got change.
Oh, God.
Are you
God.
serious?
Oh,
gonna
that was
puke.
perfect.
No, he's going to puke.
Now what's going to happen?
Oh, binge and purge.
That's what he's doing. He knew he was going to drink that. Now he's going to go puke it up so he doesn't get drunk off it.
We used to call
Bastard.
people like that party professionals, man.
Yeah.
Fire professionals.
He's got a
All right,
plan.
guys, it's time for a tour of Sean Gordon Murphy's studio. Are you ready?
His $1 million studio.
Let's go.
Paid for by
which
single
houses?
moms.
Wanted to give you a tour of my studio.
This is what success looks
The
like.
studio has cars in it.
This is what success looks like, you losers.
What a nice studio.
I know, it's like so funny.
Datsun 280Z.
I felt
Here's
chicks
my
on
studio.
this.
Oh, I meant my
And
car.
I have a 1976 Honda CB550 Cafe Racer. I don't know what it is about stuff from the
That's
70s.
him? Doesn't sound like him.
Tends to have some of my favorite designs, and like this bike isn't worth a whole lot, so it was super cheap, plenty of parts, and with the right paint job, I think it looks pretty cool.
It's dripping oil on your
And
new floor.
there's my wife's car that I had to buy her, so she wouldn't get mad when I bought that. Built the
How
studio
generous.
garage.
That's a garage.
Garage house
There's
that
no
was here
studio in there.
Yeah, like I thought he was going to show me his drawing studio.
back in the
What's
day.
Does he use the hood of his car as a drawing table there? Like it's all
This is-
turned up. Maybe he can, angle it a little bit.
This is
That
the art.
is a pretty badass car, though.
Yeah, that Datsun is pretty cool. This is the art of the humble brag. He
Yeah,
starts
it
the,
is.
he starts
Hey,
the
guys.
studio tour by starting in the garage.
Yeah, like I'm sorry, you caught me coming home. Oh, there's my car.
And then he's gonna go past. He's gonna walk past a big bag of money in a second.
Sipping on coffee that he grew.
Oh! I'm
Oh
always
shit! I
I'm
just
always
tripped
falling
over this
the-
big bag of cash.
Yeah, I'm always falling over this goddamn bag of money.
Damn it! I gotta yell at my wife, honey. Why are you leaving cash laying around in trash bags?
You're like, guys, next I'll introduce you to my beautiful wife, but we have to walk through my harem.
Let's see. Jay Vama fan says, "Can the wolf make an appearance to heckle Shane?" Oh, whenever that wants to happen, that could happen. Let's make that natural.
Yeah.
All right.
We knocked it down to rebuild this as kind of like a studio. Yeah.
I don't have a motorcycle.
I used to have
Well,
one.
you're doing something wrong.
My wife took it away from me.
Yeah.
Garage type thing. So eventually there's going to be windows here. So when you pull in, you open it up to the beautiful view of the bay here in Portland, Maine. This is Sebago Bay.
Portland?
Wait,
Maine, though. Maine.
Portland,
Out,
Maine.
yeah.
Hang on, he has an above ground garage? What the fuck?
Yeah.
He has
But
an elevator.
his
an
home,
elevator
back
that
of the
brings
house.
the
His
cars in.
home is on a slope, Shane.
It's
I don't
on a
know.
hill.
Yeah.
Let's not use any racist words like that,
Yeah.
please.
You know what? I
Asian
expected
American.
his decor to be nicer. Look at that. That's slumming it. That's IKEA furniture.
That is IKEA furniture.
Oh my gosh, you guys.
All right, come on now.
Yeah,
Let's not run
bullshit.
people down.
The studio is sort of broken in two halves.
I was reading my own work. He's got a copy of his own.
He's like, damn, I'm good.
Maybe it's brand new.
So you have the top half here, and downstairs you have all the art.
This is like
Oh, there's the
lifestyle.
studio. It's
There
down
you
there.
go.
I kind of wanted.
That's just a
I want
sitting
lot of
room.
This isn't his house.
No, this is just his studio.
This is
Yeah.
Studio,
That's the
right?
fuck couch.
Well, wait a second. Why is his wife's car parked at his studio?
No, it is
Yeah,
his house.
it doesn't-
It's just
doesn't
part.
hold it.
Yeah, you probably go through a
Ring.
different door to get into the like the kitchen. You know what I mean?
Oh, got it.
She's visiting, and that's the observation room for the
stuff
studio.
here.
Could be
Just
like a
one-
duplex that was split into a.
More adult. I don't mean to sound insulting to comics people. You know how it is.
I don't mean to.
I
I am.
did all this myself. My buddy helped with, obviously designing the railing and some of the other stuff in here that I didn't know how to do. But Yeah, this is where I'm writing today. I'm doing issue 1, the script of my next graphic novel, which will be a Indiegogo campaign coming up soon.
Oh, all right.
No,
Is this
that's
recent or? Oh, that was old.
I had hopes.
For this upstairs part, I really just wanted like.
This is so fun, dude. I really like the tour of somebody else's house and stuff.
Yeah.
It is.
Yeah,
love
you
the
can
city
find all
area.
the exits and stuff in case you want to rob them or murder them.
Right?
Yeah,
now
I'm
know
mad.
is
Isn't this what the
Game.
Tooth Fairy was doing? He was like, "I want to see your house."
We're casing the joint.
Non-comic booky stuff. So
What kind of locks
up
does
here,
he
you
have?
really can't see a whole lot of comic book stuff. Like even down there, it's mostly like watercolor paintings and
Dude,
Yeah.
this is where he
Really
really
to get away from comic books.
No. This is where he takes his side piece.
Oh,
He's
yeah.
hiding the comic book work from the women. He's like, here's my cars. That's my car, not my wife's car.
How much
Is there
more
a
time
ramp?
is he?
Sounds
gonna
like where the
spend?
guy
Time to
goes
get
and
up there?
blows himself.
All right.
Bernie Fuchs. He was a really great illustrator back in the 50s and 60s. So I
Now
saw he did some sailing stuff. I bought that.
Skeet.
I'll take advantage of it.
Hobbs collection, of course. You got to keep that close by.
I got that.
This is illustrator from France. I forget his name. I should have.
Yeah, you're so rude.
It's very important.
Russell Hall says, "Did he really just say that he built that himself?" Yeah, he designed it and he built it himself. He said.
Damn right.
Yeah, but no. Then he had an asterisk, and he said he had a friend do some of it.
Yeah, he bought the furniture himself.
Yeah.
From
Put that
IKEA.
couch together.
Bobby
With
Kane,
the floor.
With an Allen wrench.
is this the guy that
put it
cut
all
Rainey's
together with
back?
one tool?
Yeah. All right.
Prince
Hey, that guy.
and another Bertie Fuchs.
Damn, Bernie.
I have a bunch of framed race car stuff in the garage too. I'm eventually going to hang.
Don't you mean the studio?
lamp maker here in Portland does
Very
these really
cozy.
cool custom lamps. This one's an old projector out of cast iron, which is cool. I haven't read Calvin Hobbes for like 20 years. I read it so much as a kid that like I had everything almost memorized.
2022 is also not the 2018-19 economy, says Comic Book One. Wow.
Right, and even now, when I open up a book and read a single strip, I already know the gag at the end. So I feel like I need to take a break and forget it all before I can go back and read it fresh. But I never forgot it all, so maybe I should just
start with "Bless This Mess" by Smiller.
I forgot about that.
Great.
I do have the beginnings of a cold. I don't think it's coronavirus, but we'll see.
Stop.
Oh, God.
That's good.
Look,
Don't get volume 3 of Batman.
Back when everyone was wishing they had Corona.
I wanted a studio that was sort of lofted,
John was the
so I
first.
could have like a model stand down there holding.
Drop it.
Perspective type stuff.
Could really hock a loogie.
Drinking tea or coffee. That looked like tea.
That's whiskey.
Yard in the summer, all those trees fill in. It's actually
What?
not poisonous. It's supposed to fill in. It's just green up there, and it just feels even more.
Guy's living the life. He's got
Yeah,
trees that fill in. Wow.
Yeah, they fill in the springtime
And,
automatically.
It's where the comic
It's like in the summer when the trees fill in, I don't have to see the poor people.
art. So people give me a lot of questions about this.
Oh no!
Wait, is there cyberpunk?
Image wall.
Do not let this happen again. Oh, you motherfucker.
What?
Whoa, what the hell?
What does that mean?
Image.
Okay, wait. Let him explain.
I'll explain.
that.
He's saying when independents left the mainstream in a huff and became extremely successful, changed the entire comic book industry, improved all the coloring, all the comic book coloring, just the overall quality of comic books. Independents did that. Guys that left the mainstream.
Yeah.
And raised page rates. I mean, they did a lot of fucking good. Image was a lot of good for a lot of people. And this motherfucker says, do not let this happen again. Why? The story.
I'm confused if that's what he means, because when I heard him speak, he's all for going independent. But
Right.
that was 10 years ago, so maybe he's changed, but that would be sad.
Well, you know what pisses me off about this is there's no black and white in there.
No.
He's got Wizard up there.
He's got, what has he got in there? There's an
Shadowhawk,
X-Men
Savage
piece down
Dragon.
there, though.
There's a
Oh,
union.
What does he mean? I want to hear.
He means don't hang your pinups in the sun because they fade.
Oh,
There we go.
That is really good advice.
I see Deathmate, which was a team up between two independent companies, Valiant and Image, Dragon, Shadowhawk, Union. I think that is.
Yeah,
Union. What's the top left one?
That's a Venom, actually by Bart.
Bart Pierce, yeah, under his fake name.
Yeah.
All right, let me hear what he means.
Do not let this happen again, with a lot of cutout pictures from Wizard magazine in the 90s. When I was a kid, I had a whole wall full of this stuff, and I loved it. Like, I was a huge Union fan. Mark Texter is awesome. That's actually Bart Sears drawing the cover of Wizard #9, which was the Venom cover, and all this stuff. Like, I love. Like, what a great time for art.
Jay Lee up there.
Like the kind of cross-hatching that we were exploring back then is still pretty amazing. People laugh like, oh, haha, it's the 90s. What a bad time for art. I mean, I think it was great. The only reason I mentioned this, do not let this happen again, is because this created a bubble. A lot of artists were writing without knowing how to write. They weren't sticking to deadlines. And you had the people buying tons of issues of Spawn #1 thinking they'd
to
college. That never happened.
So I hate people
When I
complaining
say
about
don't let
the
this happen
bubble.
again, it's not about the artwork or the concepts. It's just about how the business is run and how we let it get away from ourselves.
Yeah, but you have no control over that, dude. So why are you saying do not let this happen again to yourself?
I'll tell you why. Because what he first said, it was the first thing that came out of his mouth, was it's kind of like a Freudian slip. He goes, artists that don't know how to write. Now he says that because then that means, because he said it, he is an artist that knows how to write. Like, I mean, this is the thing.
Yeah,
This
some
is the
slight
dig.
weird
I'm
shit.
not even sure if this is naturally hung up, or was this the point of the video, is to try to self-validate himself.
Yeah, but I mean, it's like, do not let this happen again. I understand what you're saying, Shane, but it's like, that was, everybody did that. Like, why would you remind yourself of this? It's like, here's a post-it note. Don't let the 90s happen again. Sorry, pal, they're gonna happen whether you like it or not.
Well,
Or
also,
they're not.
like he was somehow part of it. It's like, don't do this again, John. Don't do this again.
No, but no, seriously though, besides Frank Miller and Image, is the only two excuses that he could hold up when he said, "Hey, can I write and draw Batman?" It's like, dude, shut the fuck up. If it wasn't for this, nobody would have took your pitch serious.
That's
You know,
Shane
that's the thing.
Davis. Getting closer to 193, everyone.
We're
With
getting
4
there.
hours on the clock. 4 hours on the clock. Have you backed Inglorious Rex yet? Have you backed the look at the 24-hour cover?
Oh,
It's available right now.
Get it.
Get your 24
An
hours.
artist that does know how to write, Shane Davis.
Oh, you can't.
I'm waving around a second bottle. I don't know what to do with it.
All right, let's get back to Sean Gordon Murphy's studio here. You know what I like? Like, I'm like 80% with Sean Gordon Murphy, but there's like just 20% of him that it really gets under my skin. Like, this would be one of those.
Bearwolf says 1776 backers.
That's right.
Happy, yeah, 1776
Freedom.
will commence again with Shane Davis.
Freedom.
So then we have, I hung up some of my personal collection. This is a Spider-Man 2099 page drawn by Rick Leonardi.
Ooh.
By Al Williams. It was amazing.
Good choice.
I just can't get over how simple these shapes are. Like, if
Master Boom says, make comics 90s again. And Christopher says, should have a pic of Jim Lee and his wife. Do not I. Do not I? Okay.
I drew those buildings there.
Do not let this happen again, I think you meant to say.
That's a great sketch. Now you have to go back and draw it for real. But the way that these guys do it, it just looks so good. Like, I have trouble letting go and over-rendering, and I look at these and it just reminds me to, pull back and relax and loosen up and don't worry so much. And, no one's going to look at a panel for more than 5 seconds, which I don't actually believe.
Holy shit, dude.
But,
way to shit on Rick Leonardi's Spider-Man.
We have
dude.
JT Leon page. He traded me for this. He told me this was the first time that he ever got rid of a white outline on a forehead. It just suggested the outline of a forehead rather than drawing it. So when he sells you a page, I think he tries to give you a little tidbit, which is cool. Leslie Swank was my mentor. I was with him from the age of like 10 to 18. He was a 95-year-old World War II vet. He did a tour in the Pacific, had some shrapnel in his hip, took a bullet a couple times, and he's the one that actually taught me art from a young age. And his approach was very pragmatic, not very artsy-fartsy, didn't coddle.
He was a groomer, in other words. Interesting.
Sounds like apt pupil.
These art groomers.
Yeah.
Flick a lighter right near my elbow because I thought it was funny. And I think that's kind of why I have my attitude to art the way I do. Is I'm pretty pragmatic about it. I'm not very artsy-fartsy. I don't coddle. I don't know. I guess it's not a quality that you see in a lot of artists, but there's really no way to. I love art. Don't get me wrong. I take it extremely seriously because I dedicated my life to it. But at the same time, we're not curing cancer here.
What?
Is a Jorge Zafino page?
Not yet.
Speak for yourself.
Zafino's one of my
I'm doing my part, Sean.
Another one from Winter World. He didn't do a lot of. He did do a lot of tech, but like tech in perspective, like those wheels. That's actually all white out. I love seeing the mistakes like that. And I had one sconce. I was
you don't make mistakes.
Antique of some kind.
Yeah.
And I just
Reminds him that his heroes were bigger losers.
narrow hallway. Had a Raphael Albuquerque piece. Dave Johnson cover. Sketches from Toth. It looks like he just went straight to ink on these. I love Toth. He's one of my top 10 for sure.
Can't draw a fucking horse.
Probably a bit on the spectrum. Known to be kind of an angry guy. Against him.
He's on the spectrum. Is that what he said?
He said Toth was on the spectrum. Yeah.
Wow.
That's true. Hang on, that's true. I have seen handwritten letters from Alex Toth that were there were no space between letters, and he would fill up a whole postcard super detailed, hand lettered.
Oh yeah, super
condensed. He maybe was on the spectrum. That is true.
Andrew's stuff is amazing, and we have some poster stuff here. I had a custom case built for my few statues and car collection type stuff. I don't want to be too comic booky in my studio. I don't know why. I prefer just to keep it.
He says comic booky a lot.
Yeah, there's comics all over the place.
Space rather than jamming up with a bunch of Gundam dolls.
Wow.
Got a sink here.
Gundam comic book man, god damn it.
The contempt.
Post I did for
see, that's what I want in my studio that I don't have and I've always wanted is a sink.
Oh, I thought you meant that piece of art.
No, I want the.
After you wipe your ass, you want to go wash your hands and look at your own artwork. Is that
no? Because I want to wash my brushes out and stuff like that without having to run down the hall and go into a bathroom to use the sink.
I'd like to get a toilet and a bidet.
There you go.
Right where your seat is, right?
Yeah, no. Instead of my seat, instead of my seat, I just want a big giant toilet.
I like that. I like that too. I'd go for that.
Wait a minute, you guys don't have that?
What? We didn't get the image royalties that you did, Art.
I still want a urinal, and the other day I spilt some tea down the drain, and Yanzi accused me of pissing in the sink. I was like, I never do that.
In front of you, I would never do that.
While you're home, I just want a urinal.
I wouldn't piss in my own sink. I'd piss in somebody else's sink.
Well, yeah, sure.
Like
Remind me to never invite you to my house.
Invite him over for dinner. See what you get.
Yeah, but no.
This sink is stained yellow.
All right. No, not this one. No. Oh God. Oh fuck. Hold on. Not that one. Studio tour.
The apprenticeship. I took in 5 students 1 year, and they lived with me for 2 weeks and put together an anthology.
And I made $25,000 off them total.
That is really strange, though.
Does he fuck them?
Yeah,
hang on, pause that. I'm not giving him shit for doing that, but then go on a rant about art colleges is like hypocritical. That's my point. It's like you can't take that much money from art students and then criticize art degrees.
Watch them. Watch him, Shane.
Well, that's just it. I mean, he took
I
I
do
believe it was $5 grand for the 2 weeks.
In a minute.
That's the art of it, you know?
Yeah.
Oh, he did.
193. 193.
Wait, did we hit 193? Holy shit! I got a drink.
Dude,
drink
you're
up.
Shane's gonna drink for every $1,000 he hits, so he's at 193.1.
Every $100 he hits.
Back to the every $100. Yeah. All right, back to the tour.
From Golden Apple, before
Yeah.
they moved, it's about 10 years ago. You can see that the glass got cracked.
Oh, baby.
Only $200, signed by Dave Stevens, and so certificate on the back. And I couldn't believe how cheap it was. Sometimes I feel like I'm the only Rocketeer fan in the world.
How dare you?
We have a
Fuck you. Yeah, exactly.
Mondo poster.
That's how Billy Tucci did.
Another Andrew Robinson piece.
They made those IDW masterpieces.
I hired a Russian modeler to create the punk rock Jesus bike, 3-dimensional. This is a printout from DeviantArt of just one angle of it that he rendered, which I thought was great.
Freaking cool.
And so there's minimal nerd stuff in here, but what I do have, I can take you through.
You nerd.
A Star Trek shelf. And I'm a big
Next
Voyager
gen.
fan.
He's not a Star Trek fan.
Voyager was super.
You're not impressed, Aaron?
Pissed.
Basis for
No, not next gen, man. That's not Star Trek.
Aaron's like, this guy's a rookie.
Punisher. He's my only Marvel statue, so I don't know where to put him. I put him in the Batman stuff because he's similar.
SJW's
Ooh,
one
I
like
had that Batman bust in the Warner Brothers store.
I got 2 statues that were based on my stuff. Here's the newest one. This is a color version from Hot Topic, which is great because White Knight, there's at least one Hot Topic reference from Joker making fun of Harley, I think, or fake Harley cosplayers, or I don't know, whatever the accusation is. I love both versions. And I think Hot Topic is fine, but I loved how I took a dig at Hot Topic, and they were the ones that actually made these statues. More of these. Actually, this is from the 90s, made by Tonka. No, it doesn't say. Anyway, I'm not supposed to open that stuff up, but I needed it for photo references for the scene that I had in Curse, so I just popped it open. I'm not good at... Normally, I open this stuff up. I don't usually keep it on card, but I don't know. Maybe I do.
Liar.
And, of course, the car stuff. I know no one in comics cares about this like I do, so I'll just go quick. I actually made this spinner car.
There's a fucking horse right there.
Cheap plastic model. You couldn't buy a die cast of these things. You still can. It drove me fucking crazy. And I don't understand what's going on with the rights to Blade Runner. But the reason I was most excited about Blade Runner 2049 was I thought finally, because they were making these, which is metal, that they would start making those too finally. And I don't know what cabal of Illuminati has the rights to Blade Runner merchandise, but
it's the Jesuits.
FKA22 says, Sean, show us a collection of your own farts.
Up in very weird ways. I mean, we were able to get one.
There have been some people saying this.
Nice.
Shane's very drunk. There we go.
Green Hornet cars, but not the fucking spinner car. It just doesn't make sense to me.
Because the Green Hornet's cool.
I want to hear him talk an hour more about
this is my favorite set of Legos from back in the day. I always buy Matchbox. I always hit the Matchbox section.
Let's see each one of them in detail.
I actually take what I buy very seriously. If someone gives me something and it's not perfect, I'll just donate it. So everything is tailored here very carefully. You can
Hey, thanks for the
Somebody
gift.
gives me something.
Out.
It's not perfect. I'm going to donate your gift. Thanks, though.
If I give him a gift and it's not perfect to his standards, it's going
garbage.
To
it's going in the garbage.
Goodwill.
Going to Goodwill, baby.
It should. That's what
It's going to go to Vicky.
Let me see. Steve Roberts for $10 says, I'm going to be honest. These Sean Gordon Murphy vids are making me pine for the Halcyon Days of Liberace videos. Well, I mean,
yeah.
Too, but to me, this is good.
You could even see that there's like a color scheme going on because that's how much of a maniac that I am.
Oh, yeah. Such a maniac.
And
settle down.
You got 3 colors there, you homo.
I do like the flat file. Look at the flat files right there. That's nice.
If anyone ever wants to come over and draw, a friend of mine or whatever,
and pay you $25,000.
That's how much that chair costs
for a refrigerator in case I ever get injured.
A shitty little spot.
Back of my head. I'm not able to draw or write anymore. But the idea is my wife and I will move out here and live in this space, which has a bathroom and a shower. And we will rent out the main house for weddings. That's kind of our plan B in case the worst.
Shane, thanks for putting up the offensive cover. Just backed it says Jeremy McWater.
Happen.
Thanks.
Sweet.
Don't want to have to ask anyone.
Wait, hang on.
Bills, whatever. I want to try to take care of it if I can.
Did he just tell me he has a doomsday plan, like in case that he doesn't do comics anymore, like he can move into this with his wife and they'll rent out the other house?
Yes.
Yeah.
Wow. All right.
For weddings.
What do you mean? Like that was what I was gonna call it on 4 weddings.
Yeah,
just for weddings.
That makes hang on. That makes sense because his wife, they get the double dip that his wife then gets paid to take the photo.
Oh, I mean, I guess.
Yeah, but who wants to get married in somebody's house? Like that doesn't sound.
You haven't seen the house.
I think he bought some no, hang on. I think it was some Victorian old house he bought. Then he let the kids come in and pay him $25,000 to draw in it.
To
Shane
draw on the wall.
Davis's Inglorious Rex comic book volume 2 ends tonight in 3 hours and 45 minutes. Here's that trailer.
On the scene, I got greatness all in my jeans. Ain't no way that I can slow down. I'm laced up, look how I shake the ground. Can't touch the crown, but you can kiss the ring. Close your eyes and see how I live a dream. I'm too smooth and Jay with the lean. Don't be fooled, I came through with the team. This is over their heads, how high can it go? I'm too over the edge, got my eyes on the goal. And we right back at it, keep them right on their toes. Look at the way that I move, this is all that I know. Cause I got the drive, I put it in gear. Line them up, I don't see no competitors here. If it ain't first place, we really can't settle for it. Listen up, get ready for it. Get ready for it. Listen up, get ready for it. Get ready, let's go. Get ready running the show. Get ready.
Get ready,
let's go.
94, let's do it.
94.
Is
200 tonight.
94. I don't know.
Closing over 200.
Okay, we're gonna get there.
It's up to the
200.
chat. We do have an Irene Strakowski cover. We do have a Kenneth Rocafort cover that does connect to the previous cover that Kenneth Rocafort did. We do have a subscription box that has a Dale Keown black and white virgin cover for Inglorious Rex. Currently the book that's curb stomping the shit out of Iconic Comics, any campaign they put out this year. I would like to point out, if you want to back with pride, back Inglorious Rex. If you want to say to the naysayer, CG is doing just fine, back Inglorious Rex. Why not prove a point? Get in here, back this campaign. $193,302 for a campaign that's been shadow banned since day one. This is the proof of everything in this community. Everything. This is a testament. This is on paper what we can do as a community as a whole.
Hell CG.
There we go.
Amazing, Shane Davis. Now back to.
So yeah, that's the plan. Just try to.
Rags to riches, the Sean Gordon Murphy guys.
Prepared if I can. So this cabinet.
Oh, what's in there? I can't wait.
What's in the box?
Old school retro game cabinet.
Oh.
When I realized when I was buying these old Game Boy games was like, this looks amazing, doesn't it? As a kid, you'd see this and you get like, oh man, this is going to be awesome. Fucking Spider-Man and Game Boy, this is going to be great. It's great until you try to play it and you realize how boring and great it is. So I find a lot of this stuff is more entertaining just sitting on the shelf, imagining how good the game might be. Don't actually play it because then you'll be bummed out by the limitations of the dot matrix or whatever.
You know what? Even if this were a bomb shelter, I would leave. Like, I mean, if it were nuclear Armageddon outside, I'd be like, that's really I'm just gonna take a walk. I'm gonna take my chance.
I'll take a walk with the radiation.
You're like, you're going to take your Game Boy and see if the game looks better when you're being hit by radiation.
Yeah, I'd be like, I got it. Nothing against Sean, but it's just, I mean, can you imagine if I did this to my studio? I'm gonna take you guys around, and I'm gonna show you everything that's on my shelves and talk about it.
I'll be what I'm going to do. Boring about it. He could be a little more interesting.
Yeah.
Oh wow! Look at Irene sizing him up as a future
mate.
Prospect. Yeah, he's like, he's boring.
Why is it when everyone talks shit, it's just
I'm
fine?
sorry.
When I talk shit, apparently I want to be in somebody's pants. God damn.
Irene, I'm sorry he didn't
Just
mow
because
your
you want to
yard.
fuck everything that moves doesn't mean that's
I'm
fine.
sorry
right,
he
Irene.
didn't mow your
Come on,
yard.
Irene.
I'm sorry he didn't mow your yard.
I like that he built. I like that he built a cabinet just to hold a video game that he doesn't play.
Yeah, I think he's got a weight room over here. We're leaving.
What you didn't notice is that dog bed was for the artist that pays him $25,000 to sit at the table to get.
That's where
oh,
he
he's
sleeps.
lifting weights. That's nice.
Dude, this
That
is
was a
nice.
nice sink, though.
He's like, by the way, the gym. Oh yeah, show me the gym, dude.
Oh, this is one thing that 90% artists definitely don't have.
But I can get
have muscles. Fuck you, Irene.
I said 90% of artists.
Muscles.
Damn.
So
You're trying to neuter me right in front of my audience.
I didn't say shit.
Yeah,
He
you did.
doesn't
Yeah,
have
you
it.
did.
I
Yeah,
said
you did. I heard
90%
it.
of artists. Oh my God! Now you're hearing things.
I need
Good
you
thing
to.
Graham's
no, I
not
need
here.
To hear some compliments. I need
Glorious
to hear
Rex,
some-
everybody!
Irene,
Yay!
Irene, I need to hear some compliments. Toot sweet. All right, like you need to get my confidence back up. Talk about how muscular.
You don't have to do that, Irene.
Tell him his
You
hair
don't
chest
have
looks
to
cute.
I'm not going to.
It's the alcohol talking.
Let me look at all these objects here, and
My wife's
they
doing
all
yoga
look
and
very
stuff
good
lately.
with my coats flung
I
across.
used to do on the rowing team at college.
Nice coat racks.
I had a room like that. I gave all that stuff away when I was moving to California.
I don't know.
Is there? Whoa! Go back up. Was that comic books in his weight room?
That's
Yeah,
WD-40.
Nightfall.
Yeah,
Yeah,
there's something on the bike. Come on.
That's a Nightfall.
He's doing
Telephone
research.
You son of a bitch! You said I get all the comic book shit out, and then here's my comic book gay closet over here where I work out and read comics.
Patrick D says, "Could Rainey please talk shit about me?"
Why would I do that?
If you like it.
That costs money.
Jay Valentine says, "You did this very thing 2 years ago, Studio Tour." Yeah, I think I just showed you around. I didn't let go. I didn't look at everything.
You didn't open all the cabinets?
No. I just said this is, as you can see, because people, I guess, think my studio is very small because all you see is right straight behind me, but it's really big. And so I think I walked people around it to show what it looks like down here. And they're like, oh. And
I
then
think
was
people
like,
like that stuff. I remember years ago there was a comic book. It was like a behind-the-scenes book. It was before I broke in, and it was Dick Giordano and Frank McLaughlin or whatever.
Yeah,
they showed.
I've got that.
Yeah, they showed photographs of their studio. I remember eating that shit up as a kid.
No, I like it. I do.
Yeah.
Patrick T says Ethan's ghost in my super chats. I read it. Could Rainey please talk about me? Patrick T, talk shit about me. Yeah, I mean, look, you say what you want. I'm here watching this video. I wish he'd go faster. Like, I'm interested in his workspace. I want to see it.
No bullshit though. I'm not trying to get into collectibles, but when he was showing those old video games, which is boring as fuck, those things are worth like a fortune though.
That's why he showed it off.
Like the aftermarket.
I know, that's why he's
You
showing
guys
it.
didn't understand that was like the big like I got money to blow flex because like aftermarket video games from like there's like stores that are just set up selling those things.
Yep.
He's
No
still
bullshit.
humble bragging.
It's a thing. It's a thing.
No way. Come on.
No,
man.
I'm serious. Like Game Boy games and Nintendo 64 games and Sega games, all those old the actual console games are like are sought out collectibles. Like no bullshit. Like they're worth a lot of money. People like get those fucking things like not whatever slabbed or whatever you're gonna call it, like graded and put in cases.
Yep.
That makes me very sad.
Because you
all
probably
right.
had a shit ton of them and you throw them out.
We got no, I never bought that shit. We got 1 minute left to go. People are saying do it at 1.5 speed. No, it's 1 minute. I mean, you need it to be 45 seconds. Like, It's just 1 minute.
These are my books I don't know where to put yet. Mostly my shit. Here's if you were an ultimate Sean Murphy fan, you probably don't know, but this is Land Rover Magazine hired me to do a 6-page comic in here.
I missed it.
I think this just came out in England. Yeah, there it is. So if you want to be a completist, good luck. I have 3 of these left. A lot of French versions of my stuff.
French.
No, that's fix the machine.
Yeah, that was the BB-40.
That's pretty good. Thanks
Box
for
of
joining me.
used condoms.
And keep an eye out for my
Gun on that fucking
Go
scene.
coming out.
Go back. I saw
There
it.
was a gun there, wasn't there?
There was a gun there.
It
Holy
was
BB
it
gun.
was a pretend gun.
We
yeah.
all have depressed days.
Do
He
you
looks in
watch
the mirror.
and look
What
in
does
the
this
mirror?
taste like today?
Oh, I'm just not making enough money. That's what he just. Oh,
Yeah.
I need the
That's
money.
pretty good.
40 is for the.
Thanks for
the
joining
gun.
me.
It was for the dog.
That's a fucking gun.
I don't think it's real.
It's got a little.
It's got an orange
on
tip.
it.
The orange
Yeah.
Yeah, it's got an
It's
orange
probably
tip.
for
It's
reference,
bullshit.
dude.
Airsoft gun.
That's what he killed the dog with.
Oh my god.
Okay. That was fascinating. Did you guys like it? Are you interested in?
No. Look
It
at
was.
you.
I enjoyed it.
No, I like people's studios that are like really
Yeah,
messy and just got a ton of stuff everywhere, and that was like way too clean.
I
You know,
agree.
nothing.
Yeah, I mean, he had a maid come in like the day before and like clean up
Yeah,
everything.
there was nothing fun about it. It was just like
Yeah.
too
It was
sterile.
sterile.
Kinda
It was
too
really
curated.
There was no booze bottles or no pornography or nothing real.
That's what you'd want to see. You'd want to see.
Pornography.
Why don't you give us a tour of your?
That's like porn, man.
I would like to actually get a camera. And
No,
just go,
I'm just giving you examples of things that make people look more real. You know,
That's totally not how his studio looks normally, day to day. There's
like
no
right now,
way.
if you were to pan on Irene's floor, it's just all pornography.
Yeah.
Oh, it's not just pornography. It's all kinds of. You don't want bring a blue light in here. Actually, no, don't do that.
Oh, if you look at
Irene, like
if you look at Malin's studio,
Just make it snail trails all over the place.
Irene,
Questionable plastic bags.
if it was Sean Gordon Murphy that had mowed your lawn, would you? Wouldn't you?
Oh, I think we know the answer to that.
He wouldn't do that ever.
No, but
no, he would
no,
he'd pay one.
look,
He would want me to pay him $1,000 for it. So
You couldn't afford him.
All right, here's your man, Rainey.
Hey everybody, this is
Oh
Sean
my
Murphy.
God.
I just wanted to
Look at him! Look at those guns. He's flexing.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
You know what's sad
I think you need a
Not
tighter t-shirt, bro.
interested.
I know the
Hang on,
sleeves are killer.
I'm gonna call this shit out because I can see his gems right behind him. Before he did this, he went in there and worked out, and then
Yeah,
he
he
thought,
did.
"Okay,
What up,
now
man?
I'm good. I'm all jacked up. Now let me record."
He's like, give me the small shirt.
Yeah, he's
Yeah.
got sloppy shoulders though. His shoulders.
You don't look bigger just because you worked out, right?
No,
before?
that is true.
No,
Like,
you
for-
do.
No,
You
yeah,
get
yeah,
pumped
because
up.
your muscles get all swollen.
Yeah.
swole.
I wouldn't
You get
know.
swole
Irene, you
and
never
everything.
answered the question. If he mowed
What?
your yard, would you or wouldn't you?
I said no because he would charge me $1,000 for it.
No. Let's say he wasn't charging you $1,000. If Sean Gordon Murphy was the guy that mowed your yard and he asked you to dinner, would you or wouldn't you?
No, because it would still be creepy. Like the issue isn't how the guy looks. It's
Lies.
the action
All
is
right.
creepy.
All right,
Lies.
whatever.
I thought we were
I wish
friends. I
some
thought we
guy
were
would
friends
mow
here.
my-
I thought we were amongst friends telling
I
the
know.
truth here, but evidently not.
Nope.
Let's watch Sean Gordon
Amongst
Murphy.
friends,
Yeah.
and I am telling the
Let's
truth.
just start lying to each other.
Not interested. Not interested.
I don't know what to do in this situation.
Oh my god.
This
I would love a
crowdfunding that I wanted
stranger to mow my
read
lawn.
next graphic novel. Some of my
What
friends
art
said that, let me start here. So for a few years now, I've been wanting to do create our own book that I wanted to just crowdfund myself. Take a break from Batman for a while, do something kind of different. And as I see these, crazy campaigns go, I'm like, oh, I should do that. I'm a writer and artist. I know how to manage a project. I've done 2 successful Kickstarters already, so it's not anything I don't know how to accomplish. And my plan was to do a 4-issue series, collected as a hardcover trade. Make it like a prestige format type of deal with, embossing on it, nice like presentation basically, and then have a bunch of collected behind the scenes stuff in the back. So think of like a deluxe size 150-page hardcover graphic novel. And my plan was to sell it at a price on Indiegogo or whatever, which would be maybe 40 or 50 bucks. I'm not really sure yet. I had an assistant I hired. We're doing spreadsheets and making calls to printers and all that stuff. And as I was about to launch it, some of my friends sort of warned me that it would be a bad look right now. And I've been thinking a lot about that for 2 weeks, and I don't know what to do about this. That's why I'm sort of asking your opinion here. In their opinion, asking for a lot of money or getting a lot of money through crowdfunding would be, like I said, a really bad look right now.
Why?
Why?
That's crazy.
I asked for.
Those aren't your friends, Sean.
Yeah.
It was a pencil down. It was a
Yeah,
pencil
that's right.
down
So
thing.
someone being successful is a bad look for people that aren't successful, I guess.
No,
right?
You can't be
Hang on,
successful because other people aren't getting work.
No,
How
no,
does
no,
that
no.
make sense?
No, during this time, it was the pencils down. Remember?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Other
Yeah.
people weren't getting work, so he's not allowed to make money. What the
Because
fuck?
yeah, people are starving in the street, and he's getting his like, I built this studio, and this is my piss sink over here. Here's my work.
His bidet.
Well,
you know how they have fat shaming. This guy is success shaming.
he's being success shamed, or
He's shaming all of us with his success.
Well, no, I mean, it's just silly to say, well, okay, the industry's depressed right now, and if I can figure out a way to still make a living, I shouldn't do that because you guys aren't willing to do that. I mean, it's dumb.
Yeah, I meant it as a joke. Yeah, I'm all in favor of getting whatever you can, and he's a really talented artist. I thought it was a good move.
All right, here we go.
Printing and shipping costs for a product like this, it could cost between $40,000 to $100,000. And my goal isn't to be greedy or anything like that, or to gouge my readers. In this case,
Greed is good.
So
even if
even
you're
I ask
greedy,
for
that's
the bare
fine.
minimum
Yeah.
of, let's just say, 40 grand. I mean, it's probably a safe assumption that the backers will probably bring in at least $500,000 for this. And my friends worry are,
Damn.
Oh no!
At least.
We got Donald Delay to blame for that one.
No, Donald put the $1 million number in.
He's like
500,000 is where he settled that as a given.
That's why he didn't do another one, because he got it in his head. This was a
I'm sure.
disappointment.
He's like Babe Ruth, like calling the home run.
Yeah, this
What do you
is
end
why
up
he
with,
built
John?
This is why he built the Fallout
250.
shelter. This is
Yeah.
why he built the Fallout shelter, because he only would raise $250,000 on the Creator Owned book on Indiegogo.
For when
poor
shit got
him.
real bad.
260-ish by the time he shut it down from In Demand
Yeah.
or whatever.
Well, that's why he bought Beanie Weenies by the can, John. Like, provide.
It was Shane and Sean fighting over the last can of Beanie Weenies.
Yeah, what's with Shane and canned goods?
All right, hold on. Let's hear that again.
the bare minimum of, let's just say, 40 grand. I mean, it's probably a safe assumption that the backers will probably bring in at least $500,000 for this.
A safe assumption.
Safe assumption.
Donald Delay.
Yeah.
What if we
Why
make
would
that
I like Donald for
assumption?
this? Hang on. When you assume you make an ass out of you and me.
Yeah.
And Donald Delay.
And Donald Delay.
I'm wondering though. Hold on. We're talking about Donald Delay, but is this? If it's not Donald, where is he getting this assumption off of? Does he just not understand that crowdfunding audiences aren't normal comic audiences?
I just funded Wreck Planet, and Wreck Planet funded pretty well. So he's assuming like, well, Ethan's a loser, and and I'm a big Batman star. Hold on a second. Watch this. Ready? Boom! Like fire.
Nice. Almost 195.
Wait, what? Yes.
We're almost.
Hang on. I just had a big backing from Sean Gordon Murphy. Thank you, SG.
All right, let's keep going here. Shane, he's going to teach you a thing or two. All right, pay attention.
And my friends' worries are, for me to get $500,000 for a project during coronavirus is a bad look. And I don't know if I agree with them or not.
Well, you were wrong. So you're fine.
He didn't get it, so he should feel okay.
See, that's a level of fence-sitting, right? I don't know if I agree with them. Just say you don't agree with them and do your fucking project.
Exactly.
I don't know if I agree with you guys or not.
But I'm gonna do it anyway.
Don't judge me.
I'm still one of you.
When Sean Gordon Murphy comes over to CG, you think I get a cover out of him?
Yeah.
All right, here we go.
I mean, the thing with this is it's either the best time to be doing a project like this or the worst time. The worst time is, obvious. People are having trouble finding toilet paper and paper towels. The last thing they should be doing.
No, it's the best time they can wipe their ass with your book.
God damn.
Holy shit, Dave!
Hey, paper is paper.
More.
Davis. Paper is paper.
Did I take that back?
Shane, you hate this guy, don't you?
No, I don't.
You
No,
still
I
want you need a cover from him?
I hate the way he talks. I don't hate him. I hate the way he talks.
Aaron, I'm sorry. Aaron, this doesn't represent you. RT Bear, this does not represent you. Patrick doesn't represent you. Probably represents John. Andy Smith doesn't represent you.
I disavow.
It definitely represents Reenie's point of view.
No, it does not. This is a little boring, but I don't have a problem with Sean.
I don't either.
Oh, Sean, are you guys
disemboweled Sean Gordon Murphy?
I said Sean.
Yeah, I don't call the guy Sean.
Yeah,
What
if
would
you're
you call
on
him?
the same basis, that's like I want him to mow my yard.
Okay, Ethan was saying something, you guys.
No.
You know what? John refers to him as Mr. Murphy.
That sounded
Sean Gordon Murphy. That's all I
me,
heard.
guys. I don't know.
All right, here we go.
A prestige format, deluxe edition type of comic. The other argument is maybe this is the best time. People are cooped up at home. They don't have any comics. Their shops are closed. Their companies aren't able to print them. All the drama that's going on right now, we all know what it is. And people have been saving money for comic conventions, which they're not going to. Saving money, budgeting money for weekly comics, which they're not allowed to. So my thought was maybe crowdfunding something now would be great because they get to get in on the ground floor, see sneak peek type stuff, watch the comic being put together, get a PDF of it sooner than later, and then once these things are printed out, ship them an actual copy in the mail. I'm not obviously forcing anybody to spend $4 on a graphic novel. If they want to do it, they can, obviously. At the end of all this, I would print out more than I would need, so I would be able to sell copies to conventions and stuff like that. So, but again, my friends are worried that it's just a bad look. And, I feel like I'm pretty good at a lot
My
of
friends.
I have no idea what to do right now. Like, I'm not a Wednesday warrior. I don't know what my readers' budgets are and what they are looking for, what they would like to see me do right now.
Patrick T says Shane's angling for a manhole cover.
So I basically have it broken down into the options. And I'll run you through them right now. I'm just curious in the comment section.
Do a Batman project.
Honestly, think because I need your advice here. One option is just don't do anything. Just wait until the fall. Launch the Indiegogo then. Do it as planned. If it goes to 500,000 or 800,000 or $1 million, great.
Oh my God!
Donald DeLay.
Donald DeLay at work.
Let me hear that again. Hold on.
1
One
million.
option is just don't
Like,
wait. Just wait.
seriously, John, Donald DeLay knows how to cripple a racehorse, right?
And Sean Gordon Murphy never crowdfunded again.
Russell,
Wow.
how do your biceps get twice as big as your shoulders? Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah,
Circle
I
up.
mean, here's the thing, like, and all bullshit. Plot holes is a successful campaign. Like, I mean, it's actually like says something to that Sean Gordon Murphy decided to go back and do more Batman rather than give the people that sponsored him to a $260,000 campaign, like doing more.
But he was thinking he was going to make $800 to $1 million.
I know,
that's
but
why
like I don't know what I mean. I don't know if he lost money going back to do Batman. I know that's really hard for people to wrap their head around, but like I mean, he's throwing out numbers like $80,000 a year.
Well, that's
like,
why he's a landlord now.
Yeah,
I think that if he did a project that was closer in tone and to Batman, I think he probably would have been closer to that 500,000 mark.
Ooh,
I think plot holes looks like just generic crap. There's no one character in there that really sings anybody. It's just it just doesn't look very interesting as a project. Sorry.
Yeah, it's no Inglorious Rex. That's for damn sure.
Oh.
Sprinting towards that 200,000, 195 just passed. One backer away from 1,800 backers as Shane Davis takes his crown tonight.
Yes.
Shane Davis. Meanwhile, Sean Gordon Murphy. Here we go.
The loser.
Well, okay, here we go.
I'm just
Until the fall, launch the Indiegogo then. Do it as planned. If it goes to 500,000 or 800,000 or $1 million, great. The second plan would be to run the Indiegogo now.
if I had lower tiers. So the cheapest buy-in would be $10
Pause this for a second.
of all the issues.
You didn't lay the context of this video. This is him asking permission to go make money.
Right.
Like this whole video wasn't like he was going to go crowdfund. This was like, guys, I don't know. Am I allowed to go to Indiegogo? What am I supposed to do? Am I allowed to put food in my mouth and chew it? Like it was like, dude,
it's a bad look.
But it was so stupid. It was like, dude, like, okay, so what are you supposed to do? Pencils down? Like, I mean, what go fucking make a comic book.
Yeah, it's kind of virtue signaling in a way, where he knows he's going to do well, but he's trying to be humble about it. He's trying to go, there's so many people that aren't working right now, and there's all this other, but the thing is, we all have to take care of ourselves. We all have to feed our families and things. So it doesn't really matter if the guy next door to you doesn't have a job. You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't mean that you can't, feed your family. It's ridiculous.
Here's why this whole thing is so fucking stupid in hindsight. Even if he went back to, especially in hindsight, he went back to the old well of, okay, I did this, it's over with, now I'll go do Batman again. But now DC doesn't give a shit if what it sells. They won't reprint volume or issue 1 and it's sold out. Issue 2 comes, it sells out. I'm on issue 3 and you guys won't reprint it. You don't know how to market. You're completely incompetent. You don't care if this sells. At this point, he realizes they're only doing this and they're making me do Batman Beyond because McFarlane Toys wants to add another Sean Gordon Murphy toy to their library, and it'll be a Batman Beyond's figure and whatever. And he's now caught up in it, and it's like you're caught into this vicious corporate cycle. And you thought you were going to be the next Frank Miller. He actually said that going into White Knight. He's like, maybe I'm selling Frank Miller pages here, guys. I don't know what to charge for them. Like, he really thought he was doing the next Frank Miller Batman book. And that's all fine and well. But, dude, like, as damn well as I do, if you're making $260,000 on a project, you're probably making more than if you worked at DC, even if you have White Knight. On top of that, you own every fucking page of it. Like, you own everything. You're able to reprint it. You're able to license it out or whatever the fuck you're going to do. You can get, like, if he's talking about his French collections, he can sell that shit as translated editions. He can maybe then take it to Image if he wants to get a nice hardcover. He can do all these things. That Batman stuff, he can't even decide whether they'll do a second printing because it's sold out. And he's got issue 2 and 3 coming down the pipe. And people can't even buy issue 1 to know if they even want to buy 2 and 3. Like, it was such a dumb fucking move. You had a bird in the hand and you chased after 2 in the bush behind a corporate company that doesn't even really give a fuck on what you're doing or who you are.
But Shane, he did create Batman Beyonce. You're right about that, and it did very well. Batman Beyonce, a special Todd McFarlane action figure, I think, followed. Correct or incorrect?
I don't know.
I was just thinking how great it is that I could actually say that Shane is probably drunk, because this is the classic Shane spiral. Remember those?
Yeah, it's been a minute.
No, I'm saying this is
keeps going and going. I love it.
Like, look, we're not Irene. Go full screen on Irene. You're not basking in the light of a man with beautiful biceps and cars. You're basking in a man that pissed away his fortune not pursuing more crowdfunding projects.
The only thing I'm basking in the light of is my computer screen. Shane, calm down.
Basking in the light of this.
Well, I think I thought
Shane, you do kind of glow in the daylight. You have a point.
Oh wow!
I thought Malin had an excellent point where you can't.
Aaron Lepresti's here.
Whoa.
Yeah, I know. No. I mean, it wasn't a real strong IP, and if he'd come out with a real strong IP, he might have doubled what he had earned. You can't just it's the whole thing we talk about. You can't just go out there, right, and say, "Oh, I'm so and so. I've done this. People buy my book." You have to produce a book that people want to buy. You have to be, YouTubing. You have to be promoting, and I think all of that sort of bit him. I mean, he did
I also think
better than I've ever done. But
Aaron, you're forgetting a simple fact of this: is strong men make strong IPs. All right, like Sean. not so much.
Well, I have a certificate over here that says I had character of the year. I'm just saying, so I don't know.
Well, remember when Sean started doing the YouTubing thing? He was saying that he was going to do it different. He wasn't doing it for views or for super chats, and it even took people to like telling him to start holding the camera the right way because he was doing that vertical thing for like they're like, no, you have to hold it sideways, dummy.
If you're not doing it for views and super chats, then what are you doing it for?
Don't call him a dummy. He's watching.
1,800 backers now. We just crossed the threshold. 1,800 backers. I want to remind people the campaign closes now in 3 hours and 15 minutes, and yet the 24-hour cover is available right now. Get your copy of the, he calls it a coin slot cover. It's really, really sexist.
Offensive. I love it.
Very offensive.
You can go down and there's a, what is it? There's like a tier that, the subscription tier. I think that's what I got.
Did you get that?
Because John, you don't want to know why? Because John's a winner. I mean, I look, it pains me to say that, but that's what winners got. They go in on that.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I just wanted one of everything, so.
Yeah.
Okay. I want to know what else Sean Gordon Murphy thinks about his upcoming crowdfund.
Which is a pretty good deal. And then from there, you can go up higher to getting prints, and then all the way up to the hardcover, and then have some, really nice stuff for people that aren't in a financial squeeze right now. If they want to buy some original art or enter a raffle for the cover or whatever it is. I don't even know how we're going to lay it out yet.
Raffle.
So I'm not asking when the bare minimum isn't $40, which is a lot for some people. The bare minimum would be like $1 to $5 to $10, which to me seems pretty reasonable. And then the middle option 3 would be to do.
You remember what I hate about this? The begging and groveling to make money. I swear to God, dude, I hated this video when I saw it years ago. I hate it now. The dude is literally begging for the permission to fucking make a book and sell it.
Right.
I swear to God, it drives me crazy. The people that got in his head, including Donald DeLay. But
no, I think he's just laying cover. I think he knows he's going to do it. He's just laying down cover, trying to control the narrative, get in front of it all. So
no.
They showed him his playbook. They said, you should not be making a project because if you do, we're going to accuse you of, taking advantage of people during the project.
I swear to
They
God.
showed him the playbook.
No. John.
He's getting in front of it.
John, exactly what this is a grown man asking permission from a woman to be able to stand up and piss. I swear to God, dude. If make a book, make money. That's it. That's it. That's it.
It doesn't have to be that complicated. Yeah, he's making it very complicated. But it's like we've learned, you can't appease these people anyway, so you can't get out in front of it and you can't play nice with them because they're not rational-minded individuals. They're going to find something. They're going to go off on you and crucify you.
Hey, Sean, if you're watching now...
Hang on. Did anybody ever see this?
Sean, if you're watching, I love you, Sean.
No. If you're watching now, anybody that's telling you...
Take a breath and let Rini talk. Sorry, Rini, go ahead.
Anybody that's telling you how to make your money or where you can or can't go to make your money is not your friend. The end. Stop listening to these people.
Did anybody ever watch the movie about Schmidt with Jack Nicholson?
Yeah.
The whole movie, his wife makes him sit down to piss. Like, stand up and piss. That's the whole movie. That is literally Sean Gordon Murphy in this video. I like Sean. I like Sean as an artist. I like him, some things he says until he's a kite in the wind. But seriously, dude, don't ask permission to be successful. Be fucking successful.
Skip Edwards art says Malin is right. That's why I'm reading this. His first thing is Malin is right. He already knew he was doing it. He said he hired someone already. That is correct.
Yeah, he did, but then he had to bitch it. He had to add a dash. Hang on. He had to add a dash, a pinch of bitch to it. An
pinch of bitch.
I mean, that's the thing. It doesn't matter if he already knew he was doing it. It's like he's a dog rolling over, like, "Hey, smell my belly." And is it okay? Like, "Hey guys, smell my belly. Is it okay if I make money?"
He's presenting himself that he's not a threat.
Just fucking stand up and hold your dick and piss like a man. Fuck's sake, dude.
Like seriously, Shane, like you're 100% correct. Like I used to think Sean Gordon Murphy was pretty fucking cool. I saw his cars, I saw his art, and then as soon as he started YouTubing, I was like,
Hang on. I thought he was cool until I thought he was cool until he sat down to piss.
Oh my god.
Thor Odinson for $5 says Sean made $250K on a We Todd Ed IP. That's actually really good. If he'd done Batman with the serial numbers filed off, he would have made a lot more.
Yeah. Just like Black Terror or whatever the fuck that book is called, you know?
Russell Hall says Shane is like fire tonight.
He's literally
on fire. Hot over here.
P Count says, why do Shane closeouts turn into Shane versus Sean Gordon Murphy fights?
I know. It's like a tradition.
Yeah.
Shane's a gay vampire. That's why.
That is true. We are heading towards 196 with Shane Davis.
Wait,
Shane,
whoa. I hit 196.
No, not yet. No, you're getting there. I said you're getting there. You're
Oh,
at 195.
You just gave like a kid in the cancer ward false hope.
You know, if someone bought one of your covers, that thing would be over the top right now.
Wow, John. John's in my corner for once. Look at this.
Yeah, somebody bought a cover.
In your corner.
Yeah.
You just don't realize it.
Shane, what is wrong with you? All right, here we go.
What's wrong with you? Well, he's on fire. Somebody needs to put him out.
Every month I would do, every week I would do 2 videos. One would be a live stream, kind of like this, taking, Q&A from people or whatever, talking about my book, behind the scenes type stuff. And then I would do an update or a newsletter of some kind where you would see the process.
Hey, pause this for a second.
Oh, shit.
Hold on.
Never going to get through
Angela Curry, I have to go to bed early and miss this. Look, she's going to bed to think about me. This stalker shit with Angela Curry.
I think that would be nice because we're all stuck at home right now. We're looking for more content. I'm not necessarily wired to do these kinds of videos. I prefer to just draw and do my stuff. But if there's an appetite for this, if my launching this Patreon, something that people want to do, I'd be happy to do it. And the nice thing with the Patreon is the buy-in would be a lot lower. So, I don't even know how much it would be per month, cheap. And then if you stayed on Patreon for a certain amount of months, you would get the PDFs, which would be, again, not expensive. And then at the end of it, if you were a customer, you would get first dibs.
He's very cautious about talking about money.
Signed and shipped to you in the mail. And that cost of that might be, I don't even know, maybe $10, $20 for a 4-issue series. Again, I have no idea. Keep in mind they would all be signed too.
You guys tell me. You tell me what I should do.
He's making me feel guilty if I give him money for a fucking book he works on. I swear to God, this is the worst salesman ever.
No,
I swear to God.
What's interesting is the juxtapose between this video here and then the video that we were just watching where he was talking about how much money he had. It's so like black and white.
Dude, it's like if you're gonna feel like if you feel guilty about making money, you're making me feel guilty as a customer for giving you money. This probably cost him fucking. This is why he didn't make $500,000, John.
Probably.
This video.
I'll tell you what. With a new video with Perch, he's over that phobia. I think he likes making money now.
Yeah,
dude. Hey, Sean. Stand up, hold your dick, and piss. You don't have to sit down anymore, brother.
I mean,
stand up, take a piss.
All right, here we go.
The third option, the problem with that is it's more complicated. Printing floppies at a lower cost. I feel like I'm creating more work than is necessary just to try to protect myself from being attacked for being greedy, which I'm not trying to be greedy. I just want to sell people whatever they want to buy.
Oh my God, it's like a different guy.
Jesus, stop apologizing.
To protect himself, he just said it. He's laying the groundwork.
People are going to be upset.
Now he's the evil landlord, warlord.
Great. If they don't, great. I mean, who's scared of this whole thing? So, let me know what you think. I could really use some guidance here because I've been talking to a lot of friends who are saying different things. I don't know.
They're not your friends.
I'm very privileged.
Patrick T says Shane looks like a flame her.
Just to have a steady job and to have a lot of options in comics, obviously. So I'm really not complaining. But somebody might like me hitting Indiegogo now, bringing in the numbers that I might possibly bring in. I just don't want any drama. Like I just want to sit.
Yeah,
why is he asking people he doesn't even know? This just seems like
everybody out of backing you, Sean. Don't worry about it.
Bare minimum. I asked for bare minimum.
Don't worry about it, brother. You got it.
And the side effect of this is by me doing this, I am employing a group of people to work on the project with me, not just my assistant, but the printers and distributors that I would be hiring to take care of that. Also,
you're putting people to work.
4 or 5 different artists who don't have any work right now, but also be getting paid.
Parker Luck, what's that? Matt Bird says Shane, I have backed the whole box tier. and another one of each book of Glorious Rex 2. Also,
wow.
Y'all know who's 100 years old tomorrow would have been? Hitler.
Oh, happy birthday.
Whoa. That's
No,
not
I thought his birthday was on 420.
That's not true, because then Jack Kirby is older than Hitler. That's not true.
All right, let me see. Who then? Who's it gonna be?
That's not true though. Like I find it hard to believe Jack.
I thought it was
Kirby's-
April 20th or April 21st.
Because I was part of I did a New Gods one shot that was part of Jack Kirby's 100-year anniversary. If he had lived 100 years, so that would mean that Hitler's older than Jack Kirby, or no, younger than Jack Kirby. That's not true. That can't be.
What?
All right.
Somebody says jack off pastorist or whatever for $2. Shane wants SGM to be CG so bad. I think he should fucking be a man and just stand up and urinate.
That's step one. Step two, then
you know.
Then,
I love that, Ethan. That was your first.
Ethan has a comment.
Ethan's comment. Step one: flip your camera to landscape.
Oh, did you? I see. I told you. That's what I said.
Oh shit, that's hysterical.
Oh man,
he actually
that's
liked
funny.
it. Yeah.
That is a good sport.
I think Sean would be
my step is pretty good.
No bullshit. People are gonna say I'm dogging Sean. Hang on, Sean would be fire over here. But Sean would I think he would be a YouTube personality. I do think he could pull it off. I think he could. I think there's a dash of asshole that goes a long ways with the chat.
No. Yeah, I don't think he could take the heat.
In 4 minutes, it will be Stanley's birthday. By the way, happy birthday, Stan!
Oh, there you go.
I think Sean would be he'd be trolled out. I don't think he'd be able to take it because sometimes the chat can be kind of brutal.
I think Donald DeLay has
we need old Sean back.
I
He
think
does not give a fuck anymore.
you want him over here pretty bad. I can tell. I mean, it's relevant that Irene wants Sean over here. Irene, what do you think about Sean's guns?
Yeah, but Pete Callan, Sean Murphy couldn't handle me. I concur.
It's a fake BB gun.
There's a certain amount of hazing that goes on that everyone has to kind of put up with,
The gun. Did you hear that Arthur Riddick crack there like that? The guns.
Yeah.
The arm show.
I know. I didn't know he was talking. I was just looking at his guns.
Shane Davis has had a little bit to drink. We love to see it. It's glorious.
Better him than me.
Yeah. Is it 1,807 backers? Getting close to 196. Can we flip it to 196? Is that possible? Shane Davis says, looks like there's only 3 hours left in the campaign now. 3 more hours, and that's it.
Wow. Irene, I'm a married man, so it don't matter. But what would it take to get you to look? Hang on. No, what would it take for you to look at, like, say, John Malin, like you look at Sean Gordon Murphy? I mean,
how'd you always look at Sean Gordon Murphy? Yeah, I don't even know what you're
Yeah. I mean, look at him with the respect you do, Sean.
Yeah, why can't you just respect me a little bit, Irene?
I don't respect anybody, so that would never happen. But
wow.
I don't even know what you're saying. I think you're just projecting again, Shane.
What does that mean?
I think you're crushing on Sean pretty hard because you're just trying to.
I just want Sean.
You're the one who brought up his muscles and everything. Yeah. I wasn't even. I was just talking to him about how he needs to man up and stop giving a shit what SJW thinks. And you're like, oh my god, his muscles.
No, you're right, Irene. Let's make this closeout all about Sean. My closeout becomes all about SGM. How much do you think he can bench, guys?
Holy shit.
180.
This is alcohol, by the way.
Is 180 good? I mean, could he do 180?
I would think so.
Yeah.
I'd say so.
All right. Let's not make this all about Sean Gordon Murphy. It is Shane's day.
Yeah, no, it's Sean Gordon Murphy.
No, it's your day.
We
It's
spent
your
the
day.
whole stream talking about Sean Gordon Murphy.
No. It's Shane Davis'
Let's go through his used condom collection, guys. Look at that handsome guy. Who's that? Not me. Not me.
Shane Davis.
Ah!
This guy's a rock star.
Davis. No, it is you.
So,
Wow.
exclusive contract with DC.
Oh,
You're gonna bring the energy.
Whoa. Why are you laughing like that, Irene?
You've never had this amount of energy on stream before, Shane.
Because that's the dorkiest hole ever.
Look at that dirty smile.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, the girl is waving around a phallic object around her mouth. What the fuck am I doing?
Oh my god!
Look at Shane looking at her, got the smile going on. This guy never does this shit.
Patrick T says instead of lunch boxes, maybe ammo box next time. Interesting.
The artist for now.
Just a DC artist at the moment. Yes.
I'm offended by Irene's
a lot of
laugh.
things recently. You did some Blackest Night. You did Superman.
I'll show her Blackest Night.
It's kind of a
Superman, Batman before that.
Is that a threat?
Worked on JLA.
I think that was a donkey punch.
Do you see what I'm doing, John? I'm rubbing my arm to see if she'll look at my tricep.
Yeah, I saw that.
So I just
I flexed it.
Superman Earth
It
One
doesn't
Week
really
is
show up
actually
unless I flex.
kind of considered a big game changer for Superman's history.
Yes, we went in it.
I'm looking
with
down, wondering. She looked down. She checked out my junk. Just then. Did you see that?
I have to say
I
that
saw
you
it.
got one of the most handsome.
There she goes again, whore.
I've ever seen.
When she said I drew the most handsome, she was talking about me. That I'm
So how was it? It was so well received as a bug.
Keep on thinking that.
How do you feel about that?
I'm
flex. I'm flexing a little bit.
okay if I failed at it.
Posturing up. Getting
Yeah, it looks like you do got a little flex on your left arm, the one closest to her. See that little
Yes.
tricep
Now I'm
sticking
rubbing
out?
this one to see if she'll look.
Yeah,
Does
like
she
you
look?
are.
No, she
That
doesn't.
left arm is stiff. You are flexing.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I can't tell. I see nothing.
Your left arm.
Look at that little
stiff.
tricep bulge.
His left arm
Tricep.
stiff is because he's having a
See,
stroke.
there goes again.
Yeah. She's looking. Yeah, there you go. I got it. This is when you got the fish on the hook right now. You just
So
got.
how did this epic tale end? Was there a little romance?
In tears.
In tears and shame.
New audience, but I was
This is
very
horrible.
respectful to the basics of the character at the same time.
Why let Irene see a beautiful man like Shane Davis burn out?
My son.
Look, I'm wiping a tear. That's me looking like I'm sensitive.
Look at Ethan. He's falling asleep sitting up.
I'm sorry. I'm tired. I'm fighting through it though for Shane Davis and for COMICSGATE.
I believe in it, Ethan. You're
Sorry,
fighting a good
Ethan.
fight.
He just like, I'm tired of hurting these cats.
I think a lot more of my influences have been coming more from movie directors lately, and a lot of movies and stuff like that.
See, I'm talking about Zack Snyder
Like
sucking
Volume
in my
50
dick.
because I know a lot of fans are really looking forward.
This is
to
like
it.
the beginning of a porno that never really gets
I
going.
keep rubbing my eyes, but I keep rubbing my eyes because I want her to think I'm sensitive to like.
If this were a porno, Shane would be like, yeah, that's a nice microphone, but why don't you try this on for size? And he'd unzip his pants and we'd be moving already. But this, if Shane were like a porno guy, it would just never get started ever.
Just keep on talking.
Yeah, I mean that was the one takeaway on that Sean Gordon Murphy thing, because I was like, it's not the best, but if this was Shane Davis narrating it, I would be cutting myself.
No. Wow, John, you're not in my corner of it.
196,000.4.
Oh,
You are halfway to 97, Shane.
Guys, get this to 200,000 so Ethan can go to sleep early.
I'm up. I'm telling you. I told Andrea. I said I'm going to be taking care of Shane Davis tonight. She said, "You mean taking care of him?" I'm like, no. I mean, I'm going to be.
Not like T. Franklin. Come on now.
Yeah. You said I'm going to take care of Shane Davis tonight. She's like, should I get out the shovel?
Yeah.
Exactly.
No. All right, let's get back to Shane.
I will be working on the cover really soon, and we haven't
God, we're such
released
boring
it yet.
people.
At this point, I'm like in between fat Shane and skinny Shane. And I'm wondering, does she think I'm fat?
So there's a side.
All right, hold on. This is the guy with
It
confidence.
helps friends in need, helps comics in general.
but I just don't want to be slammed for any reason that I'm not. I want to catch all the angles here.
I don't want to be slammed, he says.
Yeah.
Well, you have no control over it.
Look at whoa!
That's a good start.
Leave it. He goes, I want to catch all animals here. Basically, when did he become a poacher?
No, he said angles, and they.
Oh.
You know, when I think about Shane's arms in that video, and now I look at Sean Gordon Murphy's arm, I'm like, oh yeah, Sean Gordon Murphy's got some good arms on him.
I know. Well, I mean, in Shane's defense, there wasn't a weight room right behind him to get all juiced up before he went on.
I see Cecil in the chat. Why don't you come in here and help me close out my book, Cecil?
Yeah, Cecil.
Well, he's waiting to come in. You know, like the last hump, he's gonna come in.
To take the credit.
Yeah. Shane Van Winkle.
He's out there like doing an Indian rain dance right now, tweeting it out, trying to get it up there to 200K. Thank you, Cecil. $196,457. 1,811,000 backers because we're curb stomping the shit out of Iconic Comics tonight. Every campaign they've done this year cannot beat Inglorious Rex. Believe it or not, they've had 2 cracks at beating Inglorious Rex this year per dollar, and they can't seem to do it. They don't have mustard. I don't know what to say about it.
Christmas is for closers.
They got homeless people out rattling a can, heckling people, Vickyverse.
Can Ethan have the floor for a second here, guys?
Please.
Demonized says, Ethan, bless you. Even after that Yancey review, he is here for Shane.
Oh, yeah.
100% true. I was pissed.
You can't blame me.
Wait, pissed?
I was
What?
angry
I thought you were
last night.
depressed.
No,
Were you?
pissed off. Yes. I went to bed like, the fuck? And then I just went, I woke up. I talked to Andrea about it, and I said, so what? So what? You know, she's like, what? What happened? I was like, Yancey ran my book through the mud. Like when I get I got a delay, another 9-day delay on my comic. I'm already like down in the dumps over that. I wanted to have it out I wanted to at least have my copy for Christmas. I got to wait another 9 days. And so I'm like, well, the good news is that at least the book's really good. Everybody who's read it really likes it. And then Yancey comes in and goes, it ain't that good. And I'm and I went, all right, I gotta go. I'm just gonna go fall over on the couch and go sleep.
Rage sleep.
Yancey murdered Ethan.
Yeah, Yancey tells me I'm not that good after sex. She don't know what she's talking about.
You just made it worse.
She's a little cloudy.
Bossolino, we need the Red Rocket cover.
It's not coming.
It's not coming.
Jeez, I bet.
You may get
Phrasing.
200, you may not.
Not with that attitude.
Yeah, but I told Andrea that this morning, and I said, this is what she did. She goes, why would she do that? And I'm like, because she's Yancey, and she's Shane's wife. God only knows what life has done to Yancey living with Shane.
Yeah, I mean, imagine what it's like there every day, Ethan.
Whoa. How did you blame me?
Can't blame Yancey. She's a nice girl. I don't know what happened to her. I think
but
drove her
somehow
nuts.
I did it. Like,
get Mama Lip.
Hang on. Between me and Yancey, I'm the only one that actually read it.
So you told
You're
her.
a great friend.
No, she sped through it in like 5 seconds, and I read it for 40 minutes.
Cecil.
Where's Cecil at?
Super chat just popped up.
Oh, okay, hold on. I'll get to it in a second. We thank Cecil for this successful COMICSGATE campaign. Also, hail to the pumpkin champion, Mandy Summers.
Yeah, sorry in the chat.
Where's Mandy? Why are your baller friends in here? What's
well, he's got Patrick. Patrick's here.
I'm here.
Patrick's here. What about Dale? What about Mandy? What about Donnie? Where are these guys? Where's your
Donnie?
crew?
Actually, I'll send Donnie the link. He'll come.
Cecil for $5 for traveling on the way to Vermont skiing tomorrow. Just stop by to push Shane over 200K. You're welcome.
Thank you.
What a gentleman.
Wow.
Nate 13. Oh my God, why so sensitive? But I worked 2 years on it, dude. It's like why so sensitive? It's like because it's my heart and soul on paper. That's why, yeah, of course. We're all sensitive about our work, I think. All right, Shane Davis's Inglorious Rex Volume 2. So I says to Andrea, I said, you know what? Last night I was like, I'm not going to help Shane. I'm not going to help
Whoa!
them. If that's what they want to do.
Here we
that's
go.
Fine.
You're
And
here. It's happening.
I woke up the next, and Andrea said, "That's what." That's what you want to do.
Yes, we made it.
Oh,
We
no.
did it.
Oh my God.
What is that? Is that wine or is that like liqueur?
Oh, he
And
throws
we made it
himself
all
out,
worth
huh?
it.
We drove him drinking again. Wow.
Yeah, we did. And then I woke up. I got a little sleep. I got a little rest, and I woke up and said, "That's not who I am. That's not what I do. I'm a good friend. I'm somebody who can take it on the chin and just keep going forward."
You're better than you
and moving, but way better. I can do this. I'm gonna help Shane and
Yeah,
Yancy, my
you
friends. And that's
Oh,
oh.
hi, everyone.
God damn it!
Hello.
What the hell?
Take anymore, Yancy. Please, I'm a son of a man. I'm broken up inside into little pieces. Don't. I can't take another punch. Please, no.
Bring
Wow.
out the tiger mom.
Look, Yanzi thinks she's got you against the ropes here. I'm gonna be in Ethan's corner here. This is what I go. You gotta get Ethan, you gotta get critical distance. You gotta go toe to toe. You can't.
Okay, go ahead. Just do it. Do it.
You need,
I'm
you
so
know what,
happy we
Ethan?
made
You
it.
need that Sean Gordon Murphy flex. Flex.
Oh
That's
God.
that side review where his arms all
It says
squished up.
after Yancey's review anyway. I can get a read.
Dude, it wasn't even really a review. It was just a quick speed read.
Oh,
It was a speed read.
It was a speed read, but a slow and thorough criticism.
Oh my God.
Yeah,
Finish
all
him,
behind me,
Yancy.
and,
Finish
you know,
him.
everything's sped up.
Oh God. Welcome, Yancy.
Finish him.
I like how Shane kind of like straightens up once Yanzi shows up.
Yeah, I'm not.
Yeah, the muscles up, ain't it?
Oh my
Yanzi, I'm the only one that had your back here. I'm just gonna say that.
That's a lie, John. You did not have her back either. No, please.
John's afraid of her.
Oh, now go ahead. Get him, Yancy, says TC.
Well, see, John's worried when Godlike comes out, Yancy's going to review that. So
I look
got
forward
to get ahead of it.
Yanzi, I demand you apologize to Ethan right now.
I apologize to Uncle E for my review.
No, you can't review. No,
you take it back.
No, you can't. You can't.
That's not the way it works.
You will.
That's
You will.
Don't make him come upstairs, Yanzi.
Yanzi,
Yancy, you caught me at a very vulnerable time. My book's delayed over and over again. I can ordinarily take criticism. Last night was not the time, and I apologize to you. I'm sorry to you. I'm usually much better than that. But yeah, it's like finding out that my book is another 9 days delayed. I was just like absolutely a shell of a man. So yeah, I apologize to you for that. And Yanzi, you were hilarious, and thank you for popping in here. It's great. This is a privilege.
It's really awkward now that you're here.
I can back out if you want. Jesus Christ.
No, Yancy, don't go.
No.
Stick around. Yancy, this is dedicated to you from me. 197.
Oh damn, that's a big jump.
Very nice.
Wow.
Now we're not gonna get the Shane spot.
Man, that's crazy.
Yeah, no.
Doing good.
It's not gonna happen.
It was happening, man. He had the tiger mask on. He was
everything was the planets were.
he was morphing between our eyes.
You come in and you do like, let me review Shane Davis for everybody.
I loved Inglorious Rex 1. I loved it. I thought it was really, really good stuff.
Yancy, tell everybody how judge me as a man right now in front of the chat.
Oh shit!
No.
Oh no!
Mask, that's for sure.
No, tell everybody how awesome of a spectacle of human I am.
Love making you are.
I know. Where are we going with this?
That's what everyone's waiting for you to say, Shane.
Please. You don't have to do that. You guys, Yancy, you don't have to do that. You accept this amazing gift from COMICSGATE. Tonight, so far, we've raised, just tonight, over $17,000 for this campaign, I believe, in the course of the day, and more is coming because you guys are especially loved here in this family. I think we call COMICSGATE kind of a family, that kind of a family, if you know what I mean. We absolutely love you
like
guys.
the mafia.
Yes, exactly like the mafia. We're very happy to see this campaign get to 200,000 if it does, and I think it will. Keep this
By
thing
the
in
grace
demand.
of CG.
Yeah.
I would really like to say thank you very much to the CG family for getting us so far into this campaign. Especially you guys know what happened since day one. So it's like this would not have been possible without you guys supporting us and believing in us, and knowing that we're gonna give you Inglourious Rex 2, Hades the Crown.
Woo! You deserve it! Congrats!
It's gonna be epic.
Don't King!
And
Y'all just
special
singing-
thanks to
Uncle Lee.
Del
John,
Keown.
John, yeah, Ethan, yeah.
Oh, I thought
Yeah. John Malin.
Yeah, me.
And
I thought you were going for a John.
The Baller. Thanks to Dale Keown. Thanks to Patrick. Thanks to everyone who comes up. Rainey is hilarious in her fighting with Shane.
Yeah, here's what's fucked up. Yanzi just came in here to look at Sean Gordon Murphy's arms.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
I think I'm a little jealous.
Back to
Do
the back to the gun
comparison.
show.
Comparison shopping.
I got nothing to
Look at
say.
those arms.
I got nothing to say about the whole Sean Gordon Murphy thing. All I can say is that that guy, he did not hit his goal, and he's like, oh well, $250,000, that ain't nothing. That's not worth my time. I'm back to drawing Batman. See ya.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they won't even print posters for his book for the comic shops. Like what? All right.
Well, you know what it is? It's like he didn't hit his goal, and the goal was completely arbitrary, and it was about his pride. He wanted to be flattered. And
Yanzi.
Takes a little
Yanzi, I
while.
can hit the goal, right?
Okay.
Yes, yeah.
I'm going to take off. It's past my
Andy's
bedtime.
like, I'm out of here.
Why do you
Congratulations,
need so much
Shane.
validation?
Bye, Andy. Take care,
Andy.
buddy.
Bye, Andy.
Congratulations, Shane. Congratulations, Yanzi.
Thanks for
I'll see you
coming
guys
by.
later. Good night,
Have a good
everybody.
night, Andy.
Yeah, thank you.
That was you that did that, Shane. Andy was
Yeah.
here. He
I know,
having a
Andy
good time.
was a fucking trooper.
Andy
And
was
then
going to
you,
see it through, and look what happened.
So what do you think that is, Yancy? What is it about, like, having some arbitrary number in your head? It's like, I'm going to hit 500,000, maybe 800, maybe $1 million, and not getting it, not receiving that kind of validation, and then giving up right away. What is that? I mean, were you ever really in it at that point to tell a story, to have experience independence, or what, or were you just after, I would say this to Sean, like, were you just after a quick hit of like glory?
I think the problem is that a lot of people forget that crowdfunding is not about how much effort you put in, it's how much effort your customers, well, not how much effort, but how much your customers believe in you, how much they believe in what you have to offer to them. So to say, oh, I'm going to hit this amount, it seems to be very like, oh, I don't care about the guys putting the money in my pocket. I only care about how much I get in my pocket. So it's like, dude, you forget who made it happen. And CG made it happen.
Yes, that is 100% correct, as usual. CG did not make it happen for Sean, though, sadly. Son of Liberty Radio says, Shane, stand up like a man and pee. Don your tiger mask and chug that wine, even if Yanzi is here. Kept saying he kept saying over and over again that Sean needed to get up and pee like a man. I didn't know what he was talking about, but that's what he said. You were not here. I will tell on him. Christopher says, sounds like Yanzi is getting the Faye treatment tonight. Whoa. Nice.
Shane, are you wearing boxers right now? What are you wearing?
Oh God, don't do that.
Give us a little peek.
Oh yeah, right. We ain't gonna lose this.
No, not an indecent peek. What are you wearing? What do you got?
That's between me and God, John.
Well, you backed up. I thought I saw a little thigh in there.
Right. Stop bullying the cat. People are saying, where's Dale Keown tonight? Is Dale Keown around? We got to get him in here, too. We'll have a full-on ballers show. And Mandy Summers.
I saw Mandy in the chat. Mandy, if you're out there, jump in.
Yeah, why isn't Mandy in here supporting her friend Shane?
I give her the...
Shane, did you ignore her on her closeouts? Is that what you did?
No, I didn't. I was there. I actually said if Inglourious Rex 2 hits a $200,000 and Jim Shock hits $100,000, we're gonna eat the stinky canned fish on stream together.
Oh my God.
So let me know what you think. Thank you for your honesty and your opinion. If you think it's a horrible idea, say so. If you don't, let me know. I'll be looking through the comments section of YouTube. And yeah, thanks again. Appreciate it.
Oh,
you're welcome. You're welcome.
You know what doesn't happen in the wild? Any predator asking permission to eat its prey. All right, like
Dude,
look.
do you think he had coffee in there, or you think that was just a prop?
No, he had tea before, or hot water, like a bitch. Like, look, he's not a coffee drinker. Look at him.
I would say water. I'd say hot water with a slice of lemon.
Whoa! Here comes Irene with the thirst save.
I love that Zane keeps calling him like a bitch, and he's sitting down. This guy's like building and rebuilding cars and motorcycles.
Because men that
Going to
drink
the
coffee,
gym.
no, men that drink coffee don't ask permission to sell you a book. They just do it, or they don't. They don't ask me, okay, if I prosper by giving you a book you want.
I didn't know this was the magic of coffee, but okay.
No. It is. Like, men drink caffeine, and like they're closers. You know, they do shit.
Coffee is for closers.
Like propels innovation. You know, this isn't a guy that has confidence. I'm not. Look, I'll like Sean. You know, I will take a cover if you won't pull it back. All right.
All right, listen to this.
If I ask for a bare minimum of, let's just say, 40 grand, I mean, it's probably a safe assumption that the backers will probably bring in at least $500,000 for this. And my friends,
Thank you, Donald.
That is brutal.
Okay, hang on. On the Donald delay thing, did he do that in like a super chat or in the chat or DM? Like what? Give me some.
No, I don't recall the exact thing, but I believe he said he was DMing him and telling him he was going to make $1 million. And then I think he let somebody know that, or was letting maybe like an old CG Live DM group say, hey, well, I told him he was gonna make $1 million.
Well, I remember like everybody speculating at the time, and everybody was saying like, you know, at least 500,000 to a, you know, like
I wasn't
800 to $1 million. Well, you weren't, but everybody else was.
Not me. They actually went through. John said 300,000. I said 250 to 300. So I got the window pretty much right. All it really is like your following, you know, like the people who you're selling to, you're pitching to, a percentage of that following. And if you don't have it, you don't have it.
Okay. That's the X factor that nobody's talking about. A lot of his following was built on Instagram, and Instagram doesn't let you really post links.
Mm-hmm.
So like that was his handicap that you guys aren't accounting for. Like he had invested most of his social media time on Instagram, and he had
but what about that guy
following. But the problem with Instagram posts is you can't post links. You have to do like #link is in my bio, which really fucks up a direct sell.
Mm-hmm.
But that kind of social media, like Facebook and Instagram and stuff, you blow through those contacts really, really quick. I mean, you know, what we've created here with the YouTube platform and talking with people on a daily basis, it's way, way better. And he didn't have that when he launched that campaign. He was just starting his YouTube channel. So he kind of, you know,
again, but he still did make 250, which isn't anything to sneeze at.
No, not at all.
But think about this. Okay, so no, hold on.
No. But he fucked that up on day one by saying $500,000 because he listened to
No. I get that aspect, but let's say like he did bring some people to Indiegogo. You know, this is one of the things that we talk about, like why we were on Indiegogo, because of the traffic. You know. Did any his traffic like kind of come over and find our books since they were over here?
We would never know.
No. But I'm just saying, like, you know, where we are right now with Indiegogo, that's a good question to ask. Like, you know, was there any like cross pollination between the people that supported him that did find their way to Indiegogo?
I'm sure there were, because, you know, like you would think somebody, you know, that's that conscientious about what people think, he would have went Kickstarter instead of Indiegogo. You're probably right. I mean, he probably brought a lot of people that would only support, you know, Kickstarter, probably came over to support him on Indiegogo. So,
well, Indiegogo, I mean, was better. I mean, they took less of a percentage, and they took the money right out of your account immediately, which a lot of people liked better. So
yeah, he said the reason he did Indiegogo. But
I remember that. I remember that there was a lot of talk at that time, though. There's a lot of jibber jabber saying, "Oh, you're going where all the istophobic CGers are."
Yeah.
Are you CG? Are you CG? There was a lot of speculation about that.
Yeah. You let that get to him.
SHS Rebels 08 says, I want my effing red effing rocket effing foil. Also, it's just a cover of Sumo Shane in a donut cooming.
That's a tall order.
That's a small order, right?
I don't have to live through that.
Thor Odinson says, Sean should have taken my advice. I know he saw my comment as he liked it. I told him straight up he wasn't hitting 500K. And we got another one here. He says, I also told him his following were largely Batman fans and not Sean Gordon Murphy fans. He needed to sell himself first in order to build up his numbers.
Well, I wonder what his numbers were like when he was doing what was American Vampire and some of his other indie.
But
like Joe the Barbarian and stuff.
That's exactly the point. That's the beautiful thing about Sean and what went wrong. This is the beautiful car accident, right? He built up 90% of his career was not working on Batman. It was actually working at Vertigo or an IDW or whatever, Image Book, whatever. Like, so most of his fan base he had already had and cultivated was already used to dialing into a property that was not known.
Right.
He actually should have prospered. He should have done very well because when you're working on a property nobody knows, the only thing you're really selling is your art and yourself. That he really should have done really well. Everybody's like, oh, because of Batman. It's like, no, because 90% of his career in comics was working on shit nobody knew about.
I think he did really well though.
Here.
That 250, that was the people who weren't just Batman fans. But he didn't realize that Batman people who are used to monthly books aren't going to go to crowdfunding.
I'll be honest. I'm not sure if his next campaign wouldn't have been like 300 or 350 or something.
He should have kept going. He should have.
Yeah, no, he should have. He should have. Especially when DC doesn't give a fuck about like whatever Batman book he's doing enough to do a second print when it sells out. Like, it's like, dude, if they don't care, why do you care? Why are you working for them? At this point, like, you'd make the same money. I promise you, his page rate isn't as
okay. All right. ISOM number 2 predictions.
What did the first one do?
3.7 million.
2.
2.
I think about the same.
I think 2 as well.
Really?
Yeah, it'll do less.
4.5.
That's a huge number. I mean, that's just ridiculous.
Well, no. I mean, look. Hopefully, it does better than that, or matches the other one. Does significantly better. I'm just saying, you guys. Everyone has to remember, we're still in the comic book industry. Number 1 is still more tantalizing than number 2.
Well, I feel like that assumption is really fucked up, though. That assumption is only because that doesn't happen in manga, so that's not a rule that should be applied to all comics.
No, but it is a rule in Western comics because of this. It's called the speculator market. That's when people come in and they want the first appearance of a character in case it becomes anything else. And this has really been cultivated by the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Every first appearance of any one of these characters has shot through the fucking roof, just sight unseen. If they're announced, they're in a movie. All of a sudden, Vision number 1 appearance, whether it's this issue or that issue, whether the character's in silhouette or not, jumps through the roof just because he said he's in a movie. That cultivated the speculator market. Walking Dead number 1. Again, one of those issues that shoots through the roof. Only 7,000 copies of it was made, but it's like one of the sought-out collectible first issues.
But crowdfunding could be the exception because a lot of campaigns, the second campaign will do better than the first campaign. I think
it can. It doesn't necessarily.
Right. But also,
Irene says what?
No, I was just saying. I think
I want Irene to be the next Donald DeLay and set Eric July's bar so high that even
I think he will do about the same because I think even with the speculator market in Counter and the fact that
3.7 million is what Irene's saying. Okay.
Yeah, I think he'll do about the same because trading that off for people who didn't back ISOM 1 because he hadn't put the books in anyone's hands before this is the first project. The people who are just waiting to see if he would actually deliver, you would have a wave of people coming in. I think that'll make up the people who were only there to buy a number 1 for collector reasons.
Yeah, I'm going to say 4 million, perhaps 4.5, somewhere in between those two numbers. If there's the same amount of product, if they're posters, if they're T-shirts, of that The campaigns are similar. All things considered, all things the same. Yeah, you're looking at an increase for him from between.
That's what I think.
It depends on what your growth potential is. I mean, he launched so freaking huge. I don't know what his backer numbers were, but it must have been astronomical. And it's kind of like, some of those people were sort of in on the event. Let me get in on the event, and they may not have that same fervor when the second issue comes out. I mean, a lot of us are improving as we go because we didn't start like at the top, right? So how much I still have room to bring in more backers because I didn't have a ton to begin with. I mean, I did well, but not like like Shane or Malin or Ethan like you. So there's still people out there that are familiar with my product that haven't backed it. The question is with Eric July, with that big a number to begin, is how many people are out there that aren't familiar with it, that haven't backed it, that are still yet to discover? I mean, I don't know what the answer to that question is.
Well, you're assuming there's a cap, but there's
an important factor you guys aren't talking about, and that's like, what do people think about the product once they received it? Like, that is an issue on return customers. So, like, I'm sure the book is good. I have the book. I'm sure it's a competent product and I'm sorry, I've been drinking. Product and everything, but that's not up to me. Like, what I think about it doesn't matter. It's like he's actually going into that territory where people actually have a physical product. It's not based off his channel anymore. It's actually based off the product they received in the mail. How many people actually open it? How many people are the first time they've ever read a comic? These are all factors.
That's a good question.
Yeah, like there's like this huge X factor with him. Like, I don't even know how many people just like hate the Batwoman TV show and they watch his videos on it versus they actually like read comics. And this may be the first comic. This may be the only standard of comics they have. And they're going to back based off of that.
Patrick T says, when does terms of service start to violate law? There's a lot of work to be done. Interesting. Yeah, well,
wait, what?
I will terms of service in terms of maybe shadow banning.
So, we're all working on it. That's all you need to know.
Yeah, it's just different with crowdfunding. Again, there's so much wiggle room because it's 7%. That's all, 7% of his social media following back the first one, and they backed it mostly at the $30 tier, $35 tier. If he gets the same 7% or just increases by 7.2, 7.3, 7.5% of his backers and gets them to back at a higher level, he's already surpassed his 3.7. And Eric knows I know what I'm talking about. And I will tell you, between 4.0 and $4.5 million, Isom too.
Hang on. Here's the other thing that you have to factor in with Eric, and this is where it becomes unquantifiable, is he's going to be selling like Isom #1 to like people again. Like, right? I assume he's going to offer it as a tier.
Break it down. And also, it's, again, Isom #1 books with a new cover, perhaps also attached to this campaign, with or without the clothing and the apparel, all this stuff. Rippaverse is launching 3 book campaigns in 2023.
Right.
It's going to be big. So,
here's the beautiful thing that we're not encompassing is it's going to curb stomp the shit out of Iconic Comics. That's the thing. Like, it will eclipse Iconic Comics. It will.
Who cares about Iconic?
It's nobody. Nobody but the broken teeth on the sidewalk. That's it.
Wow, Shane Davis. Yeah, don't worry about Iconic Comics. Here we go. Shane Davis's Inglorious Rex. Refresh it, and it is now right up there, closing in on 198.
198. This could be a dude. I could bend Yanji up in a pretzel tonight if we hit 200K.
My baby.
Wow. I mean, like, I'm talking legs behind heads. I mean,
oh my god.
Yeah, I mean, I'll need a crowbar to put her back right. You know what I'm saying?
Holy shit.
Okay, well.
All right. We're going to do another Your Boy Zach video now because I love you guys very much. I really do.
Well, I'm going to take off. I'm old and I got to get some sleep. Yeah.
Look.
So congratulations, Shane.
Hang on for 30 minutes. art.
For 30 minutes.
30 seconds.
What's gonna happen in 30 minutes? Are you gonna get that 200,000?
No, I'm gonna tell you how much I love you, RT.
Okay, you know what? You got me for 30 minutes.
All
right. I gotta hear that.
My first memory of RT Bear.
Oh, for God's sake! What the fuck? All right, go ahead, James. It's your show. Go ahead.
I love you, man. I love you.
Yeah, I love you, RT Bear.
All right, here we go. We're gonna avoid another filibuster by drunken Shane Davis by listening to a filibuster by completely sober but embittered your boy Zach. Here we go.
Hi everyone, it's your boy Zach, and this is a video about Scott Snyder's, as my friend coined the phrase, Scott Holmes syndrome. Where I start?
Oh, it's an old picture.
Graphic
Is
novel.
that with him with
We were
Camilla's
talking
mom?
about Scott Snyder.
Yeah.
And one person would mention, "Oh, do you remember the time this person did this to him?" And you would say, "Oh, I thought it was this other person." And then we go to look it up, and it was 2 separate attacks. But then you find even more. What it all boils down to is a vicious group of women gnawing on this weak man. It would all start innocently enough, in which a man was given a writer's workshop. And
Hang on,
God.
pause this for a second.
Who's that dude in the back?
Isn't there like some saying about cutting your bones cutting your teeth on the bones of your parents, on the bones of your parents or some shit? There's some wise saying about cutting your teeth.
What?
On your predecessors? No, seriously, about like you cut your teeth on the bones.
I mean, I think he mixed up Keng Lao Zu with whatever he's trying to explain.
No, I'm saying like it makes sense. You would chew the shit out of
198.3 for Shane Davis. I gotta get Shane to be quiet. I mean, yeah, he's scuttling his own campaign. You know, it's like 198. 332.
What? Whoa! I hit 198.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh my God! I love you guys. Holy shit! Holy shit! We're like at the edge of 200K. Oh my God!
Shane.
Oh my God!
Shane. I want you to Shane. Hold on a second. What did I say to you? What did I say to you? Do you remember what I said? I said,
Shane, I hate you.
I didn't say that.
Oh,
Shane was at like 170. 170. I said we're gonna hit $1,000 every day this week, and then we're gonna have a short hop to 200,000 on our final day. How right was I? Was I 100% right? 100%. Look, he's drinking a bottle of A1.
I really hope he's wearing something other than the jacket.
Oh my God.
I haven't checked,
Yes,
and I do not know
right
how I'm going to
again.
do tonight.
You ever wait for your wife to shut up so you can talk? Bro dog! Bro dog!
Oh my
Bro
God.
dog!
So you
All
like
right, come
that?
on, let's go! 200K!
Ay.
Oh boy.
All right, here we go. That's right. I was right about ISOM number 1. Nobody else knew. I've been right about this, and I'm right about ISOM number 2. Get ready.
wait, do we get a do we get a half mil spread on that? Is that what we're doing?
Yeah, I would say so. At this
All right,
point,
I'll go 2 to
I ain't got
2.5.
Donald delay into my ear.
All right,
No, I'll
here
go
we
2.5 to 3. 2.5 to 3.
I think that's a good range. I think that's safe. I mean, I'm going above and beyond because of factors. Factors, the previous one, very successful. Secondarily, more people will probably come on board. Third, he's tertiarily, he does have issue 1 to resell with a new variant cover. And finally, so many people backed it. I was watching the campaign and I was talking to Eric all throughout. I'm like, so many people right now are just backing you, but they're backing at the $35 level, the lowest tier. This time, a great portion of those people, now seeing that those books are selling big on eBay, are going to back at $100, $50 to $100 tier. That's going to make the whole thing go like this. So let me see. Urashima Otaru says Snyder looks like Bill Burgee, Bobby from Ernest, says Urashima Otaru. Yeah, I think he looks like whatever was eating Gilbert Grape. Let's take a look at this. Get back to the video. All right. Where did I put it? Oh, yeah, right over here.
Okay. He would pick one diversity hire. So they had this DC Writers Workshop. I don't think they've had it the last few years. But this was how Mags got into working at DC. This is how Philip Kennedy Johnson. This is how Vita Ayala. This is how
DC grooms.
Yeah.
And it was Scott Snyder,
Groom shop.
almost literal gatekeeper, inviting people in. You would get a short story in an anthology, but if you had talent or a fashionable enough identity, it could lead to more. So then CG happened. So when these digital lynch mobs were formed up, you were expected to join. Andy Diggle did, but Scott Snyder, he done goofed. The temerity, the unmitigated gall to spend the week before school starts with his children. So he got back online and he saw that there was a lynch mob and he knew that he needed to join it or be a victim of it. And he said, I was off radar with this being the kids' last week before school starts and missed this yesterday. But of course, this, to which Heather, who is about 20 years younger than him, said, I'm disappointed. I expected more from you, Scott. Now, you might say, oh, this is like a...
That's right. Yes, that's right.
Now, at that time, wasn't Heather Antos in 2018 at Marvel still?
Yeah, she was
Marvel.
at Marvel.
Yeah, Marvel editorial. Okay.
Hadn't yet been fired.
I said this about comics earlier, and Patrick, you got it. Is Patrick still here?
I'm here.
Yes.
Any fucking girl can walk into comics, Irene and Yanzi excluded, and become a 5 can become a 10 overnight.
Nice save.
Am I right or am I wrong? I saw this at the Kubert school. Is this
Yeah,
true?
yeah. I remember like there'd be one girl out of like 200, and she looked like fucking filet mignon. But
Filet
you know,
mignon overnight.
but if you saw her out in like the mall, she looked like just like a cracker, like a Ritz, like a Ritz cracker, but it's just a cracker.
Philly cheesesteak becomes a filet mignon just like that, guys.
Yeah, just ask Brian Wood. I know. It's absolutely true. All right, here we go. Except for like for him, like a 1 became a. God, I don't even know. What a mistake.
20.
Yeah.
Nope. It goes on. Don't get me wrong. I'm glad you're endorsing Andy's words. But people look up to you. An actual statement with your words means more to folks than I think you realize. But they weren't done with Scott yet. Scott is the rare example of a male feminist who is prey instead of predator. So whenever someone would come for him to attack him, inevitably he had complimented them and promoted them shortly before. Here's May 19th of 2020. I just backed Mahdi, Once Upon a Time in the Future, by Alex DeCampi. About a month later, promoting a graphic novel edited by Heather Antos.
Oh, God.
And of course, he joined in on this ridiculous crusade right here.
Hang on, can you pause this for a second? Can you imagine being Scott Snyder and you literally are Kermit the Frog and Jim Henson shoving his hand up your ass?
Thank
No,
you.
I'm not sure if I see what you're saying.
Yeah, I mean, why do all these good comics revert yourself to being a fucking sock puppet? Jesus Christ, dude. Stand up for something. At least stand up for your fucking self. At least stand up for the fucking dick between your legs, for God's sakes.
Oh, my God.
You think Scott... Wait, Shane, you think Scott is a guy that pisses sitting down?
Probably. I mean, like, at this point, like, you might as well let everybody roll their sleeve and shove their hand right up your ass and tell you what to say. I mean, that's exactly what Zach pointed out. Everybody had a turn. Everybody's hand had a turn at Scott Snyder's ass. Everybody.
Oh my God.
I love Junk Shane.
No, I didn't say that. Zach said that.
You didn't say anything like that.
It's Zach's puppet.
I mean, what the hell, dude?
Zach exactly said that. That exactly happened.
Welcome, Phil.
Phil.
Hi, Phil.
Hello.
Dude, I think the tragedy with Snyder and Murphy and all these people is that they all think that they'll bring their Batman audience over, and then they find out that whoops, it doesn't work that way. So here Scott is. Here he is kowtowing to all the feminists, all those people trying to get him, you know, on the hook for something or another. And what does he raise? What 200,000? Just barely. on that project that I can't even remember the name of, that had to change the name because of some beer company or something.
Like Zack Snyder is exactly, I'm sorry, Scott Snyder is exactly Kermit the Frog pulling his ass cheeks open. That's it.
I just don't even understand. Like, on what planet is somebody who has so much more experience and actually has ability kowtowing to an absolute nobody who's an assistant editor?
So that's why eventually he went to do all these stuff for COMICSology for Amazon. So it's like, okay, well, now they got to bow to all these, female editors who are trying to Me Too me or whatever.
Why are they so scared of them? I mean, I kind of get it, but kind of don't, especially anybody who's an
You know what I get?
like an elder.
Irene, you know what I get? I'm a fucking mess.
Mm-hmm. I mean, think about this. You work with Heather, so you should have a pretty good idea of, what the female editorial system is like over there.
I do understand for like newer artists and stuff, it's the whole Mean Girls thing, but I'm talking about people who are older. Like, I felt this. I met some of these assistant editors, and they totally do the mean girl pressure, like you're in our clique kind of thing, and you have to please us, and it's like this unsaid kind of thing that's very clear. But with someone who has more experience,
No. Hang on. Why
agreeing with them, using right hashtags?
Somebody, God, please mute me before I say something I regret. Why do all these good comics? Why do all these good comics for a fucking parasitic SJW to fucking grease up their fucking fist, cram it up your ass, and make your mouth move for their purpose? Like, why would you do that? Your whole career is actually open to whoever can get fucking like elbow deep up in you. Like,
why is this pornographic? What the?
This is something.
It's getting dirtier and dirtier.
I'm really something like when you had your clothes out, John.
Errol Merton says she's not kowtowing to the individual people, but rather to the ideology that is ruling the Western world.
Yeah, I agree.
No.
Yeah.
But these guys are totally going to go for whoever's the most prolific, whoever's got the most clout at the time. Like, that's the thing. It's like this whole fucking thing, John. They have to either cancel you or they have to possess you and make you do what they say. And he totally went the other way. Now, he could have been canceled or he could have been a fucking sock puppet, and he became a sock puppet. And the motherfucker bred this fucking group of people. Like, Mags came from that fucking that fucking whatever tutorial thing. Aaron, back me up, bro. Anyways,
the talent workshop. Yes,
it's because of fear. They're scared of being
Mags
canceled.
came from that. And the reason DC did that, like, seriously, was because nobody was involved in DC. No future entrepreneurs of comics believed in DC Comics. That's just the truth. They stopped submissions because they were like, what if we do public submissions, but we only handpick the check boxes? Guys, what if we take these check boxes and we bring them in? What if we bring in all the check boxes? And then what if we sell the check boxes? What if we sell check boxes?
That is how we got T.
Guys,
Franklin.
it's more money, it's more sales. What if we sell diversity?
I'm wondering though.
Greased up their fucking arm and shoved it right up Scott Snyder's ass.
Oh my God. Oh. All right. I want to apologize. Little Devil says, I still love the fact that Cecil outfunded Sean Gordon Murphy, showing the industry pros are, in large part, carried by the fame of the character they're writing.
It's not you, it's Batman.
And it's
Bro
not
dogs,
Cecil, it's
bro
Cecil.
dogs, bro dogs.
Yeah.
Bro dogs.
All right, hold on a second,
It's
Shane.
you
This is
guys in the chat.
absolute disaster on Shane's part here. Scuttling his stream. He's just I don't know. I don't know.
To 200K.
Like, crawling now. We should be at 199, but we're not because
just blame me for that.
Yeah. All right, here we go.
You know
Back
what? Let's better yet.
What?
Let's
There it is. That's that.
Here, let's
That's
blame
that list
Gordon
that they were
Murphy. Let's
signing.
blame them all.
What?
Hold on a second.
Sorry.
Ron says
I'm just saying, my stream was all about Sean Gordon Murphy's handsome biceps.
Davis is drunk and he's off the rails. That's all it is.
That's how we like him.
Yeah.
It's to appease people like Alex DeCampi, and she literally immediately throws it back in his face. This is cute, but one, we don't believe you, and number two, it goes way beyond this to things like speaking up and using your privilege to push change. When you see that nobody of marginalized backgrounds are being hired as creators, by a particular office, or they're only given, quote, token, unquote, books. It goes to refusing work with a publisher that continues to employ known harassers. It goes to saying no to all white male panels at cons.
Oh,
Guesting at cons with no or only token numbers of marginalized creators as guests. Wow, she really likes to call minorities tokens. It's all very nice to say pretty words of support and bless. But will you actually...
They are the editors that push for people to be tokenized. They're the ones who are putting minorities on minority-only books. Like, if you're Asian, you can only write Asian characters.
No.
And if you're a woman, you always get given female characters.
I
That's
swear
the
to God,
secret.
that's the
Marvel
secret.
Voices. Marvel Voices titles. That's what's happening.
I swear, and I this.
All right.
Thank you, Shane.
Patrick says, I completely support Yancey's Palazzi.
Too loud. Nobody can hear
owns
you.
trailer park idea. And Jim Cox is a new member. Thank you for joining the channel, my friend. Appreciate it.
Jim Cox.
Yeah. All right. Phil, welcome, man. It's good to. I know you're not getting much of a word in edgewise here, but
Nobody can hear you, Ethan. I'm sorry. No, I since I was late, I refunded my Inglorious Rex and am back at a bigger tier. I got the box set, just like everybody else should get. Get that box set, everybody.
Ethan, you need to change the volume. It's too loud.
What?
It's too loud.
What is
the song?
The song is? There's no song playing.
Nobody. There's a fucking song playing.
No,
No, your mic is going bad too. So you probably have it playing in another window. And
Shane, you're losing your mind.
Click off of Pornhub, Shane.
There's not a song playing. Oh,
No. That's on your computer, dude.
Person.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, guys. I'm off the fucking rails.
Okay. Well, we're not at 200,000 yet, Shane. So try to keep it together until we get there. And once we get to 200,000,
like spit and duct tape, this fucking outfit is.
Okay, here we go.
You just
What? What the fuck was that? That was the start of a statement.
Constitute statutory rape. Now back to our previously scheduled program.
Hell, statutory.
We find out that
Oh, Jesus.
No.
We're not going to get through this video.
Yeah. Okay.
Comic book women, Max Visaggio, and other notable female pros in the industry were prepping some sort of vague emotional labor charge against him. For people who forgot, Max was basically kind of an understudy to Sean Gordon Murphy for a while. And then he didn't help
Under his nuts.
Ways, which I think included paying for her surgeries.
What?
She accused him of love bombing, which is complimenting someone.
Yes, he paid for her surgery.
Wait, whoa, is that fact?
No.
He said that himself.
No, he said he did.
Yeah, he said, I don't know if like surgeries, but he did pay for some medical thing.
Now, am I wrong to say that a man doesn't pay for a transsexual surgeries unless they're sexually involved?
I don't know if it's a trans surgery. It's just she needed some kind of surgery because I don't recollect right now. I'm not going to say that, but he did pay for some medical thing that she was getting. And didn't have
it's
money
very
for.
common for a man to pay for a woman's boob job when he's,
That's true. Or BBL.
Look at Aaron.
I don't think that's what it is. It was just, he was like,
Irene, a BBL is a Brazilian butt lift.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. Okay. You would know that.
Yeah. It could have been something like that.
I love Brazil.
Yeah.
My innocent mind.
Sorry.
Anyways, I was just mentioning that was real.
I'm just saying there's a lot of questions behind that nobody's asking.
There may not be any sexual interaction there. That's like kind of like a lot of the instances with sugar daddies. They'll pay for surgeries, but there's no interaction physically.
That's not my impression, but again, I don't know.
Look at Irene scratch. Look at her scratch, and I told you she's dirty. She's dirty.
No, I'm not dirty, guys.
You haven't had a bath in 7 days.
Holy
I know.
shit.
Like, how do you use the restroom? Aaron?
Huh?
Here you go, John. John, I heard it.
What the fuck did you say?
Look at
Holy shit!
Look at poor Ethan. Look at him.
Okay. Anyways, I remember he said that. Well, oh, Max doesn't have money for this thing, so as a good friend, and he'll be like, either
did
gave
you
her
hear
pay
this?
for
Did
it or
you
let his
flex in his biceps or not? Like, because you maybe
what
weren't listening.
No, this was something he said long before.
Mags was constantly like online,
I think it was
like
his last
wanting money
Perch
for
video.
rent. Like Mags always wants money for rent and
Irene,
everything. Like,
why
Yeah,
do you
his last
thirst
Perch
over
video. Go watch his
SJM?
last interview.
Irene, why do you thirst over SJM?
Let's go.
I'm a fan of his work. I'm just
Boo.
Whoa!
A pastor has turned
Can
into
I
a
get the
woman.
shut up?
A pastor has turned into a woman. Crying beside Joe, a man who attended a Roman church pastoral school, disgraced the pastor and his natural character into a woman. He is now called Magdalene. So there you go.
Holy fuck, you broke my brain. Whoa, whoa,
I didn't
whoa,
know
whoa,
he was a
whoa, whoa,
preacher.
whoa,
I didn't know
whoa,
it was pastor.
whoa, whoa. I'm sorry. I'm not ready for this. He was a pastor?
Right.
Holy crap! Are you kidding me? I didn't know that.
Where do you think
I didn't know
Magdalene came
this.
from? Where do you think
Well,
that?
yeah,
You
I
understand?
figured it came from that, but now knowing he was a priest, whatever, that seems a little darker.
Yeah,
Yeah.
this seems
yeah, no
super
shit.
fucked up. Holy shit.
Yeah. So
Wow.
The more you know.
The more
there
you
are
know.
people in
The-
Africa that are laughing at
They
him.
put fucking Bibles in hotel rooms.
You know, it's like people in Africa are based of shit. It's so funny.
Yeah.
Art,
feel
I
about
thought you were
that?
leaving like
Weird?
50 minutes ago. What's up?
Well, hey, don't rush.
You asked him to
Right?
stay.
You were gonna tell him that you loved him.
No, I'm gonna leave too.
Art,
That's just
I
rude.
loved you. I loved you.
Well,
And
Art,
like,
Shane probably
hang on,
doesn't
hang
love
on,
you,
hang on.
but we do.
I loved
you are.
Art T-Bear in 2026 when he's like, dude, I gotta ink this fucking book and it's drawn like shit.
2026?
2026.
Philippe says take the free hug.
You 26.
I like
You
that
were
book,
looking at me
too.
like, can you believe this shit? I gotta ink. And I was like, Art.
What?
I think I know the book he's talking about.
You know the book I'm talking about, Art. That's why he's laughing.
Was it
I had that.
Mysteries in Space?
No, it was a Kevin Smith book.
Batman.
Oh, that
Widening Gyre.
Oh, okay.
You're like, dude, this looks like shit. And I'm like, oh my god,
Hey,
Art.
Art made that book look awesome.
Art's like, what am I supposed to do with this hand? It's drawn like shit.
That's what you get when you hire a comic book manager or a comic book store to draw your book.
Art's like, but Shay, they pay me good money, but it's about drawn about like shit.
I'd love to hear Art actually say that.
Christopher says Irene is actually white. She just never showers.
But here's the thing about, according to Narwhal, your pheromones are at an all-time high right now.
If you walk outside, you might get attacked.
No, you might get attacked by like 5
showered
minutes.
at my friend's house this morning, guys.
No, according to Narwhal,
her
you're in
neighbor's coming over.
prime. You're in prime advertising real estate. You know what I mean?
God.
Mhm.
All right.
Well, I hope Selecticon DM isn't here.
Please, you guys, can we get this to
Irene, they
200,000?
said
I want to leave. Guys, get us to 200, please.
Let's do it for Art. Let's do it for Art.
All right, we got to get back to your boy Zach. Everybody get centered, relax. Let's go. Zach wants to make fun of women. Here we go.
Jason's accusation. It was completely ridiculous, and it was basically the end of Max's mainstream career. Don't forget that there was periods of time just a few years ago where you would go to the comic book shop and you would see 2 or 3 Mags books out in a single week, and that's all gone. She'll get like 2 or 3 credits a year now. I was talking to Sarah Gatos, who was a previous DC editor, and she says, yeah, that's what I've been hearing. I'm just so on edge after the Sean Murphy thing. I don't want to get used. And I don't want to be a dude's emotional support wall.
Like a condom.
All I signed up for was making a comic. I get that enough from Snyder.
Jesus.
Sarah says, yeah, you're their creative partner, not their mom/therapist. I mean, been there, but it sucks.
Oh, so
Again,
close.
Mags talking about the person who got her into the mainstream industry. opened every door and never badmouthed her ever. And she says, I feel like every time Scott calls, we spend 10 minutes talking comics and then 45 minutes of him going around in circles about how he doesn't want to be a bad person, but he doesn't know what to do about X. And he thinks he should stay out of it. Just today, he was calling me about the Warren thing. Warren Ellis. And I'm like, dude, I know less than you do right now. And I have literally
Can you pause that for a second?
Yeah.
Can you seriously, some context here? Like Scott Snyder canceled Warren Ellis from a Batman black metal, whatever the fuck it was.
Death metal
book. He kicked his ass off. So like that's relevant. Like Scott Snyder sat down and was like, do I kick this guy off for fucking having Poo-Tang thrown at him from all directions?
Yeah.
For using hypnotism to get a piece of ace.
Yeah, he was a magician.
What do I do? This guy's got a sleight of hand. Do I throw him off Batman Dark Metal?
Adults like to fuck each other or something. Oh no.
He probably just never takes a shower, and those pheromones are up the wazoo.
God damn it, Phil.
He's got that Irene charisma. You know what I'm saying? That that fermented fruit, that forbidden fermented fruit.
Listen, even without showering for 4 days, I still got it. Don't be jealous, Shane.
We call it funk in my hood.
Anyways.
I'm not jealous of not having running water. Anyways, so he canceled it because everything Warren Ellis ever did beyond Zack Snyder's career, he was able to sit him down and slit his fucking throat publicly and become better and stronger and more virtuous.
Yeah,
for a guy that just had pussy slung at him from all directions. Women were writing his name on their naked bodies and taking photos. For fuck's sake, we should honor. We should build a pedestal to Warren Ellis. Like we should worship this man.
Statue.
He sounds cool.
Fucking monument.
Well, yeah, what Snyder did to Ellis was fucked. But also what stood out to me was here. Who was that was complaining? It's like they're complaining about this person talking to her. Like, bitch is complaining about somebody talking to her about his problems. I'm like, do you understand what a friend is? You're bitching and saying this is emotional labor and you're using me because he thought you were a friend. That's their love bombing. They don't know what real friends are like.
Here, hang on. Here's
Get it, Irene.
Snyder riding.
He's a pastor. He should be used to taking confession and stuff.
I know. He was a horrible pastor.
Hang on. Here's Scott Snyder riding hype like a bitch. It's dark metal. It's Batman. It's cool, guys. Now
you feel good about your behavior right now, Shane?
Warren Ellis in front of everybody. Any credentials he's had, because I'm writing some pretentious hype on Batman and what if Batman was Atrocitus? What if Batman was Dr. Manhattan? What if Batman was this? Like I'm playing fucking level 10 bitch at DC Comics. I'm rolling dice like none other. And then the only way I can stay on top is let me kill Warren Ellis in front of people because a bunch of fucking witches demand it. These fucking covenant of witches that probably sent him fucking unsolicited nudes said there was another bitch. Can you please cancel this motherfucker because other women lusted?
Ethan,
Warren Ellis, like none other.
Ethan, you need like a scroll across the bottom that like interprets what Shane's saying in English. So we can all follow along.
Closed captioning.
I didn't know you spoke jive.
It just needs to say Shane is drunk. Shane is drunk. Shane is drunk. That's all it should say, and people would understand. Because otherwise, you just let him go. I mean, at first I was like, let me try to control Shane here. Now I'm just like, I don't think so. I think I'm gonna let Shane rant for a little bit, and when I'm ready to come back,
I'm gonna go on a limb.
Why not go on?
I know. Don't know, Shane. I'm gonna live now.
$742,000. At $199,000, $742,000. I'm gonna stake a claim. Warren Ellis did nothing wrong but go balls deep.
Oh my God!
That's the only thing.
Did you just stab a knife into your
He
leg?
even go balls deep. I think all he did was just get a bunch of newts and all that, and the girls like, oh wait, there are other girls.
Warren Ellis
I hope he went deep.
was a potato
I
of a
hope
man.
he
He
went
looked
deep.
like fucking shit, but he
Rainy.
dick.
Warren Ellis had women
might
send
make it
him
worth
stuff
it.
like this. Where do you see this? Warren Ellis would have women send him this. This is what he requested of his women. Warren Ellis owns my ass. This is one of them.
Right. Now, for people that don't understand, that means anal cavity.
Oh, thank you for explaining, Shane.
Spoiler alert.
Cavity.
And yeah, they'd write it all over themselves. We got another backer just barely here.
Yeah, they're coming in droves.
Crawling along.
They're really loving the spiral, Shane.
Oh my goodness. All right, let me see what Zach has to say.
Telling him I needed to go because my phone was blowing up with day job stuff, and he kept going. So then, after being humiliated by these women for literally years, he's still promoting them. Oh, he was on a panel with.
Now, Warren Ellis is the opposite. Like he'd humiliate women, and by the way, they voluntarily sent him those pics. They loved him.
I mean,
and
it
then
humiliates them. Hang on, it humiliates them when it lands on their face. I mean, let's be honest.
Some people like that, Shane.
Shane. All right, here we go. Let's see if Shane. Shane did get some backers.
Oh, there
because
we
of
go.
that.
Oh man,
There are
distance.
supporters out there still. Oh,
so close.
You get some, you know.
Alex,
I got some people that believe in me, John.
This comic folk.
Yeah.
Passion, the honesty, the creativity, best people. So then, after Camilla Zhang was fired from Kickstarter, she was hired to run his Kickstarter. So on March 2nd,
That's great.
2021, she said, now seems to be as good a time as any to announce that I'm joining Z2 Comics as a senior editor. Artists, hit me up if you're available for work. 2 days later, she says, in an update on Scott's Kickstarter, the one that she's supposed to be managing, hello, Noctera fam. TLDR, due to personal and professional development.
Hold on a second. Let's take a look. We're getting breaking news right now. Breaking news about Inglorious Rex.
Holy shit.
$200,000.
I'm a fucking mess, though.
Oh, yeah.
Breaking news. Shane Davis and Yancy. Another
I will hoist you upstairs later.
Yancy will
What a
carry
woman.
Shane back.
I've never looked at these girls. I like to think of Gunther as Warren Ellis. I mean, look at these whores dropping at him. I mean, what's he to do? Is he supposed to deny the world?
And he's really not singing. He's just kind of just talking and sitting.
Yeah, he's talking with his urethra. You know what I mean?
He's making it talk.
That's all I need.
Irene, I mean, like, how do you sit through this?
What?
How do you sit through this, Irene?
What do you mean? How do I sit through this?
Like your Eastern sensibilities. I mean, how do you deal with the white man? You know what I mean?
What the fuck do you mean?
I'm just
there
saying
was a
the
white
patience
guy
of the-
singing on screen.
Look,
I'm like,
I'm
fucking,
just saying the
it's
patience of the-
Eurovision.
Hang on, I'm just saying the patience of the East, you know?
She has a white side to her.
Are you saying that you think I must be suffering through this?
Yeah.
Unzip my pants.
I'm saying Irene Strakowski is suffering from my success right now. Seething
your
at the white man hitting 200K.
What the fuck are you talking about, Shane?
And don't worry, Irene, we'll have a celebration for you when you hit your 200 as well.
Yeah, you Asians go together and celebrate. You Asians go together and segregate.
What the fuck?
Segregate.
Yancy, please stop.
Aaron Lepresti, I love that you're here through all this. Archie Berry, you left a half hour ago. What's up?
No, he's here right now.
He's here for you.
Still here because he loves you.
I remember everybody that was here for me. And everybody that's not Mandy Summers.
Yeah, more importantly, everyone that's not. Those are the ones you got to
Let's name them off.
That's the fucking list.
Mandy
John.
Summers, Dale Keown, Graham Nolan.
Yeah, like, am I right? That's the list, right, John? You
Oh,
start.
my God.
You start
Long
saying to people. You start making this list, and you throw darts at it, right? Every day. Sometimes you throw a switchblade.
Touch me.
Butterfly knife.
It's been a minute since you heard that.
Yes, everyone. This is going to be Shane and Yancy tonight. $200,000.
Dude, look at me. Look at me, Ethan. I'm not getting any.
That's the truest statement you said all day.
Amazing.
Touch me now.
Touch me here.
You know what's sad and true is people think I get laid.
No, they don't.
Well, the other people know the truth.
Right. Enough of this shit.
Oh man, that was good.
Good. You're right about that. We
There's
did it, guys.
nothing but the truth. And wait, what? Hang on, I don't even know what.
Wait,
What?
Apple's like an idiot.
Stop! I don't know what I made. What did I make?
$200K.
You made 200
Yeah.
dollars.
Congratulations, guys.
Congratulations. Now we can go.
Yeah. Our work here is done.
$214,000. Curb stomping anything iconic can put out. They can't even fucking dream of this.
Why do you hate Iconic now?
Because somebody added up 4 campaigns to say that they beat Shane with 4 of them.
I mean, if you need to add up more than one campaign to beat me, you're probably a fucking bitch.
Cecil, you did it, bro. So Steve Roberts.
Thank God.
I mean,
you
can
a lesbian.
dick,
So
you
EBS is
can pull my ball sack out of your mouth as you tally up the numbers.
Shane, I want to say, you know what? This was my pleasure. I don't know how you felt about it.
Yeah, I will have my pleasure later. You know what I mean?
I hope so.
Not
worry
with
about
how
the
things
kids
are.
waking up.
You are dismissed. You are dismissed. Do you want to say anything before you go, Art? I know you want to go to bed.
Oh, I was just gonna say he's not getting up out of that chair. He's gonna fall out of that chair.
No, I'm validated.
Yeah.
I'm 100%.
Give us a spin, Shane.
I want to thank.
No.
Oh God!
Stand up, Shane. Give us a twirl.
Roll us out.
Oh God!
What a nightmare.
I'm
I want
not
to
a
thank.
nightmare. I'm a fucking dream.
Wow. The American dream right there.
The American
I'm sick of this shit. Everybody's trying to push me down just so they can crawl up.
I want to say thank you again, CG, for getting us to $202,000.
Oh wow!
Whoa!
Wait, when did that
Wow, these are big numbers. Whoa! These
Go
are big numbers.
COMICSGATE! Thank you, everybody.
Running up
Awesome.
those numbers.
Yeah.
Holy shit!
Wow.
What?
Wow, damn. Look at it.
That's crazy.
2 hours left. And Glorious Rex 2, heavy is the crown.
I pray we will go in demand, man. I pray for the love of God. This thing is like with IGG, we never know.
All right, let me
Ethan,
dismiss.
hang on, Ethan.
What?
He's trying to let Art go to bed.
Let me do this.
Art, you can sleep when you're dead. Art, you can sleep when you're dead.
You can just mute him, Ethan. You know.
I know, but I like to tell him to shut up. Hold on a second. Here's Aaron Lepresti's Wraith of God Blood Hunters. Aaron, thank you so much for being here. You are a trooper. I know.
My pleasure, gentlemen and ladies.
Aaron's been getting on all these closeouts. I've noticed. I appreciate.
I appreciate Aaron. I do, Aaron. I appreciate you. You are like a newfound star in COMICSGATE. I swear to God. Not that I would. I like. Look, let's pretend I swear to this. You are like very important. You're putting out books. You're part of these streams. I appreciate your presence. I appreciate your sleight of humor, your dry humor. It's not lost on me. Cheese and crackers and all that jazz. It's very important.
This is a terrible speech.
Well, thank
Very
you.
important.
I think you're saying you're appreciated, Aaron.
Yeah, and I want to say that it's really impressive, Shane. I mean, in all honesty, you did this whole campaign in 60 days. You got over 200,000, and you were shadow banned the whole freaking time, and you still pulled numbers like this. It's
I know. I hear what you're saying, Aaron, and that's stuck him in the ass, right? I hear you.
Amazing. Thank you, Aaron. Everybody back, Wraith of God Blood Hunters.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Fantastic.
Thank you, chat.
I appreciate you. And also our friend RT Bears Black and White Volume 2, Man versus Machine is another campaign that could definitely use your love and support.
Yeah, thank you guys. We got to 120 today, so I do appreciate everybody. CG is rocking, and yeah, keep it coming.
Thanks, gentlemen. You're dismissed.
Good night,
you can go to
guys.
bed.
Hang in there.
Night. See you guys. Congratulations, Shane and Yanzi.
Yeah.
Yep. Congrats,
Love you guys. Hey, love you, Shane.
Yeah, I love you too, RD Bear. I wouldn't eat that shit either.
I wouldn't eat Have a good night, you guys.
Bye.
SHS Rebels 08 says Drunk Shane is the best Shane. Also, we are getting laid tonight.
Yay!
Lieutenant
If
Hughes
I,
says-
hang on, that depends on if I can make it to the bed.
Lieutenant Hughes says, congrats on 200K, Yanzi. Shane, seek help, please.
He's
I
fine.
mean, he's like Jack, so I could probably roll him up the stair, roll him up the garage and up the front porch, I guess.
Next to the garbage? That's
Yeah.
fucked up.
All right, hold on a second. Let me just finish this video. Guys, I'm here for the long haul. I'm feeling pretty good. I got a second wind of energy.
Dude, I'm feeling like, you know what I mean?
You're feeling like that, huh?
Yes. All right, fine.
You're feeling like what?
Irene, can you look up at the screen? Can you bask? And I'm feeling like,
John, do you want to take over the show? I don't know if you want to.
He's just like, I got a second win. I just can't take it.
No.
That took all the energy.
No. I just realized I'm getting all these super chats and I'm making you sit here. Do you want to take it from here? Because everybody's drunk and they'll probably be super
basically,
chatting big time.
Hang on. Like,
I can fire one up.
John, what? Sure. John, what he's asking is, can you handle me? Because he's tired of it.
That's not what I'm saying. I would keep going, but
words, Ethan. Like, look, Jay Bonifan is to blame. Jay Bonifan came in here, said 2 bottles, Shane, nothing. I've protected you guys from 2 bottles this whole time. I'm like, no.
Pete Count says, Shane, I love you, buddy. Get a glass of water.
Oh yeah,
it's time to hydrate.
Dude,
Water.
Irene, were
Mix
you
it up a
drinking
little.
mayonnaise straight out of the fucking barrel? What the fuck was that?
Eggnog. Oh man, Evan Williams. I love Evan Williams. That's the.
I drank
that's
this
the,
whole thing, and it's with rum too.
How many? Hang on, Irene. How many calories?
That's Sam's.
Irene,
lot.
how many calories is in that?
A lot.
Did you weigh yourself before or after?
Look
No, I don't care. I'm getting fat this holiday. I'll work it off later.
Oh, I was starting a string. Sorry.
Yeah. I'm gonna hand off the ball to John Malin. He can take it from here. We did what we needed to do. I feel like.
Hey, where are the white women at?
Oh my god.
I feel like it was successful tonight. 202 was way better than I thought we were gonna do.
Yes.
I thought, I'm very pleased.
Thanks for believing in me, EVS.
Yeah, you of course, Shane.
I know. I seriously, dude. Like, thank you for not being Sean Gordon Murphy.
Although he is watching.
Every day I wake up and I bless the sun. I'm like, thank God EBS is not Sean Gordon Murphy.
Yeah, I guess I'm happy being me. Guys in the chat, thank you very, very much for making this happen. We were so far away from 200,000 at the start of the day. And we can do all the fancy footwork we want, and we can laugh and have a good time. But we can't make this happen without you and everybody in the chat who participated, who backed this comic book and made it a success.
Yeah.
I mean, you guys never let
we
us
couldn't
down.
dig graves for iconic comics without you guys, one shovel at a time.
We don't need to do that. Those guys are over there. They're fine. But we want to just say thank you for taking care of our campaigns and thank you for making these comics possible. Wreck Planet's coming, I promise you. It's outside of my control, but it's on its way.
It's a beautiful book by a beautiful man, Ethan Van Sciver. I hope you guys backed it. If you didn't, then
I am some degree of down.
Please leave.
Thank you, everyone. Go over to John's channel. John's firing up a stream right now. And Ryan Winter says for $2 for your indefatigability, Ethan. I'm lucky I can still pronounce that. Thanks, everyone. And I'll see you probably tomorrow with another video.
Bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Or any menstruating person in this country cannot make decisions over their own body.
Even limit their ability to get gender affirmation treatment in their state.
So when you think about it, there is great significance to the passage of time.
And we will make America great again. God bless you. I love you.